cadence and actually, like, for a perfect example, I saw this clip on my thing today where Bill Burr was talking about driving drunk, where he's like, and you're walking out to the car, he's like, bro, you look like the kind of guy who would sell fake backfires. So like whatever that vibe is kind of me,
Yeah.
But I also I'm really big on writing and having actual punchlines.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's nothing more disheartening, not disheartening, but disappointing when you see a comic who's really good stage presence, really engaging with the crowd, but then they'll go on it's maybe it's a little inside baseball, a little technical. So there's something Bill Burr will go on a little rant where he'll be like, oh, what do you think you're doing this? You look like blah, 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 blah. He'll say something. It's you can start off talking in that little repetitive speed, but if you don't say something truly funny or unique, the audience kind of gets let in oh, he's just rambling. I didn't go anywhere,
Yeah, there's no structure to what he's
there's no. Yeah, the vibe is there. I see what he's saying. He's like the drunk New Englander at a bar or whatever. But if you're not sticking those references and landing those punchlines, the audience quickly picks up, oh, there's no substance here. It's just him going, yeah, and I talked to the guys, what do you think you are? One of those guys? Or whatever.
Yeah, just bullshitting over here. Oh, it's not even funny. You already lost me. You lost me after,
exactly. But if you can take that cadence and actually, for a perfect example, I saw this clip on my thing today where Bill Burr was talking about driving drunk, where he's like, and you're walking out to the car, he's like, and your whole family's yelling at you not to stop, and the women are grabbing at you. He's like, you get screamed at. He's like, you feel like you're in the Beatles. And it was.
Welcome back to another episode here on the JDG Podcast. JimmyDukesGaming. We are continuing our season 3, man. We're, I guess, chugging along as we're talking to different types of creators and people, different walks of life, man. And if you guys may or may not know, I'm slowly kind of getting away from just gaming and content creators and been fortunate to reach out to people that have different professions, pursuing different careers from the norm, which I love talking to about. And we have our homie here, old homie, not like everyday best friends, but old homie, Patrick Soroyce. What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited. As we'll probably get into with our listeners, we were friends back in 3rd and 4th grade.
Yes, dude. Right, dude. Parkland Elementary.
Parkland Elementary, dude.
Dude, that's so crazy.
In beautiful El Paso, Texas.
Yes, man. And that's cool that we were kind of just jokingly about that since we were little. And I know it was a small period of time that we knew each other as kids, but social media came around when we were a little older and we reconnected. And I had saw that you were pursuing being a comedian, man. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I was like, Patrick, that's cool. I can't, I'll be honest, I don't remember any conversations we ever had or anything.
Yeah.
But it's cool just knowing that I was like, oh, cool, he's doing that. That's dope.
Yeah, man. It's funny, with the friends that you're friends with in 3rd and 4th grade, I don't remember shit my friends said back.
Yeah, dude.
I remember we used to play football all the time at lunch. And we had our class had a little football team. We called ourselves the Eagles.
Yes, and the Cardinals. It was the Eagles and the Cardinals. Oh my God, dog! Holy shit! With a little, I remember it was Vincent Campbell had the green Eagles ball, and then the I forgot who had the red ball. But yeah, dude, that's hilarious. Holy shit!
Yeah, I have a weird ass, I remember all sorts of, unimportant shit from way back in the day.
It makes it fun, though. I was like, oh, shit, I remember. You just start triggering, little memories, right?
Yeah.
It's holy shit, man. What the fuck? But before we get started, do a little intro about yourself for somebody who may not know you or whatever, that might be listening or watching from my community and whatnot, man.
So my name is Pat Soroyce. I'm a comedian. I'm based out of Austin, Texas. I'm also a podcast host. I have a podcast of my own. It's called Lie, Cheat, and Steal. We talk about scam artists. It's non-murder true crime stories about liars, frauds, thieves, and bullshitters. If you like that, check it out. I am up until very recently, I was a full-time touring stand-up comedian. I'm now back in the city. I've put it on Park and just focused on comedy here in Austin because anybody paying attention to the comedy knows that Austin is the spot for comedy right now. And after the pandemic, I was touring full time and I was gone on the road for about 3 or 4 years, like about a year before the pandemic, took some time off, went back on the road. And so for the last 3 years, that was my full income. That and the podcast was just touring, stand-up comic, going all over the place. You can catch me. I've been on NBC. I've been on the what do you call it? First Look with Johnny Bananas.
Yeah, I saw that. Like that was the clip that you had put a while back. Oh, they y'all were rapping and shit. I was like in the alley.
I also do a comedy rap group. That's what got me on there. Me and my friend Lane Crayer we do Vanilla Presley, and we just do songs and freestyles, but we do it at comedy shows, and it's like we both actually rap. So it's like it's funny, but it's good. It's kind of hard. Whenever I tell people, I'm like, imagine what you think it sounds like, and cancel that. It sounds better actually. Because people hear like they see two white dudes talking about we do a comedy rap group, and you can see their fucking.
They're like, oh god. Can't even imagine that. Oh god, that's what you're trying to do, Jesus.
Dude, we do. It's so funny. We do freestyles at the end of it. We close the show out, but we take suggestions from the crowd and we freestyle about them.
Dope.
And it's like our little fucking circus trick that people love. And but we started doing this thing to like spice it up, where we would ask people to tell us the last message in their phone that they had, and then we would rap about that. And so one time we asked this girl, we were like, "So what's the last message in your phone?" And she was like, "I texted my friend." I was like, "What'd you say?" And she said, "Oh no, it's comedy rap."
You're like, all right, here we go.
I was like, you know what? Fair.
Here you go. Let's do it, right? That's dope.
Yeah, that's me, man.
That's dope. And so how long have you been like doing comedy for? Like when you can say like, oh, I've been doing comedy, like you can honestly say for this amount of long, because I mean, like
it's been a minute. I started when I was 23, and so I'm 38 now. So it's coming up on 15 years, and it was a kind of a breakneck pace the whole time. I started at 23 here in Texas. I was living in Killeen, Texas. So after I left the wonderful El Paso, which I love, man. That city has always held a fucking place in my heart.
Right.
Love the town. Love the 915, dog. But I left there, and we circled around military family. We jumped around a bunch, and we ended up in Killeen, Texas. And I was in a metal band, and I was rapping at the time. So I was doing mixtapes. Yeah, I was doing mixtapes, and I was the screamer in a hardcore band.
What? I didn't know that. That's dope.
Yeah. That was like MySpace days. It was before Facebook. So the time we reconnected on Facebook, that was like
over.
My senior year of high school is when I was about 22.
Yeah.
And then we were doing that. That was fun as shit. And the whole time I was recording rap, seriously pursuing that. And Killeen, we were dropping mixtapes, me and my boys. It was fun. And so I was performing a lot. I was on stage, and I started just like, I always loved stand-up. Always been a student of comedy, you know. Like, it sounds kind of whack, but like people say it all the time. They're like, I've always been a student of comedy. It's like, shut up, nerd.
Hey, but that's what like you liked at the time, because like I mean, when I'm growing up, I was doing certain things. They're like, oh, you play inline hockey in El Paso, Texas? Like, yeah, that's what. Like, what the fuck? I'm like,
about the inline hockey thing that I thought was cool. So we went to elementary school during the craze of Mighty Ducks.
Yes.
If you recall, that was the thing. We would always that was just like football. We'd always have rollerblades, and we'd try to get little like hockey games off the ground. But to do it or whatever.
Right.
And I saw that you were actually doing inline hockey. I was like, fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. That was 96, man. That's when the Mighty Ducks was all fucking big. That's what got me into it. I became a student of inline hockey. Everybody's like, what?
Well, that's cool as fuck, man. But yeah, so I was doing I was on stage. I was used to that, and I saw an advertisement. I always wanted to try stand up, and I was always like, always liked being funny. And I saw a fucking advertisement for open mic in Temple, Texas. And so I went out there to the open mic. And it's funny, when you first start doing comedy, your first open mic, your whole fucking family shows up. All your friends.
Right. Let's see how terrible you are. Like, let's see what the nerves are all there.
So everybody showed up, and everybody was like, it was cool. It went up. I did okay, enough for me to be like, whatever. And then the guy hosting the mic was like, hey, you should really consider coming down to the Velveeta Room in Austin, Texas tomorrow night. And I was like, oh shit. And so like the Velveeta Room, also I have a special coming out next month that I recorded it at the Velveeta Room in December.
Oh, hell yeah.
But so I go to I was like driving back with my girl to Killeen, and I was like, damn, I did comedy one time. I got invited to the Velveeta Room. I just got to call this number. And I called it. It was the sign up for the open mic. Like, I thought I got like a special invite to go do
Right, you're like, no, just get in line, asshole. I could feel that. Like, hey, you felt special for a second. Like, oh, damn, my first time out. Hey, man, maybe I got something. Like, no, just get in line like everybody else.
Yeah, it was very humbling out the gate. But so I did that for a few months, and then I was I went through a breakup, and like it was like my first long-term girlfriend, so I was all fucking heartbroken. And she was moving down to go to college, and I was like, man, I can't let my story be that like I'm just like, she's all like, I was like, then I just like came out this breakup and then just like skid it into a life in my hometown. Nothing wrong with that. A lot of my homies did that, but I knew I wanted something else, and so I had an opportunity to move up to Connecticut because my dad's from there, and I had my aunt. I was at a family reunion. I was getting drunk with her, and I was like, I gotta get the hell out of Texas. And she was like, move to Connecticut. And I was like, all right. So I 6 weeks later, I came back off the vacation. I got back to Texas, packed all my shit up, went up there, and like the whole sole purpose of getting up there was I didn't get a job and shit, but it was like, I'm on the East Coast. I'm gonna start doing comedy, and it kind of just picked up from there. Like and from there until like. Shit, basically COVID, man. I just hit it at a breakneck pace, but that was how it started. I came out the gate and was like, this is what I'm doing. Every job I have is going to be in service of this. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be to keep the lights on while I can do this.
No shit. I love that.
Yeah. Never fucking chase, like never, I would like try to get raises. I would try to get better paying jobs, but like, I worked in sales at the time. And people that showed up, and that was them. They were a salesman. They wanted to come in, get those fat commission checks. And it was like, I'm just here, whatever the job was, whether it be sales or door guy or whatever. I was like, I'm just here to pay the bills while I do comedy. And I kept that up. And that was that was the beginning. And it went on for, I'm on year 15 now, and I was able to make a living out of it. And it was fun. But yeah, that was kind of how it started. It was like immediately was like, this is what I'm doing, and everything I'm going to do is in service to this.
That's dope. Like, so you were doing the whole music thing and you were rapping and you felt confident doing that. When did you realize like the music thing wasn't like something that you could see yourself in? What drove you to do the comedy stuff? Kind of like when you were like, oh shit, like, I mean, you've been rapping, you've been into music, like, what made the switch and drove you to where like, all right, like I'm just gonna flip it and just do this instead? Like, what was that mindset to go through that?
Honestly, I think it was so. First of all, I was moving away from Killeen, Texas, where I grew up at. Like, I was like, I'm trying like when my mom and my dad split up. Me and my mom moved to the hood, and we had this like little shitty house in the hood. I was the only white kid on the block, and I just like was hanging out with all these like older hood ass dudes, and I got into rapping, and that was like my people. And I was like, I like, that's why that was a big part of why I was like, oh, I got this, because I actually got the hood behind me. I could do this. Right. Yeah.
All right, Paul Wall.
I was like, just some kid that was like in band, and it's like, I want to start rapping now.
Yeah.
Like, it was like, I actually thought I had
You got that street cred.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit. Like, I was banging, but I was affiliated.
Yeah.
And so, but like when I moved away, it was kind of like a huge part of that was like, oh, I really enjoyed the camaraderie and wanting, like, me and my boys. The same thing with the band was like, I liked doing music with those people. And then I moved, and it was like, I think I recorded a couple songs when I got there with some like people I met. It was fun, but then it was like comedy. A big appeal to it that I loved about comedy versus music is that it's just you.
Yeah,
you don't have to wait for nobody. Like when I was in a band, it was 5 fucking people.
Yeah,
so if you wanted to travel to a show, you'd have fun. Okay, we have to have at least 2 cars. Maybe a third car because we got a lot of gear. And then like you got to ride with you. And then you was always like find like some homie or some girlfriend that could like also take their car. It was a huge thing. And then you get paid. You're splitting it fucking 5 ways.
Yeah.
You're not making any money. And then with rapping, it was like, I got to wait on this guy to get in the studio. This guy's got to make me a beat. And I got to do this. And then like, trying to light a fire under people's asses to get things done. If they don't have that same vision or goal as you can feel really stuck and high and dry. And I wasn't in like an entertainment mecca. I was in fucking Central Texas. Like I was in Killeen. Wasn't like people were checking on us.
Yeah.
And so when I got to Connecticut, and it was like I could just leave the house and go do stand up. And so I just did that.
Nice.
And started meeting people. And it was way more individually driven. And I think that was like, in retrospect, I probably didn't even notice it at the time. At the time, I was just like, oh, this is easier to do, path of least resistance. And I love it. So I'm doing this. And then after a couple of years, you're like, moving at your own pace, doing your own thing, and music just kind of went off. And kind of just slid off into the background.
That's how it was
natural.
more. You started focusing more of your time on that, realizing that hey, there's a future in this because I see myself doing it. and
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about 4 other people or
Yeah, exactly.
like,
Yeah,
I
it's a
have
big
to
part
do-
of it, man.
unless you like making your own beats and producing your own shit. I mean, that's a whole other skill set in itself.
Yeah, which I dabbled into when I got into Vanilla Presley, which we'll talk about later. Like I got into beat making, and I could make a passable beat. I could make something that's gonna be good enough to tell comedy jokes.
There you go.
Rap, you know?
Right. I make my own beats. I really do. Right.
Yeah. But like, yeah, that was the whole thing. It was like there was a whole other like music is very collaborative, which is the coolest fucking thing about it, honestly. But like, you're hindered by everybody else's work ethic and availability. Whereas comedy, it's like comedy is like way more out the gate business oriented. Like your goal immediately, when you do like music, you're like, okay, I got to talk to these venues, but it's like that's even kind of weird and nebulous. Like you show up, let's say you have a hot show. Okay, are they going to call you back the next month? Who knows? But comedy clubs, it's like these are what they do. They're doing shows every Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They need people. They need people on stage. There's like a way more clear and visible path.
Nice, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like other than music, it's like you just got to fucking vibe out until people catch your shit. But like comedy, as I've proven with my career, you can make a living off comedy and not be a household name.
Right? No, yeah, we're doing it for X amount of years, and you know, making a living for X amount of time. Like, when did you realize, like, what, like, for example, when did you realize, like, okay, like after your first paid show, you're like, okay, cool. Now I have a kind of idea how to go about everything, and I'm gonna start striving and pushing this. Like, when did you like wanted to pursue? Like, when did you got that edge? Like, oh fuck, like this is really possible. Like I got paid whatever it was at the time. The first time, you're like, if I could keep doing this, you're like, oh shit, I can actually make a living.
Yeah, it was probably honestly. That move to Connecticut is like, it changed my life. Like, I'll always be grateful to my aunt. Me and her are super close. My family's French Canadian, so I say ma tante. So my tante, but like, yeah, so my tante was like, she helped me the hell out. She was like, hey, I'll get you up here. I'll get you a job at AT&T. And I was working at a mall selling cell phones. But once I got there, like I said, out the gate, it was like, where's open mics? Where's comedy clubs?
That's dope.
I had no connection. I started just Googling, like, and I found out there was a comedy club in downtown Hartford. So I hit them up, and I was like, yo, I'm a comedian from Texas. My video, I didn't have video.
Yeah.
I left my video in Texas. This was like 2008.
All right.
I was like,
not much internet stuff, right?
yeah. There wasn't like, they'd be like, okay.
Social media,
it, you know what
right?
Like, yeah.
Well, pull up your Instagram and shit. Show me something. Like,
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was well before all that.
Yeah.
So I fucking was able to like, get in, and I just hit up this club before I even found an open mic. I hit up the club. So I was a comedian from Texas. They're like, all right, you want to do a guest spot this Thursday? I was like, yeah. And I showed up, and that place just closed down. It was called the Brouhaha Comedy Club in the basement of City Steam Brewery in Hartford. They closed down after like 35 years.
Damn.
But like this dude, Anthony Souza, was the booker there. I emailed him. He's like, yeah, just come on in and do your thing. And I went up, and like my whole fucking family came out. So I brought a lot of people. That looked good because I got a lot of family up in Connecticut. And so everybody shows up. And I did it. I got paid, and they were like, "Okay, when are you free again?" And I was like, "Well, these dates." And all right, cool. And then I found open mics and started meeting comics. And I'm like, "Yeah, I just went up here, but I'm playing at the Brouhaha." They're like, "How the fuck are you already in at the Brouhaha?" And I was like, "I just emailed the guy. I don't know." And like, it was just like, it was one of those things that just happens like that sometimes. And so I got in, and I was just like, "Cool." Like I'm at the. Like, I'm seeing this happen now. I'm seeing the rhythm of, like, I go, I do the show, I get a check, I wait, they hit me back up again, I come back in. And, like, I started to see that. And it was probably around then, immediately, like, I worked at AT&T. It was a good paying job. We were selling cell phones right when the iPhone came out. Mm-hmm. So we were making fucking hand over fist. And so they were, like, very serious about, you know, being, you know, your work. They wanted a lot out of you. And so one time we had a work meeting, and they were like, write down what your goals are. Not just not your professional goals necessarily, but what are your goals? And of course, it's a business meeting where people want to advance. So every goal they wrote.
Yeah, it's all work related and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so like I literally just put, I want to keep to live comfortably while I pursue a career in entertainment, and I put that on there. And my manager, I'm still cool with that whole crew of people I worked with at AT&T. Like every time I play Connecticut, they show up, and
nice.
It's like a reunion. And yeah, it's a very cool vibe. But I remember he talked about that the last time I had a show in Connecticut. He came out and he was like, man, he's like, I'm not gonna lie. He's like, your numbers were dog shit that month. And when you put that, he's like, when you put that down, he was like, I was so pissed off.
You motherfucker.
Yeah, he's like,
of course, you don't fucking care about this damn place, and you want to.
Yeah. So I'm trying to coach you as an employee and shit. It's like, but it was pretty much like that. And so at that point, I was like 23. So I was out the gate. I was like, this is what I'm doing. And it kind of like, it was a rough, obviously, like we can get into that more. The journey ain't easy. You give up a lot, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of shit, like I don't own a fucking home, you know, there's a lot of shit you gotta put on hold. But like out the gate, it kind of lets you, like, if you really believe in it, that's what you want to do. At least for me, I can kind of shield myself in that, where I'd be like, damn, I'm jumping job to job. Like, I'm not really doing what I want to be doing. But I was like, I am doing what I want to be doing. I'm pursuing my shit. I'm a comedian. This is what I want to do. This is just par for the course. It's going to be more difficult. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to have the stability that a lot of my homies have.
Yeah.
But like, I embraced that pretty early on.
I know. It's at a young age too, like that. Like the way you're talking. Like when I was 23, I was just fucking drinking and hanging out and playing hockey. I had nothing going on. Nothing.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I was still drinking and hanging out, but it was like that was, but it was all like, and I say this, that I'm not necessarily saying it like it's the best thing. Like, looking back, I'm glad I did it. But like, when I say like everything I did was in service to comedy, like if I was hanging out, it was like I was hanging out with comedians at comedy clubs. You know, if somebody was like, hey, let's do drugs till 5 a.m, I would do it, A, because it was fun, but B, also because like
with material.
Like, yeah, so well, these are comedians. Like I'm hanging out with comics. I know if I go out, like it's gonna be. I was on the scene. I stayed out late with them. I saw everything that happened. Now when they're in town, and like, you know, this guy was in town featuring, and he wanted somebody to take him out and get him drunk. I'd take him out, and it was just like whatever. Like everything I did was essentially in service to it. And like I said, it kind of gives you a little bit of drive. Like I always knew what I was trying to do and what I was going for. I wasn't always executing it correctly, but I always knew what I was working towards, and that was helpful.
Yeah. The fact that at such a young age, like for something like that, because a lot of people don't understand, because during that time, you know, like showing our age a little bit, it's like, yeah, go to school, have a certain job, you got to do this and like that. Because even that at that age, I was going to school, but I didn't really know what the hell I wanted to do. You know what I mean? So I didn't have like a vision other than like, all right, I'll go to school, I get my IT degree, and I'll be in IT, right? That was like after I was like that. But something that's like off the beaten path, that's the thing that I really enjoy hearing people talk about, because you're saying, hey, it's not the norm and it wasn't the best, but I'm glad that I did it and I wanted to do it because you already had the vision. I didn't like. Now that I've been doing content, I just started doing this like 4 years ago, and I have a vision. Yeah. I like before it was more like, okay, I'm gonna have a house, I'm gonna have a wife, I'm gonna have kids, and that's what I want to do. But it was never like I have a vision to do this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It was just kind of happening at you, like a little bit.
Yeah, and the fact that you had that thought process, and you were already setting everything up, like doing all this stuff, it's gonna help me pursue what I want. You know what I mean? Doing these open mics and nobody shows up, or doing these shows and I have my friends and hanging out and getting and you know, getting to know the crowd. I mean the people in the industry and shit. Like that's the things you have to do if you're gonna start doing something in entertainment, how you're saying, right?
Yeah. It was interesting. It kind of like, it was cool too. Like I got to hang out with, like, I don't know, I made like friends. I like in comedy, there's people of all ages and backgrounds trying to do it, and so I met people that like I otherwise never would have met. Like when I like in Connecticut, when I first started hitting the mics, I was me and like 3 or 4 of my homies that I'm still very close with all to this day were like the youngest people in the comedy scene. This was New England. It was like pre-comedy pop. Like, you know, comedy's popping right now, and it happened. There was like a pop back in like 2012, and we're still kind of riding the wave. And like, but this was like pre-comedy pop. And like, it was, you know, New England open mics. There's a lot of older dudes, a lot of guys my age now. They're like in their late 30s or early 40s. And we were all like 23, 24-year-old kids. And like, I remember like, I got to meet all these older people. And it was also, that was kind of cool. It's like, when I go back to Connecticut and do shows, some of the people that show up are guys like that, you know, like my friend Howie Mason, very funny comic in Connecticut. Never would have met that guy. He's like, he's got a wife and kids and a house, and he's an older dude, and he's like works at a professional job, but he's like very funny, and he does stand up. And me and him, we talk back and forth like he's one of my homies my age, you know, and it's cool to have him. What you were saying about the direction thing, I always think of this story. I have a friend of mine that I grew up with, and he's him and his wife had their kids like literally he met her the night we graduated high school.
Nice.
The night he graduated. I graduated a semester later at one of those schools that like pregnant teen moms go to.
Let me go finish over here.
So he graduated on time, and so we're walking out of the Bell County Expo Center, and he meets his wife. Her friend comes up and is like, "Yo, my friend thinks you're cute." months later, she's pregnant. So
Nice.
his life just immediately started for him right out the gate. It was like, hey, this is
Had to grow up right away. Yeah.
Had to grow up right away. We were hanging out one time, I think, back visiting Texas from Connecticut, or I just moved back. And so I was hanging out. He was asking me about having a manager for comedy. And he was like, you have a manager? I was like, nah. And he was like, what would you look for in a manager? I was like, well, it's got to be somebody you can trust. And I was like, honestly, I always thought if I had a manager that was a friend of mine, it'd be you. Because, you know, I think you got the personality for it. And I was like, but I know you got, you know, the wife and kids and stuff. And we were drinking in his garage. He was like, yeah. And he got up and he like shut the garage door real quick. And he was like, bro, I'd do it in a fucking second.
Hell yeah. please help me.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
like, it was cool. Like I like you have to find moments of solace and stuff like that where you're like, you know, I would definitely, when I was like at my worst, I would hit him up to borrow cash because he had his shit together. He had a life.
Yeah.
And he would help me out. He was always cool. But like, you know, like I knew there was things that like stability that he had that I didn't have. But then you start to talk to people and you find out like, you know, like I'm not saying like I'm glad that they don't have what I have. I'm not saying like that, but it's like it makes you feel better about like this lifestyle when your friends are like, dude, yeah, whatever, I got my shit together, but like you're having fun, man. Like you're experiencing life, and there's something to be said for it. You know?
Yeah, I like that. I've gotten that recently more since I've been doing content. Everybody's like, damn, you're doing all this shit full time. And you still have a job, and you still all this. I'm like, yeah, for me, I had to get to this place to where I can start pursuing this kind of thing and kind of juggle everything, because I've had a lot of friends who are, you know, in their careers and professions, and they see me doing this, and the job that I have is I don't make a lot of money, but I'm okay, right? And I'm pursuing this, and hopefully it leads to something. But they're so like, dude, that's dope, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like getting the props and like having somebody like honestly just applaud and try to support you from afar, following something that's like it's not normal. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna start a podcast and hopefully it leads to something, or I'm gonna be a comedian. I'm gonna do all this. Like, I'm gonna be a rapper. I'm gonna be a singer. I'm gonna do it. Like, that's not like the normal way. So when people start, you know, doing well, people are like, damn, I wish I could have done that, or damn, like. I'm glad you're doing it, which is cool because it's not normal. Everybody feels like they have to fit in a certain box in a certain way and do certain things. And sometimes they regret not being able or to do those kind of things, or like, damn, I wish I had the balls to just fucking do it.
Yeah. It's cool, man. It helps because like this shit is as it goes on, like it like I always just joke about like when you, like I said, your first time you do comedy, your whole fucking family shows up, all your friends show up, everybody's like, oh my God, this is so cool. And then like, you know, you're 2 or 3 years in and you get that question and people always go, hey, you still doing that little comedy thing? Yeah, you still, like, you're like,
hey, Jimmy, you still got that little podcast thing?
Yeah, he's gonna do it like this, man. Like my podcast. I'm lucky enough. Like my podcast makes me money, and it's a blessing. But like, I literally will have people be like, "You still need a little podcast thing?" I'm like, bro, the way I pay my rent, dog. Like,
I hate that shit, dude. I hate it. You still do. Like people are like, oh, you still got your little business, like, or like when people are trying to pursue. I had a buddy who had a pool service. Oh, you still got your little pool service? His pool service is making him money. Like, what are you saying? A little pool service? You know what I mean? Like down, like just looking down at them, like.
I think it's like to give people a bit of a doubt. I think sometimes it's like a figure of speech where they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but you hear it. You hear it regardless if they admit it or not. You hear it, you know.
Motherfucker.
Yeah. As time went on, and you would just kind of see that. Like, I've had relationships go south. Though, you know, like when I first started picking up on touring, I was dating this chick for like 6 years, and we were together, and it was. Towards the end, we were at that stage towards the end where you just fucking hate each other, and so I started touring,
but still stay together.
Yeah, exactly. You're just like
fuck you. I'm not leaving. You're leaving. Like, who's leaving? It's a standoff.
Yeah, she had 2 kids, and like I was like on the list to like pick them up from school, and she was like, "Well, we can't break up. I got to pick up Max tomorrow. Like I can't." You know, what do we do? And so. But we were like towards the end there. That's when I met up with my booker that had me on the road for the last couple of years. I started working with him, and I started going on the road, opening for some of my friends at other clubs. And that's when like road work started picking up. And I remember like it was in retrospect, it was like this moment where I knew it wasn't going to work. Was I was like, oh hey, I got picked up for another week on that brewery tour. I'm about to go out, and she was like, oh, so you're going to go out and get drunk for a week while I stay at home with the kids? And I was like, and again, they weren't my kids.
Yeah.
So I was like, I mean, when you say it like that,
right?
Yeah, it was like, basically is what's gonna happen. It's like that kind of like is what put the cracks. I mean, we were already fucking hating each other.
Yeah.
That was like the pressure that was like, okay, you're trying to do a whole entirely different thing. And yeah, it's like you gotta like cycle shit out of your life like that. It happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy. So like you know, you already got your steam going, you're talking about, and you're already putting all this time in and touring. Like what like can you somebody who doesn't know you and now they're gonna look you up. Can you like describe your type of material? Like, because certain comedians have like certain styles and certain things. Like, how would you describe your style or your type of material?
Yeah, so this is always a difficult question unless you are that, like if you're a one-liner comic or whatever. Like, but a lot of comics would just be like, I don't know, I just try to say what's funny, and that's always a cop-out answer. So I was actually thinking about this when I read the prompts. But like, the nicest thing I've heard anybody say about me was somebody called me a white Patrice O'Neal, and I loved it. Like,
I'll take it. Thank you.
I will take that. Yeah, somebody told me one time it was like I was the funniest dude at the barbecue. I was like, okay, I'll take that.
There you go.
Too.
Okay,
but like, yeah, I kind of do. Like, I have good. I like to think I have good writing. It's punchlines. I'm not just like doing like, hey, let's deal with that. But
yeah,
it's kind of like behaviors. The way people behave is very funny to me. And so I'll talk about. Is the things that people do, or also kind of like being a scumbag myself. That comes up a lot in my comedy. Like one of my openers is a whole joke about like it's I'll just burn of material on the podcast, but just to give you an idea, is I go like I'm like, yeah guys, I drove here. Don't you hate when this happens? You're on the highway, you're doing the speed limit. Some guy behind you decides he's gonna ride your ass. He's like, hey, excuse me, sir, but some of us have warrants.
Right, right. So I'm not gonna be hauling ass.
Yeah, that's. I set myself up as just kind of like a little bit of a scumbag. I talk about work quite a bit. In fact, my special that's coming out, it's called "I Don't Even Work Here," because I have a whole bit about how like I just look like I have every shitty job. I can't stand outside of a club smoking a cigarette. People start showing me their IDs.
Right? You're like, I'm actually the headliner.
I'm headlining. Yeah, literally. Now I'm like, I'm headlining tonight. Like that happens all the time. Like I currently, since I got off the road, I'm joining the electrician union, so I'm an electrician now. And like, I'll tell people I work construction. They're like, yeah, no shit. And I'm like, I don't. So like,
you look like you do.
Yeah, look that guy. I had one comic. This dude Tyler Fisher, he's a pretty funny guy. He's a very successful now. He's a little more like on the right wing side of things these days. And I was doing some shows with him in Houston. And we were driving, and I was trying to avoid the pandemic because he talks a lot about like vaccines and shit in his act, and whatever. But I was trying to avoid those conversations on the road, and it came up. And I was telling a story about how I was scrambling to find my Vax card when I was at a show, and I was like scrambling to look for it. And I was like, and I always feel nervous because I look like the kind of guy who'd have a fake Vax card. and he was like, bro, you look like the kind of guy who would sell fake Vax cards. So like whatever that vibe is kind of me. You know?
Yeah.
And but I also like, I'm really big on writing and having actual punchlines. Mm-hmm. Like there's nothing like more disheartening, like not disheartening, but disappointing when you see a comic who's like really good stage presence, really engaging with the crowd, but then they'll go on it's maybe it's a little like inside baseball, a little technical. So there's something like, Bill Burr will go on like a little rant where he'll be like, oh, what do you think you're doing this? You look like blah, 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 blah. He'll say something. It's like you can start off talking in that little repetitive speed, but if you don't say something truly funny or unique, the audience kind of gets let in like, oh, he's just rambling. I didn't go anywhere, Yeah,
there's no structure to what he's
there's no. Yeah, like the vibe is there. I see what he's saying. He's like the drunk New Englander at a bar or whatever. But if you're not sticking those references and landing those punchlines, the audience quickly picks up, oh, there's no substance here. It's just him going, yeah, and I talked to the guys, what do you think you are? One of those guys? Or whatever.
Yeah, just bullshitting over here like, oh, it's not even funny. You already lost me. You lost me after
exactly. But if you can take that cadence and actually, like, for a perfect example, I saw this clip on my thing today where Bill Burr was talking about driving drunk, where he's like, and you're walking out to the car, he's like, and your whole family's yelling at you not to stop, and the women are grabbing at you. He's like, you're getting screamed at. He's like, you feel like you're in the Beatles. And it was like a really funny thing, but like if he hadn't had that, it feels like you're in the Beatles. That would have been like a mildly funny drunk uncle telling a story.
Yeah, right.
But so I try to do that where like I have this kind of like very loose bravado on stage. I'm pretty high energy, not really high energy, but like I talk fast, as you probably picked up on. And so I'll go, but I like to make sure that I'm sticking it with actual punchlines and actual jokes.
Right.
And yeah, that's an ideal world, like fucking, I'm not saying everything that comes out of my mouth
is fire. Yeah, like exactly. But, right.
Yeah. But like, because I do a podcast, so I have to make up jokes on the fucking fly all the time.
Right.
And like, sometimes you hit it, you say something that gets people DMing you like, bro, when you said this, I just lost it.
Right.
Like,
that was great. Well, that was right off the cuff. I didn't even come. Off the top, right off the dome and shit. But that's dope. Yeah. And that's the thing that I like. Like, I don't know too much when it comes to like the structure and like the building of the jokes and stuff like that. But what are some misconceptions about comedians? Like you've been doing it for over 15 years now. What are some like misconceptions that people like? Oh, they don't have shit going on. Like just they're just they're low lives. Like I mean, like I've heard terrible things like that. But that could be for anything. You know what I mean? Like
it could
oh,
be.
you're a musician. Oh yeah, you're probably just a piece of shit. You don't even fucking do anything.
I think I will say this, and maybe this might be like a little bit like still taking a swipe at comics. I think a big misconception about comics are the kind of self-aggrandizing things that comics themselves perpetuate. Like when they try to like when I meet comics that say things like, I'm a warrior for free speech, or I'm like a modern day philosopher, or whatever. I get a little thing in the back of my head that like bugs me, because like I agree with that. Yeah. Like I agree that comedians, I guess they're philosophers in a way. I understand the thinking, but I feel like that kind of oversells it a little bit, because I'm in my head, I'm like, man, we're just like, I was thinking this today, somebody was like, oh, comedians, I heard somebody say comedians are smart, and I'm like, we're quick. And there's two different things. I'm not saying every comedian's
unless they're good. Smart. If they're terrible, then
but there's a difference between smart and quick. And so I think there's sometimes is that there's this idea that like comedians are like these like tortured souls with like these real like nihilistic minds. And I'm not saying there's not guys out there like that, but I'm saying I think there's guys out there leaning into that.
Yeah.
Who are like, and that's why I get a little frustrated when I see people using comedy or being a comedian to excuse themselves for their behavior.
For being an asshole.
For being an asshole. Yeah. Like when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, like, okay, I get it. I don't think you should walk up in public and take a swipe at a guy for telling what was a very harmless joke about your wife, especially when she's fucking all of your son's friends.
Right, no shit. That's not big of a deal, but you did it in front of us. I'm going to fucking do something.
Yeah, but I come from a place where if you talk shit about a guy's wife, he might punch you in the fucking face.
Right.
And so in my head, and maybe my brain, that kind of supersedes whatever, oh, the jester should have free reign to speak what he wants or whatever. Like, I feel that's kind of dumb.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, if you talk some shit, you might expect to get slapped in the face. So I feel like things where comedians sometimes will excuse their bad behavior because of the fact it's like, I'm a comic, or I can say all these things that are offensive, but it's like they don't want to deal with any of the consequences of it. That bugs the shit out of me, because it's like, no, you can say whatever you want, but you got to be ready.
You got to stand on, you got to stand on,
you got to stand on it, and if people decide that they don't want to talk to you or watch your shit or follow your special because you made a joke about something that hurt their feelings or whatever, at the end of the day, it's like you have to expect that to happen. So another thing that makes me mad is when comedians get mad about that happening. That always bugs me, because it's like, what would you, if you're saying something offensive, and you're talking about you want to live in this ideal world where you say something offensive and no one gets offended. It's like, okay, well, that's not offensive.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If you're not pissing people off, then you're not doing the job right.
Yeah.
Okay, another misconception is I'll talk to people after a show, and this always comes up because there's that like culture war thing going on right now, and people will be like, "Oh, well, you're a comedian. It's your job to offend people," and I'm like, "Wrong. If all I'm doing when I'm on stage is offending people, like what the
fuck? All right, that's my MO. Is I'm going to make sure just point somebody and just start talking shit and just give everybody a hard time. That's my job.
Yeah, just make sure,
like that's all I'm good for, right?
Make sure no one has a good time. Like, I don't want people walking out of my show being like, I just got yelled at for an hour. You know? Like, I want people to have fun and laugh. So I think that's I will say I'll hit it up on the other side in a sec, but I feel that's like the misconceptions that are out there about comedians that I feel comedians lean into.
Yeah.
And that kind of bugs me. But the other thing out there is like people feel there's this whole other thing about comedians being like these like having like a lot of mental health issues. And I get a lot of comedians do. I have a lot of friends that do. But like people tend to like default to that sometimes with you. They're like, and they'll assume that you're dark or you're nihilistic or you're edgy or whatever the case. And that's really not the same thing either. It kind of bugs me because I'm like, I had this happen one time. I was seeing this girl in Connecticut, and I stopped by her restaurant. It was this real high-end place. So I'm at the bar, and there's this old white dude that's like one of her regulars, and he goes, hey, she was like, this is my friend Pat. He's a comedian. He goes, oh, comedians, huh? Hey, isn't it true that you guys always say you're happy, but deep down inside you're always sad?
Like, damn, right?
I'm like, fuck, I don't know.
Well, maybe just second guess myself right now. Shit.
Yeah, but like, yeah, exactly. It's like so much like you'll see like these like pop culture things. You see comedy represented in movies is also a very funny thing because like any show about comedians, I think, is inherently flawed because it makes it's so much about comedy. When so much of being a comedian, it has a lot to do with comedy, clearly, but it has like so much more of it is just like hanging out with your boys who are also comedians, and like it's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
that's the thing that like people don't really show. And like when you see media, it's always like it's either like they're tortured geniuses or they're like scumbags. It's really just fun and shit. Like I hang out with my comedian friends who just as it would have it, tend to be funnier than your average person.
Yeah.
And so like also like way more likely to like you ever like be joking with your boys and like this has to be a lot. You're joking with your homies or just like coworkers or whatever, like you're civilians, normal ass people. And you're joking and you guys have a little joke going and then you take the joke like one step, not necessarily too far, but like a step further.
You're like, oh damn.
And they're like, what the fuck? Yeah. And it's like I love hanging out with comedians because they're down for that. They're ready to go. And like, we'll just take a fucking joke and beat it to death. And like another thing, yeah, like we were like my homie Zach Brooks, he did a set last night and he has his he was at the Velveeta Room here in Austin, Texas, great fucking place. And he hadn't done a set in a while. So he went up and he had this new joke he's working on about when websites give you cookies. When websites sent these cookies. And he was like, man, but cookies is such a nice word. They should really call it like it's bad. It's data mining, whatever. He's like cookies. And so then he just made cookie puns. And he was like, no, I'm not going to sign your, one of them was your Nello waiver.
I'm not going to sign your Nello waiver shit.
Yeah. And I mentioned I was like oatmeal browsing cookies or something like that. Where like if I was hanging out with like regular people, they might be like, "Yo, who's this guy that keeps making more joke than is necessary?"
Right?
Like, and so like I love
you just keep going in on it, try to keep it going. Like let's see how far we can get to make it funnier and shit like that.
Exactly.
And you get clever because like you guys are like how you were saying you're quick, you're witty and clever, and like somebody says something funny, and then like you guys start one-upping each other, and it makes it even funnier. Yeah, exactly. That's the banter that you guys have and the camaraderie, right?
And that's what I love. And like, there will be times like I have my comedian homies, like a subsect of them. There's like a huge scene here in Austin, but the dudes from the old school, the guys from like the pre-Rogan Austin area that I came up with, we have this little bar that we run. I'm not gonna say it's off the books, but it's off the fucking books. And if you're ever coming to Austin, you will be coming out for a drink at this bar. It's fucking fantastic.
Nice.
But we'll be there and like. We'll have a riff, like it's called a riff, like you're riffing with the boys. We'll have a riff going, and it'll go off into like some crazy place, and then like we'll have our laugh, it'll be done, and then somebody will show up, and we'll be like, "Yo, dude, you missed the riff." Okay, it started like this. Homeboy said this, and then he was like this, and we were like, "What?" If the last one we had was we were watching The Matrix. It was on the TV. And it was the part where the character Tank walks in and goes to Neo and he just goes, "Hey, I'm Tank." And out of nowhere, the bartender, my homegirl Ava Smart was bartending, and he goes, "Hey, I'm Tank." And she goes, "And I'm a top."
Tank top.
Yeah, and so just like, and then it just turned to him being like a top fucking like sexually. And we were like, and then the joke turned into Neo waking up out the fucking Matrix and then finding out that he can't fuck the robots. And it's like, what do you mean I can't fuck? Well, can the robots fuck me? It's like, no. Like, it's like, and we just went on this thing and we died laughing. And then somebody else showed up and we're like, "Oh, dude, you missed the riff." We like gave the breakdown. Yeah, we gave the breakdown of where we were at with it, what it was, and like where it ended up. And like, we love that shit.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of a fun thing that I don't think people see that side of comedy, where it's like we're not making fun of each other, we're not busting each other's balls, we're literally just like
bullshitting
a dumb joke premise that we just spiraled out for 15 20
right and it was amazing, right?
It was like that. Like I live for that's the whole reason that bar exists, is so we have a place to hang out,
right?
And do that,
Here, this is the place we're gonna go and bullshit and have these rips and shit like that.
Exactly. So I think that's like, I was like when I watch a show like Crashing or whatever, like the like shows about comedians, or even like Funny People, which is a show about comedians. And it's like they have like this almost like locker room vibe where they're like backstage, like, hey, you going up tonight? All right, cool, be careful. They're crazy out there.
Right.
Like those conversations happen, but like so much more of it is just like you're smoking a cigarette and you see some dude walk by and you're like, yo, that guy looked like this guy, and you all start laughing. It's like it's a lot. That's why people will stay into it for fucking years, even if their career's not going anywhere, because it's like, where else is cooler than this?
Right. Know? It's fun to do. But with all that stuff going on, and even though you've been doing it and the camaraderie and all that stuff, was ever a doubt you're like, maybe like, hang it up, you know what I mean? Like anywhere in between like the 15 years where like, you know, because I can only imagine how you were saying it's like ups and downs, just like anything else when something's got a steady paycheck, you know, and then going through the whole damn COVID thing too. I mean, you can't go out and perform, you know what I mean? Like there's been times, like as with anything, for me, like it usually I feel, and so like if the doubt that you're feeling is the doubt for the whole career field, you know, by all means, like listen to that, like at least explore it. Like, don't be afraid. There's some people that like I got some homies that love these guys to death, but like they're not funny enough to be a professional comedian, you know? And you're just like, man, you just don't have it. And like they keep going and they set themselves up for so much emotional failure because it's like, bro, it's like my homie has this thing where he's like, is a joke he says, but he's like, you'd be happier if you quit. Like you'd be happier. If you would just quit, your life would be just so much better. You wouldn't even realize it.
Better. There's this weird thing. There'll be like a comedian nobody likes. And when I say comedian, all you have to do to be a comedian is go do open mics.
Right.
Like if I know you from doing open mics, even if you've never gotten a professional paid comedy gig, I will refer to you every time I bring you up as a comic. I'll be like, oh yeah, that guy, he's a comic from such and such. So that's all you need. You know, that's all you need is just somebody who's seen you do comedy before. So I have like comedy friends that like this is just like it's like really not what they're cut out for, and they don't do it. And it's like, man, like you should probably just, you know, hang it up. But then what's funny is there'll be a comedian that nobody likes or fucks with or thinks is very funny. And then that comedian quits doing comedy and their respect goes through the roof. People will be like some dude, like some guy that we never thought was funny or really technically thought about at all. And then they'll quit doing stand-up. Be like, hey, you heard from so-and-so? Be like, yeah, dude, he quit. He works doing this right now. Oh, dude, I love that guy, man.
As a comedian, he was a piece of shit, man. But anything else, he's a great guy. Yeah, your life would be so much better if you just quit.
Yeah, your respect goes through the fucking roof.
That's hilarious.
It's a very weird. It's like we don't know we're doing it. It's just that's how it happens. You're like, oh, so and so quit. I have a homie that quit comedy and started a Habitat for Humanity chapter in Austin. Just like it was like, oh, you're doing something like we all know comedy for what it is. Like this is this little dingy ass art form, and you're just actually helping the world.
Right.
Every time I bring him up, we're like, oh, I fucking love that guy.
Right. He's amazing, man. I'm just a piece of shit doing comedy.
Exactly. That's like I don't put it on a pedestal at all. But if there's that's if you're feeling that the game is not for you or the whole fucking life you listen to it. But where I've had to listen to myself is be like, this situation within comedy is not for me and it's not working. And that gets really serious when you start doing it professionally. Yeah. Because sometimes you'll have a booker and that is your lifeline to paid comedy. That is that person who really arbitrates whether you're going to make enough money to pay your rent that month or not. And you put up with a lot because this is what you wanted to do. You wanted to pay your bills with comedy. Yeah. So I had a booker that I worked with for like 4 years, and there's gonna be a fucking Netflix documentary about this guy at some point. Everyone who's worked with this guy is like, man, just what a swinging for the fences maniac asshole. You know, just like one of the most abrasive. Fucking racist, sexist assholes. Like, I was racist, but like, he's this guy and he's crazy. And like, but he fucking, if you get in good with him, he'll put you on the road and you'll work as much as you want to. At least that's how it used to be. It kind of changed, which is why I stopped working with him. But like, you get in with that guy and you'll find yourself like, and this is just him. This is a lot of bookers. Yeah. Or a lot of like people who gatekeep paid stage time. Yeah. You know, like you'll get in with them and you'll find yourself putting up with some bullshit. And you're like, you know,
do I want to keep doing this?
Do I want to keep doing it? That was why I got off the road with my last guy. I did it for a few years. I probably should have stopped a year sooner than I did, but I found myself like, we're friends on socials. You see, I'll post my tour schedules up.
Yeah.
I'll go do some cool cities, but you see those little connective tissues where I'm like, yo, dog, I'm in Holdridge, Nebraska. You know, like it's these weird ass little rooms, but it's like that's how you get the check. You go to the city to get famous. You go on the road to get paid.
Yeah,
and that's a little comedy expression. So, or maybe entertainment. Who knows? But so you go like you'd be out there and like I was getting my hotels paid for. I was getting I was getting paid every night for my shows. I was getting good tips. It was like I was making it. But then there'd be times where it'd be like, damn, like I need a new set of tires, and I've like driven my car all over the country for you, and it's like. Like I'm not getting that out of you. You're not giving me that. And then it turned into like he was mismanaging his dates and the tours started really zigzagging and you were spending way more fucking gas because he can't keep a relationship open with a venue and the schedule no longer is a straight line. Now it's a lightning bolt. And because he has to pick up all these little secondary venues. Yeah. And you would just see stuff like that. And that was something where I was actually at a pretty low point. This was like last year in April. I did my last tour and I was just like, we started off with 17 shows. I think we ended up only doing 12. And because he's canceling or it was a venue that was untested, but he said, fuck it. I'll send my guys to drive up to Henderson, Nevada anyways. And it's like, oh, hey, guess what? 7 tickets got sold. And it's like just shit like that where you're like, I had to have a conversation with myself. Like, okay, I want to do stand up, but this isn't working. Yeah. I had to be honest with myself. Yeah. And it sucked because I could get the little dopamine dump out of it. I could post a flyer that had fucking 17 tour dates on it, and it looked really good. It looked cool, and I could post like, yo, I'm here in the city doing it. It looks really good on social media, but I knew that I was stressed the fuck out trying to pay my car note. I knew that I had the hotels were free, but I had to pay the deposits on the hotels, and those were so I had 5 nights in a row where I'd pay $100 deposit. Now I got $500 hanging in the ether, and waiting for this shit to just cycle through for the day's end, and And then you I knew what the reality of it was. And so I had to be honest with myself and go, okay, look, I still want to do comedy. I still want to do stand-up. But this isn't working. And I need to be honest with myself and I need to fucking pull the trigger on that. And I did that. And because I was able to have that conversation with myself, maybe a little too late, but I was able to have it. I'm in a situation where I'm at now, which I love. I'm in Austin. I'm in the comedy capital of the country. I'm getting back out, meeting people that I missed while I was out fucking barnstorming the Midwest. And I'm meeting all, people who are movers and shakers. I'm making connections. I have a stable job. I have money coming in. I was able to pivot the podcast because the podcast makes money, but that money was going to my rent, to my bills.
Yeah.
And now I'm able to funnel it back into the podcast and actually try to grow the shit. And I have this level of stability and this new field of opportunity that I would not had I just been well, no, I want to be a touring road comic. So I have to put up with this bullshit. I know. I hit it. I did a hard pivot on my lifestyle. And it was hey, now, instead of playing fucking, breweries 5 nights a week, I am getting up 5 mornings a week and going and being an electrician and then getting out and doing my podcast and doing stand-up at night in a city where it's popping. And I wouldn't have had that if I hadn't had that conversation with myself.
I like that. That's one thing, too. And as I've gotten older, too, because I have an IT degree and I've worked in IT for 15 years. And I after COVID, I was a little sour. I lost my job, a little story. But when I started getting into content, everybody was streaming. So I started streaming. And then I realized I can't be live as much as I would want. So I can't be successful as much as I think as a streamer. So I had to pivot my content. And I was like, all right, what can I do that I see myself doing and maybe start trying to generate some money and monetize some of my content. Just being live for 8 to 10 hours a day for me wasn't going to work. So I was honest with myself. Fuck, I want to play games and I want people to watch me. Ain't nobody going to watch me. Nobody fucking cares. As much as I would want, nobody fucking cares. But when I started doing the podcast and kind of getting away and doing more things, I was more honest with myself, but I was happier. Because I have content homies that have full-time jobs and just hey, they fucking say 9 to 5 saves lives. You know what I mean? Everything that I'm doing, that my IT degree and all the money that I generate, I'm trying to build my brand and build something that I could see myself doing. But that's good that you have that because a lot of people will just be fuck it and just quit. I don't want, instead of trying to be more honest and just pull back a little bit and kind of have more of a game plan to pursue what you want to do.
Exactly. My shit was just hit the road and go and it did a number on my mental health and it kind of fucked up my last relationship, and but yeah, I was able to step back, and I probably caught it a little too late or later than I would have liked, but I was able to rally, wrangle it back in and get it under control. And there's some people that, and that's not just comedy, there's some people that never had that honest conversation with themselves. That's where you see a lot of like comedians, like you see a lot of, it's probably this other fields, but you see a lot of like, hey guys, I'm quitting stand-up, and it's like, I feel like if I ever needed to quit stand-up, I just wouldn't say anything.
Yeah,
dude. Stop.
Dude, I see that all the time with content creators. All right, guys, I'm not going to be streaming no more. Thank you for that. Like, just nobody fucking cares. As much as you think nobody fucking cares, just right into the sunset, because there's a million other people doing the same goddamn thing. You know what I mean? But I always give props to people that keep doing things, even though it might not be what they are like. Because, it's a numbers game, especially with like, oh man, I'm not getting any likes. Nobody's coming my shit. Nobody's like, that could take a toll on you too. You know what I mean? But staying the course is what I always tell. I always give people props of staying the course. If you're true and you're honest and you know what your vision is, regardless of what everybody else is doing, you're still doing your thing. That's when I give more props and I get a different perspective. Like speaking to you about you being a comedian, man, that like hearing that story and giving me that different perspective, like drives me to keep doing what the fuck I'm doing. You were doing that for 15 years. I'm only going 4 years in. Like, let's be honest. You know what I mean? Like, be honest with myself. So when I talk to people who are business owners and doing shit like that, there's a struggle. And like that point where you're like, oh shit, is this for me or not? And a lot of the time when you're honest with yourself and you start making the right decisions to help you pursue what you still want to do, that's when people turn that corner.
Yeah. It really it's like that. It's like it also doesn't have to be. It doesn't never has to be all or nothing. Like that's like very few things in life work that way. Where it's just all or nothing. I mean, shit. I got a homie who is in a wildly successful band that tours internationally. That has a gigantic following, and like he also does stand up here in Austin. He's hilarious, and he also has a job. He has a day job. For a while, he was bartender. Now he works for a corporation. It's a corporate job, but like he'll be like, yeah, I had to take 2 weeks off work. We're going to Japan and playing shows for 2 weeks, and like but he still is able to maintain a life. And that's another thing I do content creation in the sense that I do a podcast, and my podcast as an offshoot needs to make content. So I guess I'm a content creator. It feels weird saying it because I don't put in the work like y'all. Like I feel like.
Yeah, but that's just another little a tool set that you have though, because now it's just kind of like, what else can you do other than just being a one thing? What else can you do, right? Adding more tools.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like that. But one thing I know is that I think this helps is that like you can't be just that thing. Like you have to have a regular life. You have to have somewhere you recharge with, or somewhere where you go and do regular person shit, because that's what makes your content good. Is when people feel like they can relate to you. And when all you like just to go back to comedy, it's all I know. Like like I meet comics who are grinding on open mics. They only hang out with comedians. That's like every night they're off. They hang out at the comedy club. And it's like some of them either work or don't work or work minimally, don't have girlfriends or don't have like spouses, whatever. They're all in on that. And I've been there before. I've been in that situation. And it's like, what are you going to talk about that somebody can fucking relate to? You hang out at picnic tables fucking smoking cigarettes with your boys. That's when your fucking jokes turn into, like real weird inside baseball shit, or you make jokes about comedy that like the average person doesn't understand or fucking whatever. Like, it's like comedians who have a job or have a sport or have a hobby or something they fucking do that puts them in contact with the real world. Before, every time I've been full-time comedy, as like when I was full-time on the road for like 3 years, I wrote a good amount of material. I did a better job perfecting existing material. But there was a time earlier in my career, it was around like 2000. Do you know that time that I posted that fucking ICP thing and some random juggalo dude got mad at me and you had to be like, hey, yo, I know this guy. He does comedy. Yeah. Okay. So in that time period, my pops just passed away and I got some money from him. And I was like, all right, well, fuck. Let me move back to Texas. And I told myself, like, I'm going to do comedy full time. I moved back to Austin, Texas, and I fucking had the least productive comedy year of my life. I went to open mics. I met people. I did a lot of drugs. I partied a lot. I didn't really accomplish anything. I didn't write anything. And then I was like, oh shit, I'm broke again. I had to go fucking work. And I started working again. And that was when I started writing bits again and started actually because it was like, oh yeah, when you sequester yourself from fucking real life and don't experience it, you got nothing to say. Nobody wants to, like anything you come up with, the jokes you come up with are going to be weird. Nobody likes them, because it's like, what are you talking about?
You think they're funny, but not everybody else thinks they're funny.
Oh,
Before we start wrapping this up, man, I just wanted to ask you, like, who are some of your influences, like your favorite comedians that kind of like we're like, damn, like, because you said it earlier, like you liked comedy and you're like a student of comedy. Like, what were some of the comedians that were like, damn, like I liked his material and some that we may not know, past, present, you know?
Yeah, for sure. So my number one, like the biggest figure I have in my life comedy wise is George Carlin.
Okay.
I got into George Carlin, we stopped hanging out the summer after fourth grade when I moved. I would say 4 years later, in eighth grade, I discovered George Carlin. Blew my mind, broke my brain open. I didn't know you could think that way. I got his book. It was called Brain Droppings. It was his first book. And it was just like a collection of stand-up, and it had multiple chapters that were just like proto-Twitter. They were like kind of like just random little thoughts. And like I didn't know, like I'd never seen anything like that before. And so I got that, opened my mind. And really like, also I grew up in a military family. My parents were cool. They were reasonable people. But, you know, we got a big, Carlin's very anti-establishment, very about questioning authority. Mm-hmm. And I hadn't heard a voice like that. I hadn't heard a voice that was like, hey, because my parents were soldiers, you know, they went and fought in conflicts, and they weren't like war hawks, but they would be like, you know, hey, we're going over there to help. I have to go to Bosnia. We're helping these people. And that was the first time I'd ever heard anybody tell me like, hey, maybe we're not really helping that much over there.
Yeah, you're like, hold on a second.
That was revolutionary for me. I got a hefty dose of like, hey, America, we're all right. You know, I got a lot of that growing up. And I started reading Carlin, and it was like, it made me question everything. And then like, I looked at it like comedy, it made me laugh, but when it came into like stand-up comedy out the gate, like one of the Chappelle, our generation, we had Chappelle's show, all of his stand-up specials, loved him. Still one of my favorite comedians of all time. I think he is morphing into a crazy old man. That's just me. Like I'd be remiss if I didn't say he was one of my biggest fucking influences. Go back and watch my early stand-up sets, and I do a lot of like the same little moves that he used to do. Like he had this one move he would always do where it was a guy, like he would pantomime like fastening up a coat and walking away, and he would usually say something like, whatever. I fucking, dude, I did that so much when I first started out. Bill Burr, huge influence on me. I love that he rides a line that I try to ride, where he's actually, he comes off like a crass Boston dude, but if you listen to him talk, he's very progressive. He's a very like forward-thinking guy. He's very, he's A+, checks out on issues of race and gender, and like he's not impressed by rich people and shit like that. So I'm super far left in my politics. You followed me on Facebook for a few years. You know what kind of asshole I am. So I'm like so far left. I think the Democrats are fucking Republicans. I'm that guy. And so he fucking like I love that he does that thing where he rides that thing of like, I am. This is the same, like you could show this comedy to your uncle and he'd think it was funny, and you can show this comedy to your boys and think it was funny, but you can show it to like a progressive friend and they'd be like, oh, he's actually making a point. Like, I know, like that. I try to kind of, that has influenced me. But one thing that when it comes to influences, I found this out as a road comic, which is hilarious, or to me, Austin comedy. So Austin comedy went through two phases. Right now we're in post-Rogan phase, but I was part of the old school crowd, and Austin used to be known for two things: was having like weird, odd nerd comedy, and also being having, within Texas at least, we were notorious for having what some people might say unearned access to the industry. Because Austin was like, you know, like we got shit. Like my boys Devin Walker and Andrew Dismukes are SNL cast members, and I came up doing open mics with those guys. Like those are homies. I do Andrew with them in New York, and so we were putting up points on the board. Vanessa Gonzalez, she was just on HBO last night. She has a HBO Latino special. Like she fucking rules. She's one of my best friends in comedy. And so like we were doing our thing, but we had this, especially among the other big Texas cities, we had this thing of like, oh, Austin, it's like all these fucking, you know, like these somewhat funny dudes who just do nerdy, weird comedy, and the industry's lining up to suck their dicks. Because that was kind of happening.
You're in the right place at the right time, so everybody's kind of hating.
Like there was a whole thing where these two Austin comedians went on one of those TV judge shows. And fucking some Houston comic, they were arguing about some dumb shit about online bullying, but this Houston comic summed it up. He said, classic Austin, two idiots yelling at each other and somehow they wind up on TV. So like, That was the thing. But the Austin comedy for a while was very we were fans of ourselves. So that being said, when I was on the road and people would ask me, we started talking, if you're doing a long drive on a comic and you're just talking about favorite bits or whatever, all of my bits that I really love and the whole deer are from people that are from Austin that nobody's fucking heard.
Yeah, they're who the fuck is that?
Yeah. It's I'll talk about Martin Urbano, who's now a Tonight Show writer, example. He has one of my favorite jokes of all time, and it's about this is the opening is fucking the other day, my uncle's a real piece of shit. We all thought he was cheating on my aunt, and we had never had any proof until one night we caught him red-handed in the act of having sex with me.
Damn.
And then he goes, yeah, it was already hilarious. And then he goes,
Jesus. Jesus.
So, yeah, I love that. And he's a Mexican comic too. So then he goes, yeah, my uncle heard that joke and he wasn't too happy about it. He actually told me, but not for the reasons you think. He said, hey, you should do more jokes about being Mexican.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, I'll give it a shot. Here we go. My Tio is a real piece of shit. We all thought he was cheating on my tia, but we never had any proof until una noche. I caught him red-handed in the act of making enchiladas while having sex with me. That's one of my favorite jokes of all time. Martin Urbano, he's on the road right now. He's doing a show called the Apology Tour. He's hilarious, and we used to sneak him into bars when he was 20 and get him drunk. And now this dude's writing for the Tonight Show.
That's so dope, man.
That guy. Yeah, all my favorite jokes and shit come from Austin comedians that more than likely you may not have heard of.
Right. But with all that, with all being said, man, the grind and being a part of that little hot pot of all the comedian stuff. How do you keep that drive for yourself, with all the jokes and everything aside, for yourself?
Yeah.
How do you keep fuck, I just keep getting better, keep doing this, keep doing that? How does that drive? Because a lot of people can lose drive in doing anything, even if they love. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, I love doing content because I don't think it's work. I enjoy talking to people. I enjoy making videos. I really do enjoy it. So that's what drives me, because I enjoy doing it.
Yeah, so it comes from different places. And like I said, I'm going through one of those things right now where I had to kind of reach back in myself and find the energy to keep going. And it was, like I said, I got off the road recently. And while I was off the road, Austin exploded. And while I was on the road, Austin exploded. I would come back and I would usually do a month on, a month home, and a month out, And I'd be back in Austin and I would just do my homie shows. I didn't get out of my bubble. And all these new clubs were opening up. Fucking Joe Rogan was here. All these cats were coming through. And it was just, it was like a landscape that I was probably a little intimidating, because I was like, man, I already fucking established myself here. I got to reestablish myself. Fuck. And it was frustrating. So I would just say, I just kind of escaped. It's like, fuck it, I'm just going to disappear into the road. I'm just going to go do my shows on the road, come back and whatever. And I got back and was like, damn, all right, so now I need to make a move. I need to go out and go to these open mics. And it was hard. I went out and I would show up and I'd be hanging out and it'd be like, I already fucking did this, man. I already hung out. I already did the late nights. Like I said at the beginning of the episode, I would go do the late nights, do the hangouts where no questions asked. Yeah, I'll show up. Let's go. And I was like, I already did that shit. I don't have it in me to do it again. But I just kind of, once I recorded my special in December, and I was like, okay, now all those jokes are kind of fucking burnt, I could do them until the special drops. Once the special drops, I need to do shit. And so I started writing jokes again and hitting mics. And at first it was frustrating. But I really do like writing jokes and doing comedy on stage. I just love it. And I also, that's the innocent inspiration. But there's also a little bit more of I would say not mean-spirited, but a little more of hey, no, fuck that. I want to show y'all that I can do this.
Hell
I want to
yeah.
show y'all that I'm better than y'all.
Fuck yeah.
Honestly, that was what got me out of the slump, was I went out to some shows, and there's so many funny comedians in Austin, new and old, not talking shit. But I got booked on some shows with some newer cats, and they're inexperienced. They're just younger, they're younger, they're newer to the game. They don't have the chops, or at least, they don't, it's not there yet.
Yeah.
And I would do shows and I'd watch them fumble these hot ass crowds. And I'd just be like, fuck that. I can knock that shit out the fucking park, man. Let me on stage. Let me get up, bump me up further or earlier in the lineup. I don't give a fuck if I go later or not. I'll go up right now. And it kind of hit back to the hip hop days. So I used to battle rap people, and I was like, I was always getting put on the spot. Oh, you're white, freestyle. Show us what you got,
Yeah. And
so I like that. I put my back's against the wall. I fucking go.
Yeah.
And so I had to tap into that, which is probably a little I don't know. It's a little less a little less rosy. It's not as thing. It's just like, I love comedy and I love the art form and I
Yeah.
wanted to do it. I was like, no, right now, what got me out of my slump that I was in previously was like, I want to show these cats I'm better than them.
Yep.
I want to show these cats, like, when they let me on stage, they're going to be like, oh, fuck, this dude just shut the fucking show down. And like, and sometimes it's the love of the game, and sometimes it's the love of yourself.
Yeah.
And it can go back and forth, and you got to know which one you need at which moment. And I fooled myself into being like, I not fooled myself, but I was like, I was drawing from the wrong well.
Yeah.
At first, and then it was like, no, dog, get fucking talk your shit. Go up there, be a little cocky. That's always been kind of my thing. Is like I'm like comically confident, you know, like, and like people are like, this fat ugly motherfucker can't be confident, like, you know, and it's like, no, dog, I am somehow. I don't know how to do it either, and I had to like rediscover that within myself, and it helped outside of comedy too, because it was like, man, that's the part of me when I was, you know, rapping back in Killeen. It was in the band. It was like I was doing fucking, you know, I was playing shows where I was a screamer in a hardcore band and my collar was popped and I had J's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was like, I was this big character, and like having to draw back into that, it was like the confidence boost.
Yeah.
I was like, nah, get there, go up on stage, do it because you're fucking better than them.
Yep.
You know that you're better than them, and sometimes that's what you need. Like Anthony Jeselnik, who's another hilarious comedian. I don't know if you know Anthony Jeselnik.
Is he like, he's kind of like the, I don't want to like misinterpret his like comedy. I don't know if it's the same guy. He's like a little dry sometimes, or
yeah, super dark one-liners.
Yeah,
he's known for.
yeah.
Just like, yeah, we're just like one of his famous jokes. You know, actually, my mom should have been on one of those planes on 9/11. I think.
Damn.
Yeah, it's like that. But he did a quote on this comedy podcast one time. They were like, "Why? Like, what do you want your legacy in comedy to be?" And he was like, "That I destroyed it. That I made it harder for the guy after me to do it. I want people to go like I want my performances to outshine future performances, and people know that the luster just isn't there for the following people." And that sounds like shitty and conceited, but it's like, no, man, that's like, because it's very competitive, and it's very individualistic.
Yep.
Comedy is like improv is collaborative, and I love my improv friends, but they're fucking nerds. So, like, there's the thing in comedy. There's a joke that improv kids were bullied at school, and improv kids were beat up at school. Stand-up comedians were beat up at home. And so yeah, if you want collaboration, go to that. But like, stand-up is very individualistic. It's about who. Yeah. It's about you. It's about I'm so fucking funny. Yeah. I'm the guy on stage right now. And sometimes that's the well you got to draw from. So that keeps me going. Right now, I'm in that mode. I guess I'm on my fucking I'm on my Eminem kamikaze shit right now.
Hell yeah. Well, that's the thing. You have to have that chip on your shoulder and that confidence. Because I tell people when it comes to the content, I always try to make sure that I'm learning and getting better, and I'm not just doing what everybody else is doing. It might not work for me or for everybody else, but I always feel like, damn, Jimmy's doing this, damn, doing that. I'm like, fuck yeah, I am. Like, I start separating myself. People start, they start taking me more serious in my craft and what I'm trying to do, because they see that I'm putting in the work and I'm actually doing I'm not ever that type of guy. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I just do shit. And people are like, oh, fuck, you're doing that. I'm all, yeah, man. I'm not the type of guy that's going to sit there and be like, hey, guys, this year I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I'm just going to start doing shit, and everybody like, damn.
Doing it.
Yeah. That's what drives me. And then when people say, damn, you're tearing it up, I'm all, fuck yeah. Like, that's what drives me. Like, knowing that I have a mission and I'm doing this because I want to do it and I'm doing it my way. Yeah. Hey, let's go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let's go.
It's irreplaceable. Yeah. Like, you really can't, like, you know, like, I think if it comes from a good place, like for me, it comes from a love of comedy. I really do love comedy. And if you love something, what do you love more than to be known as the best person at it? Or at least that you have to be mentioned when they talk about it. Like, George Carlin has a famous quote where he said, I want my contribution to comedy to be that you can't discuss it without mentioning me. And I was like, yeah, that's
pretty
cool.
dope.
Yeah, like, and he nailed it. Like, will I have that impact on the game? More than likely not. But,
but you mean in the Austin area?
yeah. But if you're working towards it, man, and like if you love what you're in, there's no problem with like making. There's nothing wrong with being like, my motivation is to be the fucking best at this, to be better than you. That's that's you need that,
right? And having that chip on your shoulder, I think it always a good thing, man. I just feel like everybody does. If anything, I've learned the past 4 years with doing this content thing is, everybody has different lanes and everybody's pushing it in different paces. And I have no issues with it. Like how you were saying, I like that you credit people that are comedians. Yeah, he's a comedian from so-and-so. Oh, I'd say the same thing, like, hey, he's a streamer. Like, hey, there's a streamer buddy. He's a content buddy. I still give him the props, but when you're in that circle, everybody knows where everybody's at. Like certain levels, you know what I mean? Yeah. But you still give the respect, you know what I mean? But I think that's how it should be, because like everybody has a different level of respect when it comes to the certain game, but everybody knows what's up, you know what I mean? Within, you know, everybody knows what's up, you know what I mean? Because sometimes a lot of people try to like, I'm a streamer on Twitch. Like, bitch, ain't nobody watching you, but you are a streamer on Twitch. You are a streamer on Twitch. You sure are, but you know what I mean? I'm not taking that away from you, but you know, like you overselling the fact that you're a streamer, you know, is another thing, But dude, that's just a whole other thing. But yeah, man, I get you, man. But to be confident saying, hey, I'm a comedian and I do this and I do that, and you could show it. You know what I mean? And you're confident in saying it, because a lot of people like always get hesitant when it's not something that people hear about. Like, Jimmy, you have a podcast? Yeah, man, I have a podcast. I talk about this and things like that. Really? Like, yeah, man. And I don't like shy away. But at the same time, I don't oversell it. Yeah, man, check me out. Yeah. We do all this and all. I'm like, look, if you want to check me out, you know my name, and there it is. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, dude. That's the way to be about it, man. It's like, and like one thing I like with comedy is like it is kind of fun though. It's like, man, there's this irreplaceable fucking feeling. And again, this is why I chase this shit. And when you get off stage and everybody knows you fucking smoked it, like everybody's just like, God damn, dude. That's like dope. I do the comedy hip hop group Vanilla Presley. We had a show last night at the Green Room. We opened up for Jamar Neighbors. It was fucking fun as shit. But like there was a comics between us and Jamar, and like everybody did good. Everybody had a good set. But like it's no matter what you do, like we have beats and we're rapping. You know, so it's very hard to like top the energy. You know, so I'm not knocking comics. But like I got on stage and this comedian came up to me. He's like, bro, y'all left them tired. He was like, they were tired, dude. Like,
y'all were too much. Like, the next person is fucked.
That's what I want, dude. That's what I love is that like that's an irreplaceable feeling. Where like you get the fuck off stage and you know that person, they might have a good set, but they ain't having a great.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, man. Before we start wrapping this up, man, let everybody know where they can find you, what what projects you're coming up. I know you mentioned your special and shit like that. Let us know where we can all find that and where we can follow you, brother.
100%. So I had a special that's be coming out, aiming for May, early June. It's called I Don't Even Work Here. It'll be posted. I'm just going to do it on YouTube. Fucking throw it up. Come check it out. But also, I do a podcast called Lie, Cheat, and Steal.
Which is dope. It's funny. I love it. I love the clips.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, man. I love the clips.
Yeah, we talk about scam artists. The tagline is it's a podcast about liars, frauds, thieves, and bullshitters. And we cover stuff all the way from we just did a recent one about a guy who started a solar powered generator company, and it turned out to be a huge Ponzi scheme. And then we had he stole $900 million from investors, and he lived like a fucking rock star while he was doing it. So you couldn't even be mad at the guy. That was cool. But then we'll do stories like from the 1800s.
I know. I saw. I was like, "What the fuck?" The old ass shit. This guy stole $1 million from somewhere, like a British guy. I was like, "What the fuck? How did he even find this shit?"
Yeah, we'll do stuff. We have one story that's from like 1123, from like the year 1123. It's where it starts with that. Basically, the King of Scotland had a throne called the Stone of Scone, and it was this throne they ordained Scottish kings on, and one king came through and stole it, and it stayed. Whenever you see fucking like Queen Elizabeth sitting on that fucking chair, that stone is under her chair, and it's like a kind of a big fuck you to Scotland. But like in the 1950s, some Scottish college students got drunk one night and were like, "We're getting it back," and they broke into Buckingham Palace and stole this fucking rock. Insane stories. Anything where someone is using weaponized dishonesty. Yeah, we'll do an episode. Also, nice. So if you like true crime, but the murder shit, it can be a little much. I love true crime, but sometimes you can only listen about somebody getting fucking stabbed so much. So if you want like crime and investigation and like scams and shit like that, that's the podcast for you. Lie, Cheat, and Steal. Also, I'm in a comedy rap group called Vanilla Presley. We have videos online at Vanilla Presley. Oh, the podcast is at Lie, Cheat, Steal Podcast on everything. We're on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. You can check that out. Not sure when this episode's going to drop. So let's see. What do I have show-wise coming up? I don't know. But here's how you can find out. You can just follow me I'm at PZTX. It's PEEZYTX, PZ Texas. I started that Instagram when I was still thinking I was going to be a rapper. So
keep it going.
Everybody's like, changing.
Hey, you're still a rapper. Technically, you're still a rapper.
Yeah, I still am. I was rapping last night.
There you go.
So, yeah, people will be like, they'll be like, change it to your fucking real actual name, like an adult. And I'm like, no. It's at PZ Texas, PEEZYTX. And I post all my show dates. And even though I'm off the road full time, I still hit the road for a week at a time here and there. Back in January, I did shows up in the Midwest. And so I'm still on the road on occasion. Come fuck with me if you're in the Austin area, though. You can see me all the time.
Fuck yeah, man. And I'll have all those links down there, guys, if you're listening or watching and shit like that. But thank you so much for sharing all those kind of shit with you, man. I can't wait to see you in person and do your thing, man. That'll give me more of a reason to get down to Austin to do some other shit that I want to do for my kind of shit. But if I ever do, man, I will let you know ahead of time, man. I would love to see you kill on stage, bro.
Shit. If you ever come down, we'll talk about this offline. If you ever come down, we can hop up in the studio. We want to do an Austin episode. And
hell yeah, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, man. But y'all make sure you guys go check them out, man. Like I said, man, we're all having all types of people on here, man. We're just trying to broaden the different topics and get people's out there, because a lot of my mission out here, guys, is that everybody has something that they're trying to pursue. Everybody's, has freaking different ways of pursuing and has different journeys, man. Everybody just strive. I always try to show people like, hey, man, you can do it in your own way. You don't have to fucking shoot for the moon, but hey, man, you can fucking do and have a okay life and a decent life doing what you really do enjoy doing, man. And I'm just been fortunate to be able to reach out to people to share their stories like that, man. So thank you so much for your time, brother.
Thank you so much for having me, brother.
Hey, man, for sure, man. Y'all make sure you guys check us out. I'm on Spotify, iTunes, YouTube. I'm on all that shit. Make sure to go check out my boy Patrick. I'll have all the links and everything at the bottom, man. Until next time, y'all take care. Peace out, homies.
It got to the point where we're like we're not making it, bro. You know what I mean? That's around the time I made like the first shirt and everything and stuff like that. And I was like, you know what? Let's post it. Let's open another Instagram and like stuff like that. I was like, let's post it. So I posted it, bro. Shit you not, that first shirt, I did it in 2 colors. I remember selling 50 shirts.
Fuck yeah.
17, 18 bucks a pop.
Nice.
So I was like, that there's a half the rent.
Right.
You know what I mean? Something like that. Boom, dropped the second fucking shirt. Same thing, bro. 40-something shirts, bro. Everybody had that stimulus money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, fuck yeah, I'll buy that fucking shirt, bro. So I was selling shit left and right. I was like, let's get into hats. Let's get into that. So that's when I realized that I was like, damn, like this shit's gonna fucking work out for me, bro. I think, how long was like COVID? Like a year?
Year and a half.
A year and a half for that. So I was working maybe like 6 months into COVID. After those 6 months, like for that year, I just did the clothing stuff, bro. Shout out to my wife too. Me and my wife were up literally from, I want to say 8 a.m. to 10 at night in our kitchen, bro. It was our 1-bedroom apartment. So we were in our kitchen, making shirts and stuff like that. And we just started selling shirts. Once I saw that it started paying the bills and stuff like that, bro, I was like, you know what? Like this shit's gonna work out. I should keep pushing.
What up, y'all? Welcome back to another episode here on the JDG Podcast, continuing season 3. And some of you may or may not know, we've been opening our topics, opening up our audience. We've been fortunate to have different types of people, walks of life, and experiences and things that they're pursuing in life. And today is no other different than we have Mr. Hector here. How are you, brother?
Yes, sir. Good. How are you, bro?
Good, man. Thank you for coming through, man. We were kind of just chopping it up a little bit. I know that you've been building this brand, man. Let's talk about this brand and
how it came about and things like that, man. So first of all, what's the name of the brand?
So my brand's VLR brand, which stands for Viva la Raza.
Uh-huh.
So I try to base everything, Chicano, Mexican American, basically the culture here in El Paso, bro.
Nice.
That's what I'm trying to bring out.
Yeah, that's dope, man.
Bro. Yeah.
So give us a quick little background about yourself. Like what gave you the idea of I wanted to start a brand? Like what were the thoughts of those conversations in your head? Or
Yeah, so one of my biggest pet peeves was, when you go to Ross, Burlington, whenever you're gonna go shopping and stuff like that, you're looking through the racks, oh shit, a badass shirt, right? You look at it, you turn the back, fucking Hello Kitty, something in the back. You know what I mean? You're like, bro, come on, that's a waste of a shirt. You know what I mean? And plus, I'm on the big side, bro. You know what I mean? So every time I go to stores, they're very limited on sizes and stuff like that. And what if I just make a shirt? You know what I mean? I printed one of my shirts. My homie has a clothing brand. Shout out to Bobby, by the way. He's the one who helped me start the clothing brand, gave me pointers and stuff like that. But he helped me make my first shirt, bro. I liked it. And I was like, you know what if I just keep making the shirts, bro? You know what I mean? Selling them and stuff like that. Ever since I was little, I was like, I knew I wanted to do something, bro. So I was like, you know what? Let's just start printing. Let's see where it takes us.
Yeah.
So that's how it started, bro. Yeah. That's how it started.
That's dope. And a little side story, how we met was through gaming.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Shout out to Fernie, that El Paso guy.
Fernie,
you guys were playing and I was following him at the time, and I ended up getting to know him and know you guys, and we would play, Warzone and shit. The glory days.
Yeah.
The glory days of Warzone and shit. Before all the cheaters and all the shit.
Yeah,
but yeah, man, it's cool that we were, we're not like a best of friends, but I've always kind of kept up with what you got going on. I did see that you started a brand, and, you had different designs and different pop-up things. And I was like, oh, that's dope. That's so cool, man. Because like I said, I don't personally know you, but I saw you and I was like, fuck yeah, that's dope.
Yeah.
I just like seeing people that are winning, whatever they're doing in life. You know what I mean? And now that I've been more, doing this content creation stuff, I'm starting to see people that are pursuing things outside of the norm.
Yeah.
And for me, when I see that, I get more inspired.
Yeah.
For that, so
for sure, yeah.
So how did the name come up? When did you think of the name? I was like, I want Viva la Raza, and you were like, all right, I'm gonna stand on this.
Yeah. So it was that day that I got my shirt, the first shirt that I printed, bro, and I was like, what can I name this brand, bro? That's the first thing my homie told me. Like, first you need a brand. What are you gonna reflect off for the brand and stuff like that? And I'm really into, again, Latino music and stuff like that. This is an old school song, but it's a song that says, this is for the raza. You know what I mean? I was playing it at night, bro, and I was like, something like raza, viva la raza. You know what I mean? I was born and raised in Segundo here in El Paso. So I was raised with all that, the way they dress,
the culture
and stuff like that, bro. So I was like, I need to do something to represent where I came from and what I like, bro. What I like seeing and doing every day. So that's what it all started, bro.
Hell yeah,
man.
Yeah. That's so interesting. And I find it fascinating because a lot of things always just start with an idea.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It really is. I when I first started streaming, I would just I was at home and I was like, all right, I'm gonna just do it.
Yeah.
And then over time, my goal changed.
Mm-hmm.
And then over time, my goal changed. But it was crazy because I was going through these phases of learning about myself and finding what I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
I had an idea. I wanted to pursue content.
Yeah.
I just didn't know how.
Yeah.
In what way.
Mm-hmm.
So talk about the actual branding and actually building from the ground up. Now you have the idea, you have the name.
Yeah.
You're like, oh shit,
now what do we do?
Yeah, okay, now I want to start pursuing this. How do I do it? So talk about that transition of realizing that, okay, I'm gonna push this brand.
Yeah.
I'm confident in what I'm gonna design and put out. Talk about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so like I said, Bobby, once again, he helped me out. Again, I'm not the best artist, you know what I mean, at drawing and stuff like that. He introduced me to a whole program of how to using it. I think that was one of the hardest things to learn, bro. The program, there's countless amounts of programs that you can use to design clothing and stuff like that. So me personally, I use Procreate. That's what I use. I like drawing everything with my pen and everything and stuff like that. So he was like, now we need to get you, what style of clothes do you want to use? I'm on the oversized baggy look, you know what I mean? So first we need to find a manufacturer. First you need to find what way you want to print it. There's a lot of different ways to print on material and stuff like that. So I feel like that was one of the hardest things to find, you know what I mean? The who's gonna sell me the shirts? But I mean, he's been doing it for a long time, so he knows like the ins
Yeah.
and outs.
You got
and, like,
you got a
stuff
little
like that,
cheat
bro.
sheet.
Yeah, I got a little cheat sheet with me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he helped me out starting all of that, bro.
Like, when did you feel like it was time to take it serious? After obviously he helped you out and put you in the
Yeah.
right direction, but what year were you like, all right, I'm gonna start taking this serious? Because it's an idea. You start putting everything out. You start getting the design, and now like, okay, now I'm really doing it.
Mhm.
Like,
When
about the seriousness of like, oh shit,
it was that whole COVID year, bro.
Yeah.
That whole COVID year helped me, blow up on Instagram, bro. So that year, it was the first year me and my wife have moved out of our parents' house and stuff. We got a little apartment, 1-bedroom apartment. We were like, what do we need? Like a little machine. We started printing with vinyl and like stuff like that.
Mhm.
And we were struggling, bro. I mean, we were young. We were 21.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? The wilding days where you go out and like spend all your money.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So you don't really take care. You always grow up with like your parents telling you take care of your money.
Yeah.
Do this and that. But we were wilding out, bro.
Yeah.
So
We were building
Yeah.
memories.
Yeah.
That's what I like
Exactly.
to say.
Yeah, so this was-
I don't regret anything I've done. But
I don't regret it or anything.
Yeah.
But this was like right before COVID, and then boom, COVID hits. Oh, like everything gets fucking real, bro. So at the time, I was doing a dental assisting.
okay.
So imagine that. Like,
Oh,
we're
yeah.
working with like mouths and like saliva and like stuff like that. So the office ended up closing down, bro.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Of course, it gave me like they started like paying me or whatever they
Yeah.
had, like the government had or whatever. But it got to the point where we were like we're not making it, bro. You know what I mean? That's around the time I made like the first shirt and everything and stuff like that. And I was like, you know what? Let's post it. Let's open another Instagram and like stuff like that. I was like, let's post it. So I posted it, bro. Shit, you not, that first shirt, I did it in 2 colors. I remember selling 50 shirts.
Fuck yeah.
17, 18 bucks a pop.
Nice.
So I was like, that there's a half the rent.
Right.
You know what I mean? Something like that. Boom, dropped the second fucking shirt. Same thing, bro. 40 something shirts, bro. Everybody had that stimulus money. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
everybody was like, fuck yeah, I'll buy that fucking shirt, bro. So I was selling shit left and right. I was like, let's get into hats. Let's get into that. So that's when I realized that I was like, damn, like this shit's gonna fucking work out for me,
Mhm.
bro. I think, how long was like COVID? Like a year?
Year and a half.
A year and a half
Yeah.
for that. So I was working maybe like 6 months into COVID.
Mhm.
After those 6 months, like for that year, I just did the clothing stuff, bro. Shout out to my wife too. Me and my wife were up literally from, I want to say 8 in the morning to 10 at night in our kitchen, bro. It was our 1-bedroom apartment. So we were in our kitchen, making shirts and stuff like that. And we just started selling shirts. Once I saw that it started paying the bills and stuff
Yeah.
like that, bro, I was like, you know what? Like, this shit's gonna
Yeah.
work out. I should keep pushing for this, bro.
That's
Yeah.
cool. When you realize that I always tell this, I was like, think of something that you would do for free and make that your career. I heard
Yeah.
that somewhere, right?
Uh-huh.
And I was like, oh shit. Because I remember, during the COVID times, everybody was doing well when it came to streaming. And I was like, oh shit. I was making like a G a month.
Yeah.
I was like, off of streaming. And
Damn,
off
bro.
my dude. And that was like me just like streaming almost 5 or 6 times a week. A couple hours. And I was like, oh shit. But once that stimulus money went down, nobody had extra time or,
No, bro.
and things like
Yeah,
that.
uh-huh.
And that's when, you had to reassess like, okay, well, this might not pay the bills, but I still want to pursue it.
Yeah.
And that's when
Uh-huh.
it came to the whole, like, what would I do for free?
Yeah.
And then I switched. So, talk about like just being like in the trenches with your wife, man. Shout out to, to the wives
bro.
that are there that help with, each. That's why you're there. You're partners.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what I
yeah.
mean? I'm fortunate. I've been with my wife 17 years. We've been together 17 years. And we've always pushed each other in the right way.
Yeah.
So I love hearing the fact that you said, man, we were there together,
Yeah.
doing this thing and
Mhm.
building something that we had no idea where it was going to go.
Yeah, bro. And I mean, like again, shout out to her. And thank God we have good wives, bro. Because, nowadays you don't know.
Right?
But yeah, bro, shout out to her. Like I said, we were there from 15, 12 hours a day in that little room, making shirts. I remember our first shirt, it took us a whole day to make a shirt, bro. You know what I mean? Once you get the hang of it, it's super easy. You start.
Yeah, because you
popping
got
shirts
to
out
test everything,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
The line, yeah.
You start
All
popping
the
out
work
shirts
is
like,
behind it.
Yeah, you start popping them out like tortillas, bro. Just boom, 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 just one after another. But she was one who helped me out, bro. She motivated me. She was like, I went to school for like the medical thing for dental and stuff. So she was the one that was like motivating me and like, you know what I mean? this is a fun fact too. When I first started my clothing, I needed money for shirts, material, paint, photography and stuff like that. We dead ass maxed out her credit card, bro. She was like, you know what? I trust you. I feel like this is gonna do something, bro. Yeah, and she was like, here's my credit card. Buy whatever the fuck you need, and but make sure this shit gets going.
Damn.
So she trusted me with that, bro, and I was like, I had to take care of that money. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
of course.
So I was like, I'm not gonna take advantage of you and just use your credit card and let this shit go to shit.
Mm-hmm.
So she helped me out a lot, bro. I remember using that credit card, and after that, bro, just boom, just
we gotta pay that. We gotta pay that shit
we
back.
need to pay that shit back, and yeah, bro. But shout out to her. She helped me out a lot. She pushed me through it and everything, bro. And thank God I still have the clothing brand and everything now.
Hell
bro.
yeah,
So,
man.
yeah, bro. Yeah.
I love hearing the struggle because a lot of people always see like the internet and the posting and all that shit, right? Like I get all that. Damn, man, Jimmy, you turn it up. I'm like, I ain't doing shit. I feel like I'm only just getting started.
Yeah.
So talk about some of the challenges other than like, that you've come across, being up late, having limited money, like what were some of the other struggles and challenges of having starting the business and, maintaining it?
Yeah. So another thing was like I told you, like I had back in the day, good thing, my homie Bobby, he was the one taking pictures of like my shirts and like stuff like that, bro. And again, it was during COVID time, bro. So that was a big challenge. We couldn't meet with this guy that knew everything about the clothing side of the world and everything, bro. But we had 4-hour phone calls, bro. Just what did I do? What did I do wrong? Is this the right temperature? What about this? You know what I mean? And I was like, I want to stop bothering this guy for like pictures and stuff like that. Learning how to use a camera, bro. That was one of the hardest things for me too. For example, right now I do all the camera work, all the photography. Yeah. I do all the designing, all the printing, all the advertising on the Instagram and like stuff like that. It's stuff that you need to learn, bro. Like how to, even as simple as coming up with a little caption for the shirt or whatever you're dropping. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It was hard, bro. Even balancing like your relationship with your wife. Good thing she was there with me, working through everything, bro. So I kind of didn't struggle finding time for her and the business. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Because she was there. Yeah,
she was there 24/7, bro. It was COVID time and everything, so it was easy for us to find time for each other and like stuff like that. And again, it was very limited money, but I remember a little bit before that, she was working, I was working. We were making good money, going out, like I said, every weekend, wilding out and like stuff like that. COVID hits and everything, boom, limited amount of money that we had, bro. I feel like that was the funnest time that I had with my wife than like going out with like friends and like stuff like that. You know what I mean? Just spending time together in that room, laughing, watching podcasts, YouTube videos, and like stuff like that. You know what I mean? I feel like that was the funnest time when we were like broke as shit, no money, starting the clothing brand and like stuff like that. I feel like that was the funnest time we had, bro.
That's cool. It's crazy how I've said this before too. Like when I was traveling for work, and I lost my job, but it was like a blessing in disguise without realizing. And I know that COVID was terrible for a lot of people and for different reasons, but for me, as far as like my career and where I was going, I was pursuing traveling and being an IT guy and doing all this, and the trip stopped. The contract ended. I lost my job. I was at home, and I didn't realize how much I really was missing out of being around my wife and being with my kids. Yeah. So like I always said that's like a blessing in disguise that I lost the job, but yes, I took a big ass pay cut, but my life is way more fulfilled because of the time.
I mean, money isn't everything, like they say. You know what I mean? Like as long as you have your family, the people you love around you, that's all you need, bro. It'll bring happiness to you, and like the money, you'll figure it out with the money. As long as you have something to eat and your family, that's it, bro.
When you have such simple gratitudes as that, I always tell people like, damn, Jimmy, you're such a positive guy. I was like, I always try to give myself a different perspective and look, kind of like be thankful for the littlest things.
Look, there's always a positive in all the negatives that they put in front of you, bro. So there's always, you got to find the positive thing in whatever situation to make the best out of it, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
I like the fact that you also were saying that, I was asking this guy, and after a while you're like, fuck, I need to do this.
Yeah.
And I think that's where a lot of people get caught up, because like your self-development and your self-growth is on you.
Yes.
You know what I mean? A lot of people just hope and think that things will fall in place and work out. But I'm always telling people that I'm always trying to work on myself. So the fact you're saying, man, I had to learn how to use a camera.
Yeah.
I had to learn how to do this. And a lot of people don't want to do that, or they're outsources because they can afford it. But I feel like I have way more respect now that I've been getting into more of the content creation and speaking to people that are trying to pursue brands or have a business or restaurant. It's them doing it, them having to figure out, them having to cook, them to make the menu, how to take orders online, how to do this, how to monetize online, how to get your brand out there and things like that. You have to learn how to do that. And I feel like I feel proud of being a one-man army. I do all you know what I mean? I do everything myself. I edit all my shit. I clip all my shit. I respond to everybody who responds to my shit. I'm on all the different platforms like you too. So I always respect people doing that on top of the 9 to 5, on top of the family things.
Bro. Yeah. It makes you appreciate your business or your podcast or whatever a lot more. You know what I mean? You see what the work that goes into it and everything, bro. So you appreciate it a lot more. And also, let's say me with you, like setting up like a podcast. What if I want a podcast, which I do? I'm gonna hit you up.
Hey, I got you.
I do want a podcast.
Hell yeah.
You can help people set up the room. You know what I mean? You don't have to charge them, but just the fact that you help them set up like the room or whatever, or me with like pictures. A lot of people hit me up. Hey, can you take pictures? It's my son's graduation or whatever. Yeah, it's a little extra, money. Or like, hey, I need a shirt. Businesses, bro, they've hit me up and like, I need shirts for like this restaurant. That's a little bit more money because I know how to print shirts, design shirts, take pictures, and like, you know what I mean? It opens up a lot of doors. So you can't limit yourself to one thing. Yeah, bro.
I like how you said that too, because I find myself where a lot of people, like, I'll edit for people. I'm like, hey,
there you go. Yeah.
Like I'll edit. I'm like, hey, I'll make 20 reels for you for X amount of money. And then you don't even have to say that I made them. I don't have to say that I made them for you. No. But that's just a side thing that I can do because I learned that skill.
You make your money, I make your money. You know what I mean? It splits even.
Yeah. So, I always feel like going back to the self-improvement, like I feel like every time I have conversations, like I've said this, like my brain, I'm unlocking little doors in my brain and I'm starting to see different things and I have different conversations with people. And then like you doing your thing and me talking to other people and traveling and talking to people inspires me to keep doing what I think. Because all the people that I've talked to, man, thank God. And like everybody's been positive. Yeah. Everybody's so dope. Everybody's doing their thing and in their own way. Yeah. And that's one thing I found that was more reassuring, that I don't have to go the speed of somebody else.
Yeah, you take your time. Bro.
Yeah, and like just me being okay with my lane and my pace, as long as I feel like I'm moving forward and I'm not stagnant, I feel like, okay, I'm doing good.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So with all that being said, do you feel the pressure? Like, do you feel like, damn, like, I mean, we were kind of talking about, 9 to 5 saves lives. Yeah. But, do you feel like the pressure to be successful, to be this being like the main income?
I feel pressure in a sense just to maintain my family. You know what I mean? That's a pressure I put on myself. You know what I mean? For example, my wife isn't working right now because I want her to be with my daughter. I want her to raise my daughter. You know what I mean? And thank God everything's been good, with my job and the clothing brand and everything. Everything's been good. She's been at home taking care of the baby and enjoying the baby. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's a pressure that I have on my shoulders in a sense. You know what I mean? But I mean, I have my family there. Literally my little printing shop is in another room that I have in my room. You know what I mean? Yeah. In my house, I mean. So I don't feel pressured in a sense. What I do money wise, you know what I mean, to support them and like stuff like that. But no, bro. I mean, like you said, take everything at your own pace whenever you can. You work your 9 to 5. 9 to 5 saves lives, like I said. Right after that, 2 days off, whatever. Like I'm off right now. Come do the podcast, print some shirts in the afternoon. I have a photo shoot later this afternoon. So you know what I mean? So you just feel like you need to balance your time. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I find it always great to hear that other people are doing that too, because a lot of people, we were kind of just chopping it up before, where people just go all in on something and then they forget about everything else.
Yeah, you can't do that, bro.
You know what I mean? Like, especially when you're a father, your husband, if you're not a piece of shit husband and not a piece of shit father, those things take into considerations. Like I wish that I can just work on this all day. Yeah. But it doesn't make sense for me. No, and I'm okay with it because I love taking my kids to practice. Yes. I love going to their games. I love spending time with my wife. I love picking up my kids from school. Yeah. You know what I mean? Those are the things that ground me. Yeah. And then how you were saying, like, I put the pressure on me to where, like, I'm taking up a quarter of the garage. I'm buying all this shit on my dime.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not making money off of this, but I'm okay because I feel like I have a plan and I know in time it'll work. But right now, I'm just staying the course.
Yeah.
And a lot of people will have a hard time staying the course when it's not going the way that they want, or the return's not there.
They start forgetting about the important stuff, family. You know what I mean? The house, your car, bro. Even a simple oil change.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're so caught up in like just go, and then everything else around your life fucking is falling apart, or you're forcing this to work. And I don't know how many times that I've seen it. You know, I can only relate to content creators where I've seen content creators go hard and then they disappear, and then I'll keep in touch with them and like, it didn't make sense, and my wife and this and my job. And it was kind of like hearing all that helped me.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that they were going through different things, but it was more like, damn, I need to just chill the fuck out. Or I've talked to other other homies that are, you know, older guys that have families, like, man, I'm pursuing this, but I had to pull back because of XYZ. So if I hear, you know, a good amount of people saying that, and then I'm in that position to where I'm like, oh shit, I'm in that position. I need to slow down. Like for a while, like my wife was like, you know, we had conversations we had to get through. Like the first year I was streaming I was always locked up in that room. You know what I mean? Oh, I gotta stream. I gotta edit. Be quiet. Don't come in here. Like, you know, all that shit. Cause I was like so in my head, not realizing that like, this is my life. My kid's gonna come into the stream and say, what's up? You know what I mean? Like, I can't be on a regular schedule. Like, these other stuff is important to ground myself. So that leads me to my next question is like, with that, being grounded, like, you know, what's the motivation to keep going on an in-a-day basis? You know, you got to wake up 9 to 5, you do this, you do on the weekends, you're doing all that. You know, how do you keep that motivation going?
I feel like you just need to love what you do. You know what I mean? Don't start a stream. Don't start a podcast. Don't start a clothing brand. If you're there for the money, just for the money, don't even start. I feel like you need to love what you do. Like you said, I can be in my little room locked up for 8-10 hours in my little iPad, bro. Old little iPad. Again, shout out to my wife. That little iPad, bro, that I have right now, it's an iPad that she got when she went to college. You know, the one that gave you with your tuition and stuff like that. So that little iPad was the one that brought up my business. Just a fun fact, just putting it out there.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I can be in my little room for 10, 12 hours, you know what I mean? And it'll feel like 30 minutes for me just because I love what I'm doing. You know what I mean? I feel like you need to love what you're doing first and then start whatever you're doing. Bro.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's really important for you to love what you're doing, what you want to start.
Yeah, like I don't know if was I saying it before we were recording, or I heard somebody like, do something that you would do for free.
Yes.
And make that your living. And I was like, holy shit. You know what I mean? Like when I've been on this crazy journey, like this past 2 years, man, 3.5 years, you know, like, you know, I lost my job, you know, my mom passed away and I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was pushing this and I was pushing that, but I've been more like, not like humbled, but just more like understanding of like where my position in life and now where I wanted to change my avenue. And then ever since I'm doing this podcast stuff, I've been like so much happier with my creation.
Yeah.
I'm so happy doing it, willingly to doing it for free because I want to do it. And then the people I have on are excited as much as I am.
Yeah.
So that's even the best thing. You know what I mean? Like I am doing this because like I'm having fun doing it. And you know, within time, it's going to lead to something and I know I will, but I'm not worried about it because I'm having a good time.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like it's a job to me.
No, you're just doing, you know, it's a hobby, bro. Everybody has their hobby. You know what I mean? So, like, for example, what else do? Like even I grab my camera, bro, and look out my window, just take pictures of like random shit. You know what I mean? You just need to love what you do, bro, first, and then hopefully the money comes after that.
Yeah,
which it will if you love it and put the attention into it and stuff like that. It will come to you eventually, bro.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because like you can love what you do, but you got to keep moving forward.
Yeah, you need to be super consistent. Bro,
yeah,
too. I feel like consistency
the
is
biggest
really
thing.
important, bro. Yeah.
The biggest thing, man, it just like if it sounds terrible, but if you're not doing it as much as others, and this goes back to what we were saying, you have to be realistic of what you're trying to do. Yeah. Because a lot of people want this thing, but they're not doing everything to get there.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that makes no sense. Like
the money's not gonna make itself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Like getting better, doing this, doing that, and you know, to pursue to building whatever you're trying to do or pursue a business and whatnot. I've been fortunate where I speak to photographers. I talk to Frank, who's a movie director. And I always hear the same thing.
Yeah.
It's the consistency. What are you doing to continually get better?
Yeah.
A little bit better, just a little something better every day. Obviously we're gonna have days where you're not gonna want to do shit or whatever. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like grind mode and demon mode is all the time. You know what I mean? But if you're just moving forward always and bettering yourself, it's gonna work out.
Yeah, bro. Like, let's say you always wake up, you have one of those days where you wake up and I don't want to do shit today, bro. I just want to stay home, not do anything. Just think about, for example, me. There's a lot of clothing brands here in El Paso. You know what I mean? So let's say I'm not gonna do anything today. I had a full photo shoot scheduled, a shirt drop, whatever schedule. I'm like, I'll drop it tomorrow. What if another clothing brand drops something? They already have you beat by a day. You know what I mean? They're making your money. People start spending their money on their stuff, and now you're like, damn. Like when you drop it, you're gonna see the like the lower shopping that they do on your stuff, bro. Like just like you, like if you drop a podcast like one day and boom, this guy fucking badass podcast. You know what I mean? I don't know like how it works in like the podcast world and like stuff like that, but I feel like it's the same way. Like you have to beat everybody to it with ideas, whatever you have going on, and then you'll start taking it slow. You know what I mean? You're gonna be grinding for a year or two. You know what I mean? Just to get your shit straight. Yeah. But it'll come to you, bro. The money's gonna come to you.
Yeah. I find that really fascinating because it's true. Because like it's hard to go grind all the time, and I hate when people say, "Man, you gotta grind. You gotta grind." Yeah. I'm like, I get it. You know what I mean? I get it. But for me, I've always had this analogy. When you're grinding, you're grinding down. I feel like if you're growing, if you grow and you're consistently growing in a different way, it's more positive. Because I feel like people get so caught up. And there's another me just being old man. I'm 39, and I feel like how you said, I feel like I've already found my lane, and now I know how to keep continuing in my lane. Exactly, and when I need to switch lanes, I know what I need to do to switch lanes. Instead of like, I'm all over the fucking freeway going 100 miles an hour. And you don't know what the fuck you're trying to do.
You need to find your flow. You know what I mean? That being, if you have a family, if you're single, it's going to be a lot easier for you. But if you have a family, it's never too late to start your own business, podcast, whatever you want to do. You know what I mean? But you need to find that balance in your life where you can still be with your family, you can still do your business and do your 9 to 5. You know what I mean? It's hard, but if you like it enough to where like you want to do it for free, like you said, then the money's gonna come eventually.
That's perfect, because that was my next question. Like, how do you balance all this stuff? You know what I mean? I can only imagine like you're at work all day, you're doing this, you come home, and your wife is working at home too. Like, I don't care what anybody says. Like, raising a child is a job. You know,
props to all the moms out there.
You know what I mean?
It's hard, bro.
So like, how do you keep that balance? Because for me, when I first started streaming, and like the first year of streaming and trying to pursue, the supporters, the followers, like, year 2, like my balancing was all over the place. My relationship with my wife was not terrible, but not good because of me. Because of not explaining and understanding, and her understanding what I was trying to do. But at the same time, like, I was prioritizing that over everything else without realizing. And even though she was telling me, no, but this is what I got to do. You know what I mean? So, talk about like balancing all that and making sure everything's good.
I feel like you need to involve your family in some sort of way. You know what I mean? If you want to keep it in the family, I guess, like the business, like you said, like if your kid goes in there and says hi to the camera, I'm a dad. You know what I mean? Embrace it, bro. You know what I mean? You're a dad. You shouldn't be ashamed of having kids and like them. It's fun. It might bring views to your content that you're doing. You know what I mean? For me, for example, my wife's in everything that I do for the clothing brand, bro. That being models that she finds, and she's like, you know what? Like, this person would be good for this. She went to fashion school too when she was in high school. So that opens up her eyes, and it helps me out a lot when I'm stuck at like one thing that I'm trying to drop. So she's like, no, like, open your head, look at this model, look at this person, look at this. You know what I mean? She also went to college for what's it called? Business management and accounting.
Okay.
So there's all my balancing with my money. You know what I mean? She helped me like finance all my money. Like, you have this much to spend on shirts, you have this much to spend on materials for a photo shoot, whatever you want to do. So I feel like that helps me out a lot too. And I have my little setup, my little studio in my house. You know what I mean? So I don't drive to a shop. I don't leave them alone by themselves. I'm always at my house printing my stuff. You know what I mean? I go to work, my 9 to 5, regular 9 to 5. But when I'm doing my clothing brand, like, I don't put them off to the side. Like
Yeah.
my little girls, I don't know if you saw my story,
Yeah.
right? Where we bought her a big jumping balloon.
Yeah, I was like, it's a ring and shit. You got a WWE ring in there.
Bro, we blew it up and I was like, bro, why is this shit getting bigger, bro? This shit's not gonna fit in my living room, bro. So yeah, bro, like we could have like a little bouncy house in the room that I have, toys, some toys on the floor. Babies get entertained with everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I have my little girl there right next to me. I could be designing music. She loves to dance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I involve my family in my business, whatever, photo shoots. It could be, I don't know, downtown, bro.
Yeah.
My baby she's gonna have fun picking up fucking rocks and shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? My wife's gonna have fun because some of them are her friends that are modeling and like stuff like that. You know what I mean? Just getting out the house, like you said, she's always at the house taking care of the baby. You know what I mean? She doesn't work, but that's working.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah,
Just
yeah,
taking
for
care of
sure.
the baby and like stuff
Yeah.
like that. So I feel like you also need to take him out the house, take him out for the photo shoots, take
Yeah.
him out to dinner right after. You know what I mean? So I feel like you need to keep, or for me at least, I keep my family in the business.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't put them off to the side.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's why it works for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because a lot, and not everybody's so open about putting their family and stuff like that, and that's fine too. But for me, like I'm the same way too. Like my kids wear my shit at school, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean. And it felt weird, like oh, your dad's a streamer and shit like that, or he has a podcast, and
Yeah.
I'm just I involve my kids in what I'm doing, and like they get interested, like
Yeah.
because like when I was heavily streaming, like I would play with my kids Fortnite.
Yeah.
We play Fortnite, and then
Yeah,
my
bro,
kids
yeah.
are just terrible at the time, and so I am. And they got to
Yeah.
the point they got good, and they're carrying me, and it's fun, and the banter, and that goes back to what you were saying, involving them in it,
Involved
right?
everything, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, and then with my wife too, she watches like she might not watch all my shit, but she watches enough podcasts, and I can ask her for like, hey, what do you think of this?
What should I
What
do
do you think?
different?
What do you
Yeah.
think of this?
Uh-huh.
Well, I
Yeah.
think, and you get that perspective,
Yeah.
like an honest
Yeah.
opinion, because she just I might not agree with it,
Yeah.
but just having that different perspective because
Yeah.
she means well,
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
That's
So
like-
having those little tidbits to help you with,
Yeah, like for example, they're the ones watching you. You know what I mean? Yes, it's your podcast and everything and stuff like that, but I feel like you should have other people's perspective. Like for example, me, I usually like people that buy shirts from me, pants, whatever they buy from me. I'm like, what would you do? What would you do different? You know what I mean? Like, what do you like about this material? What do you like the shirt? Do you like this other shirt? You know what I mean? I like to get input from everybody, bro. Just so they're the ones buying my stuff. Yes, I wear it because I like it, but they're the ones buying it, and they're not gonna keep buying it if they don't like how it feels what they're wearing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I feel like perspective from other people helps
Yeah.
a lot with your business that you're doing, bro.
yeah, that's cool. And it was funny because I had mentioned it before we were recording, and like broadening my audience. Shout out to Tom if you're watching this, Tom, or listening, bro. He was like, "Hey, man, I love the streamers, but can we get something different?" And I was like, I didn't think about that.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I didn't think about that. And that was like a year ago. He had mentioned that. He was like, yeah, it's like, I can't relate to the streamers, but it's kind of cool, man. But,
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. But it was just an honest comment.
Yeah, and that's, I don't know about you, but me, I like honesty. If you don't like the show, you think it's ugly, fucking tell me. It's ugly. You know what I mean? Just so I don't drop it again, or like if people
if
don't
enough
like
people
it,
say no, then yeah, that makes
why
sense.
would I put it out and waste money on it? You know what I mean? So I like the honesty. Even I remember when I started, one of the biggest fears when I started my clothing brand was just being out there, bro. I was always a guy behind the camera. You know what I mean? Like I like taking pictures, like taking videos or whatever. I like to be the guy behind the camera. But with the clothing brand and everything like that, bro, you get invited to, events where there's like other creators and stuff like that. And you're like, oh, I've been watching this motherfucker for years, bro.
Yeah.
And he's here like with me. You know what I mean? I feel like that was one of the biggest. I was like a super quiet person, bro. Like before the clothing brand and everything, I wouldn't even like open up to my wife and like stuff like that. You know what I mean? I was super quiet. So when the clothing brand started and everything like that, bro, I feel like I opened up more. It helped me open up more, just having like better conversations. I was really quiet and to myself, bro.
Yeah.
So I feel like that was one of the biggest struggles for me too. Like just opening up to people.
Yeah.
Bro. Yeah.
I love hearing that because I said this one time and I had a lot of like streamer homies hit me up. I was like, you find yourself through creation.
Yeah.
Like I've learned so much more about myself these past freaking 2.5 years compared to like all my life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was like, what the fuck?
They ask you stuff and you're like, oh shit, maybe I do like that shit. Or like, you know what I mean? Or I don't know, bro.
You're just more open. I just
Yeah.
feel like I'm more like open to hearing different things, even if it has nothing to do with what I'm doing or relating to. Or like, I just feel like hearing different perspectives and different things and people's like journeys and stories. I'm like, it makes me better because
it did open me up too. And I was more honest with myself because when I went to my first creator convention, I felt like
That's cool.
I was I had that imposter syndrome. Feel like I was like there, nobody who's the fuck. Like, what am I doing here? Like, do I even deserve to be here? Like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, my first year, I went out to Atlanta 2.5 years ago, and I was like, you know what? That's when I was pushing my podcast. I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna just raise my flag, and see if anybody wants. And there, I had like 4 people come up and like, I'm down, and I was like, whoa, that was crazy because I saw a bunch of people at that time. I was like Facebook partners and people that I see, and it was cool being around them. They didn't know who I was, which is fine. I'm not worried about that. But I felt like I didn't deserve to be around there.
Yeah.
But that first time of being around and just being more comfortable with myself and how I carry myself, I built that confidence. Like, hell yeah.
Bro.
Like, I am Jimmy Dukes. I am doing this. This is what I'm trying to do. You know,
nobody's gonna promote your podcast more than you do. You know what I mean? You're the one that has to start promoting your own stuff. If you don't put out stuff, nobody's gonna share it for you. I feel like you have to be your number one supporter first. If you're embarrassed, if you're shy, if you're, you know what I mean? That's something I had to get over, over, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like you have to be like your number one fan first. Design your stuff, put it out there, bro. Just put it. Just you never know who's gonna get their hands on it, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It'll open a lot of doors once you start posting on Instagram, TikTok. Even if you're like you said about like you didn't like TikTok or whatever. I don't have TikTok on my phone right now, bro. But I'm getting to the point where I'm like, I need to start expanding on other platforms. Facebook, you know what I mean? Facebook, TikTok. I don't know. There's a lot of
I saw you got the YouTube going. You know what I mean? And I like the fact that you said that because shout out to my boy Miko Tetsu's Temple. He was like, you know, you're like it or not, you're a public figure and you're the face of your own brand.
Yeah.
So, you know, how many people that you've seen or whatever, like they carry themselves not too well. And then that's like you're representing yourself and your brand.
Exactly.
If you're out being an idiot and like one of my biggest things is like I'm a father and a husband first.
Yes. Exactly.
Before all this.
Yeah.
So if I'm out here drinking and posting pictures of me, like that looks terrible on my like. I don't want to like be known for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like so carrying yourself differently is another way too. Because one thing as you start crossing paths with creators and sometimes you might not gel with other people, even though they're doing the same thing. Everybody's doing it for different reasons.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I've met a lot of content creators. They're just in it for the fucking money. They're in it for the views. They're in it for just being outlandish and crazy. Like which is cool.
Yeah.
But that's not my jam. You know, you do your thing. I see you. Hey, you know what I mean? But you know what I mean? I can't be associated with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I want to be taken serious and I want to be respected. So that goes to my next question. Like, do you feel like, being respected and taken serious by your friends and family and peers a big thing to you?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like it motivates you more. You know what I mean? Like for example, when I first had I think it was the second or third event that I had. It was a Mardi Gras block party. Shout out to Jason Craig, bro. He's a local DJ here in El Paso, and he was the one who opened the doors for me to Church Bar. He's the one who let me have my my first pop up there. So shout out to him. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have any events. But I remember going to that. He was like, "Hey, like we're having this event. Johnny Cage is gonna be here. I'm gonna be here. Some 4 DJs from LA or Vegas are gonna be here too. We need someone to sell the official merch and make the official merch." I was like, "Oh shit,
damn, that's dope."
Fuck yeah, bro. Like yeah, I'll do it. Set up a fucking tent and everything in the front. I remember my mom went to that event, bro, and she was like, I was introducing her to like the owner of Church Bar, Jason Craig, Johnny Cage. She used to listen to Johnny Cage every fucking morning, bro. Who doesn't like Johnny Cage? Right?
Yeah. OG for sure.
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
So I was like, look, I'm like, this is Johnny Cage. This is the owner of Church Bar. This is this person. She was like, oh shit, like you're talking like. I remember she put me off to the side and she was like, Niho, you're talking to like important people. Like I'm proud of you. You know what I mean? And I feel like that little comment, bro, like just pushed me more in the respect that she had for me that day. I feel like it pushed me more, motivated me more to like, all right, like here we fucking go again. You know what I mean? Just start putting out shit, bro.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's really important for your family to respect or at least, motivate you to do better, bro.
Yeah. Because I got to the point to where, I hear from a lot of content creators, musicians, and, comedians where like, they might not show up.
Yeah.
You know, so for you being serious and taken serious, I've gotten people like, I don't give a fuck what my friends and family think. I am doing this, which is cool, which is good too, because sometimes
it's good to have that self confidence.
Yeah,
you know what
exactly.
I mean?
Like I don't need them to succeed.
Exactly. Yeah. Like it's cool to have your family there and everything. Like I said, like my mom and stuff like that. But you need to have that confidence to go out on your own and like, I'm gonna do this shit and like go. You know what I mean?
But it feels good to like. I'm not always looking for validation. But when my friends or my family, like, hey, that's cool, I'm all, fuck yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Bro,
you know what I mean? They might not, you know what I mean? Like, you know, shout out to my pops. My pops is not on Facebook or YouTube. But he's like, hey, I saw that when you were talking to him. And I was like, hey, you know, that's dope.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, where can I watch this? And I just, you know, show him.
Yeah, and that's the same way with my dad, bro. He stays off of Facebook. He's really like he grew up in Segundo, bro. So he's all about like working. Construction. He's a welder, bro. So when like Facebook and stuff like that, he's like, he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But when I bring him a shirt and I'm like, hey, look, like I made this, and he's like, oh shit, you know. And he was born and raised in Segundo. I'm also really good friends with Bobby. He's the owner of the Segundo Barrio brand. Mm-hmm. So he does all these events for like kids. He does like bike drives and like Christmas and toy drives and like stuff like that. So shout out to him, bro. But he's like he'll always represent Segundo even though he's 40 something years old.
Yeah.
But whenever he saw that, I brought him a shirt from Segundo and I'm like, look, that like I got you like this shirt, or like look, like he helped me make this shirt. He's you know what I mean? Just him being like, oh shit, like that's cool, you know, and him liking it, bro, like it just motivates you more. You know what I mean? It's cool, bro. Yeah.
I feel that with me pursuing this and people getting to know and carrying myself the way that I do, that I get more people to respect me, and that helps with opening doors, how you said. Because like for me, I remember back in the day, hey, go follow this person, go check this person out, check this.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's doing that shit, right? But I got to the point to where I just stopped because I'm not going to do it just to do it. I feel like I've had a lot of conversations with people or creators and like, why don't you follow that? I was like, I just can't relate to this anymore. Or and it's nothing personal. No, I'm not going to follow you then. I'm like, fucking, I don't care. You know what I mean? So it got to the point to where like, you have to like, I'll take criticism or people, you know, supporting me because I don't need a yes man. I don't need a pat on the backs all the time. That's not what I'm looking for. You know what I mean? I just feel like if I'm respected on my platform and I'm trying to build, that's all I care about. I don't need you to do me favors or whatever, or I'm looking to get my foot in the door places because I get, hey, you need to talk to this person because they can probably get you. I'm like, I'm not worried about that. I feel like, and I've already had people on this where I'm like, if I keep doing what I'm doing, it's gonna come. It's gonna come. I feel like, you know, shout out to Kelly Kale. He was a Facebook partner, and I had been following him for 2 years. And I went to that convention thing that first year, and they're like, "Hey, you need to go talk to Kelly Kale." I'm like, "He's a Facebook partner. He doesn't know who the fuck I am." Like, whatever. Like, but me just being in the content creation world and, you know, talking to streamers or whatever, and then, you know, certain people are like, "Hey, what's up, man? I see you doing your thing." I'm like, "You're whatever." And like, it's like, and then I reach out to him one time. He's like, "Yeah," and it just became like that to where like, if you just continue to work on your craft and improving, all that's, you start becoming a magnet.
Exactly.
Yeah, you become a magnet. I feel like that everything I'm doing and how I carry myself and what I'm doing is giving me more opportunity. Because people can see that I'm genuine and I'm trying to pursue this in my own way.
Bro.
I'm not clout chasing. I'm not trying to be the best. I'm not trying to be a millionaire. No, you know, I'm just trying to have conversations and people respect that. And by that, hey, go check out Jimmy. Oh, yeah, that fool's dope. You know what I mean? And I don't want anybody to say, go check out somebody else. Like, oh, that guy's a fucking idiot.
Like I remember the same thing. Like at that event, Jason Craig, that DJ, the local DJ I told you about, he was like, look, like Johnny Cage is over there. And I was like, oh, fuck, bro. Like, I'm the biggest fucking Johnny. I love Johnny Cage, bro. Like his mixes and everything, bro. And he's like, go say what's up to him. And I was like, no, fuck no. Like, I'm not gonna go say what's up to Johnny Cage. And he was like, bro, just go, like whatever. Like, I remember there was like a backstage area and everything, and I was like, can I go back there? And he's like, bro, you go wherever you want to. That's when it hit me, bro. I was like, fuck, like just by sending this guy an email, he got me to have my first pop-up at Church Bar. Now I'm at this fucking big block party in downtown, and he gave me access to like fucking everything, and telling me to go say hi to Johnny Cage and give him a shirt, bro, because his name was on the back of the shirt. I'd go up to him, bro, and I'm like, hey, Johnny, like my name's this and this and this. Like, I want to give you a shirt, bro. Jason's there with me. And he's like, yeah, he owns a clothing brand or whatever. Just him saying that, bro, was like, oh, fuck. You know what I mean? Like, it just motivates you more, bro. Yeah.
And for them to say like they're vouching for you.
Yes,
you know, because I don't want anybody to vouch for me just to vouch for me.
No,
like,
no,
I hate when one of the biggest things is like when people just gas you up all the time. I'm like, bitch, like, calm the fuck down. Yeah, calm the fuck down. You know what I mean? Hey, Jimmy has a podcast. He's tearing it up. Like, no, I'm not. But thank you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro. Yeah. So I feel like, yeah, bro, you just need to be out there, bro. Like with the people, meet people. Don't be afraid to say hi. People are going to open doors for you, bro. You know what I mean? You never know where asking one simple question can take you. You know what I mean? So it's super cool, bro. It's super cool being out there and getting to know people. Bigger people that you see. And bro. It's
because
cool,
like that whole imposter syndrome, like, oh fuck, I feel like I shouldn't be here. But after a while, when you feel more confident and you carry yourself, and you know, I'm not trying to go shake everybody's hand and get everybody to know me. But I feel like once I'm out and I do get to talk to people and you know they get to know me, then you start building those connections. Because that's where I care about more the connection than anything. I feel like I'm meeting more people and talking to more people. We might not be best friends or hang out, but just knowing that we have these conversations and we're rooting for each other in different, like from afar, and like we want each other to do good, because it will come to the point to where like, hey, I know a guy. You need some shirts?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Hey, you want to start up a podcast, or you want to start streaming, or like how you said earlier, like I've had so many of my friends call me up. Hey, my son wants to stream, or hey, this person's looking into this. What kind of computer? And I do it because I can help. And then later on, like, it'll be like, oh, so-and-so here's for this or for that. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? Oh, thank you. Like, I'm like, oh, dope. And I did it because I wanted to do it, not thinking I get anything out of it.
I don't know.
You know, I'm just genuinely just trying to help. Within reason, I try to help everybody out. You know what I mean? So within reason, I feel like the universe will take care of me in the long run for different things. Like, I don't ever feel like I need to do this because I'm getting something in return.
Everything happens for a reason, bro. Everything happens for a reason.
I truly do believe that. So with that being said, what is like your ideal future of your brand? What kind of things would you like to be doing? Because, you know, I've had a homie, you know, shout out to One Shot Knox. He's a content creator. And when we had a conversation in Atlanta, he was like, hey, Jimmy, you said that you wanted to do this 2 years ago. You thought about this and here you are doing it. And I'm like, oh shit. You know what I mean? So it's like, where do you see your brand going, and what would you like to be doing within like the next couple years?
Of course, the ultimate goal, bro. I've always told my wife and my friends and everything, I want my own shop here in El Paso. I don't want to go crazy and like go LA and like, of course, they have more connections over there and like stuff like that. But I feel like every time I go on vacations or whatever, but I feel like when I come back home, it hits. You know what I mean? Like El Paso's forever gonna be my home. So I feel like opening up a business here in El Paso, having all my clothes in the front of the store. And I don't know if you've seen like the breweries where they have like the glass and like they have like the big machines and like stuff like that. Some kind of style like that where I have my clothes in the front and where they can see me or other people.
We're working back here.
Screening at the same time with shirts. You know what I mean? Little vintage vibes and like stuff like that, bro. So I feel like that's my goal. Also, I was born and raised in Segundo. Now, you know what I mean? So I feel like doing fundraisers for kids, like where people to donate like the bikes for Christmas or toy drives and like having a charity kickball game, you know, to the point where I can start like sponsoring like stuff like that. Bro. I feel like that's my goal. Having my own business where I could sell my clothes and people come and get their stuff printed, even help them, having classes of how to start a clothing brand, what do you need, how to screen print, bro. I love doing all of that, bro. So I feel like that would be a big dream for me, like teaching people how to do it, having my business and helping out the kids as well, bro. So I feel like that would be cool.
I like that you say that, because a lot of people like, and it's okay. I mean, everybody's different, and I'm not trying to like give people a hard time, but people gatekeep information for different reasons, which is fine. But once I get like talking to people that are truly interested in trying to do something, then I try to make sure that I help them out. Because when I first started, I didn't have anybody help me out. You know what I mean? I didn't have any. I was just on Facebook. I was watching people, and I was looking on YouTube University, and I was learning and all this. And I started like, you know, having a good little following and people like seeing what I'm doing. And then I would have other streamers reach out to me. How do you do this? How do you do that? And I would help them. I would help them, because I feel like, man, if I feel like I can help somebody, that's more fulfilling for me. Like if they genuinely want to help,
Yeah.
and within reason,
Yeah,
like I've had a lot of
bro.
people, like, can you do this for me? Wrong.
Yeah.
I could teach you,
Uh-huh.
and we could figure it out.
Yes.
But like, I just feel like I get more fulfilled learning, knowing that I could help somebody spark their interest, or like,
Yeah,
man,
bro.
Jimmy, you're my favorite streamer. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like you're the reason I started. You helped me do this, and like
Yeah.
hearing that, it's like, oh, that's crazy, because like that was never my
It's a
goal.
lot better
And-
than a fucking paycheck or
Yes.
whatever. But you just help someone start their own stuff, and like them telling you that. Like for example, me when I grew up, I remember going to like the toy drives or like bike drives or like stuff like that. I would see the guy like giving out like the bikes or the toys, and I would always be like, damn, bro, like that's badass. Like thank you to this guy. You know what I mean? Now, like you said, like it fulfills you to like help someone, bro. Now I want to be that guy giving back to people, like just giving a simple as giving a kid a bike or a toy or whatever. You know what I mean? I feel like that would just fucking warm my heart.
Yeah.
Or even having like little classes of like, today we're gonna learn how to screen print, you know, for like little kids. What if that little kid that you showed is the next fucking Louis Vuitton, Gucci, or whatever?
Yeah.
You never know, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I feel like it's cool, bro. It's cool to help out and give back and
Yeah.
give nothing in return, but you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. You're doing it because you want to do it.
Yeah.
You know, like you're genuinely wanting to help somebody that genuinely wants to learn. And I've always felt like when people reach out to me for different things, within reason, I make sure that I help out. And then later on, they're like, hey, man, fucking Jimmy helped me out with this. That's what he did this and he did that. And I just did it because I wanted to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then hearing it later, like, oh, you helped me do this, you helped me do that, and you helped me spark my interest, or you reignited my passion for this, because I tell people, like, this is my passion project.
Yeah.
You know, this is my this is what my 9 to 5 IT job will always pay my bills, and I'm fortunate to have my degree and have all my years of experience. But I'm not passionate about that anymore. I don't want to pursue to do more in IT. That's gonna pay my bills. This is what I want to do more. You know what I mean? And I feel like I'm confident, I have my passion, and I'm in a good space to where, like, all right, you know, I'm barely getting going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if I can help somebody kickstart whatever they fucking want to do, hey, fucking A, awesome.
Like, don't get me wrong, I love my job too, bro. Whenever I go to work, I feel like I'm not working, bro. I love my fucking job. But again, like you said, whenever I go home, get on my iPad, watch videos of like these guys having these big like pop-ups and like stuff like that, I'm like, I love my job. You know what I mean? I love it with a passion. But I can't wait to have events like these guys do. You know what I mean? So I push more on this. Like 9 to 5 is cool, and like you said, it pays bills and everything, bro. But like we both have our passion. You know what I mean?
I'd say like an IT degree will always give me a job. I mean, you know what I mean? I could, and maybe later on in life, maybe this doesn't work out or whatever, I can go right back into it and push, because I've had my degree, I have experience. So the thing is that having to know, I always get caught up. It's not a bad thing. I just feel like when people are, to me, it sounds unrealistic. Oh no, plan A all the way. I'm going all in. I'm like, it's kind of hard to go all in when you got your marriage, you have a mortgage, you have kids. Like you got to be more realistic.
And I feel like it's like we were born and raised with like the Hispanic community. Like for example, my dad, he's like, I'm gonna get a job. Like for example, he's been a welder had me when he was 18, like fresh out of high school, bro. He went to Western Tech for that welding certificate and stuff like that. He's been a welder ever since, bro. You know what I mean? Like I remember I went and helped him out for a little bit. He was working metal buildings, bro. Fucking high ass building, hot as shit. You know what I mean? It was horrible, bro. And I was like, I don't know how this guy did it. You know, I feel like it's more of the old school style of where people like, I got this job, I'm gonna do it forever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And nowadays it's cool because you can have your job and there's a lot of shit. You can start a YouTube channel, you can start a clothing brand, a podcast, and like stuff like that. You know what I mean?
The opportunities are there, and I like how you keep referencing your pops, because my dad's the same way. My dad's just always working.
Yes,
my dad's 74 years old, and he's still he loves officiating, but he does it because he enjoys it.
What does he do?
He's a baseball. He does high school. You know what I mean? He does little kids. He loves doing it, man. And you know, he's been doing it forever, but that was just something he would do on the side on top of his regular job. But knowing that you can, you know, pursue different things, because my dad was always like hard working and doing all this and doing all that, and took care of us, and that was his main thing to do as well. But it's crazy because it's a cult. It's like a generational thing. It's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing.
You know, their cap and what they knew was here.
Yeah.
You know, and they brought us up to know that this is an
This is
option,
it.
but
Yeah.
now there's more.
Yes, bro. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, rest in peace to my mom, but she was like, you could do whatever the fuck you want. Like,
Yeah.
go out
Oh,
and
yeah.
do it. Like,
Yeah.
you can do it. And just
Yeah.
having to hear that the possibilities are there, even though that they were limited and their parents were limited.
Yeah.
But I always feel like we're always trying to do better for our kids.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, yeah, exactly. You're trying
know?
to open the doors for your kids, bro.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. Like I always tell my wife, like this clothing brand, at the end of the day, if she likes fashion and stuff like that, she's gonna keep everything. You know what I mean? So right now, I'm trying to work to get it big enough to where like my daughter can have a job printing at my print shop. You know what I mean? She doesn't have to struggle going to work at McDonald's 9 to 5 and going to school.
Yep.
You know what I mean? She can just work at my print shop or mailing shirts or whatever she wants to do with whatever time she has and go to school if she wants
And
to
do
go
whatever,
to school,
yeah.
do whatever she wants.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I feel like it's cool, bro. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? You need to open your options a lot.
Yeah,
more.
man. Like having the opportunity for your kids, like anytime my kids are watching me edit or whatever, and they
Yeah.
get interested,
yeah,
you know,
bro,
because
yeah.
like my son, my older son, he loves playing Fortnite and he's gotten good. And then he's like, how do I clip on Xbox? I'm
Yeah.
like, well, he has all these clips. He's like, I
Yeah.
want to put these all together. I was like, all right, well, let's get them all
Yeah,
together.
yeah,
And then
bro,
we'll,
yeah.
and just because like even it's not that I want him to be a creator, just the fact that that sparks an interest.
Yeah,
And I can show him a skill.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
he
we-
could possibly like, all right, maybe I love editing, or maybe I didn't.
Yeah.
Like just the fact that it's an opportunity in the door. How you're
We need
saying,
to remember that our kids, like, we're the person that they look up to
Yes.
right now when they're little. You know what I mean? So if you can show them everything that you know or can do, you never know what can spark up
Yep.
all of a sudden for him, bro.
Yep.
So
yeah, because
Yeah.
I be doing that shit all the time. They're like, damn, you play hockey? Damn, you do jujitsu?
Bro,
Damn,
I
you do
just-
this?
yeah.
I'm like, fuck yeah, I want to show my kids that you can do whatever the hell you
anything,
want.
bro. Yeah, I saw you were playing hockey, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So my wife, like I said, she used to work for the Rhinos,
Uh-huh.
for the El Paso hockey team. She was like the accountant for the Rhinos. bro.
Okay.
And I remember the first time she got tickets, we went and I was like, I played football for 12 years. I was like, football's a shit. Like,
Yeah.
you can't beat football. Like,
Yeah.
that's a tough sport. Bro, once that fucking whistle blows, bro, I was like, what the fuck, bro? I was like, these motherfuckers are brutal, bro.
Oh
Like,
man,
hey,
yeah, that
Yeah,
whole
bro.
for the because I grew up playing inline hockey, but yeah,
Yeah.
ice hockey is just a whole like different animal when it comes like the player and the skill
Yeah.
because it's a whole different skill set.
Yeah.
But the fact that knowing that you know, I tell my kids you don't have to be locked in on one thing. Like
No.
I grew up like skating outside, and then I started playing hockey, and then I wrestled, and then I played tennis, and I ran track. They're
Yeah.
like, what? I'm all, yeah, do whatever you want.
Yeah,
like
what
I
you can do, yeah.
I want you to just know that there's opportunity and a possibility within reason. I tell my kids, whatever you guys want to do,
Yeah.
let's do it.
Yeah.
I feel like my parents were able to do that to a certain extent for me, and I want to do that for them.
Yeah. It's 2024, bro. The doors are open to everything with just a simple video on Instagram can fucking take you
Yep.
all the way wherever you want to go, bro. So,
I love that, man.
Yeah.
But before we wrap this up, man, I wanted to ask you, like, since you know you've already gone through the whole process, like, what some of the tips and advice, you know, to somebody that might be inspired to getting into fashion, might be inspired into starting a clothing brand or even a business.
yeah.
You know, like, what are some tips, like, because obviously you live and learn, but what are some do's and don'ts that you could say off the bat? Not that
Yeah.
you would change anything you did, but like, hey, do this, do less of this, do this, do that. Like, what were some tips?
I would say just stay consistent, bro. Stay consistent. Don't give up on a design that you have. Keep working on it. Stay consistent. When you go out, when you're first printing out your first shirts, go to the fucking, what is it fucking called? Those vintage stores, bro, that sell shirts for $1, $2. Practice printing on screening or printing on those first. Don't go out and buy a $10, $12 shirt or whatever, $30 shirt and mess those up. You know what I mean? I feel like that's what I did, bro. I lost a lot of money. I was like, I'm gonna print this. Bought a fucking $30 shirt. Oh, fuck, I messed it up. You know what I mean? That's profit that you're losing. You know what I mean? So also learn how to take your own pictures, do your printing, do your designing, promote yourself. You know what I mean? Go out and like to venues, to a DJ, whoever you want to, bro. And don't be afraid to talk to people and like, hey, like check out my Instagram. Like this is my clothing brand. Put yourself out there. Nobody's, like I told you, nobody's gonna promote you more than you do. You know what I mean? So I would say that, bro. Start little at your own pace. Like you said, everybody has their own roles. Everybody has their family. You could be single. You know what I mean? Whatever. But I would say at your own pace. Start cheap. You don't need the biggest fucking machines. At the end of the day, what if you don't want to do it?
Yep.
You know what I mean? You just invested all this money
Yeah.
into it. It's a lot of money that you have to invest, bro. But little by little, bro. Simple cheap shirts, simple designs, you never reach out to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm down to help anybody when they have.
Y'all hear that? Y'all hear that?
Yeah, reach out to me. Yeah, bro. Reach out to me. Like I don't
$10 a minute.
yeah, reach out to me, bro. Like I don't mind helping people, especially young kids that want to like, you know what I mean, start their own business. It always makes me happy when like I'm out at the mall shopping or something and I see someone with my shirt. Bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they come up to me and I'm like, bro, I've always wanted to start like a clothing brand or whatever. I'm like, bro, whenever you want to, bro. Like I love seeing people out there that like support me. You know what I mean? So I don't come up to me like I don't care. I look mean or whatever. A lot of people tell me that I look mean and like scary or whatever. Bro, I'm the nicest. I'm like a big teddy bear.
Yeah.
Bro. Like I'm the nicest person ever, bro. But come up to me, bro. Ask questions. DM me. Start simple at your own pace. Learn how to do a lot of stuff. Don't how can I tell you? Don't
Get so caught up in yourself, like
yeah,
you're
bro,
like in your mind, like
just post stuff, bro.
Yeah.
You never whatever your friends think, bro. Maybe your friends are not on the like fashion side and like stuff like that. Just post it. You're gonna meet a lot of friends. Trust me. That's when you're gonna know who your real friends are and who you're not so.
Isn't it crazy? Like with the whole creation thing, like I have a lot of good friends, you know what I mean? But they can't relate to what I do, and I don't want them to have to relate or understand. It's okay.
Yeah.
That friendship is different.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I have different friendships with, you know, other creators or people that I've had on podcasts or met that are pursuing things differently, and those are different. I call those, and I had a podcast. Shout out to Miko.
Yeah,
we had our Not Just Gamer Dads podcast that we did a side thing with, and that was another creator. We're both dads, and we started a side project. It was fun.
You're gonna meet a lot of people that are on the same page as you, bro. Like maybe your friends, like for example, my friends. I have friends that just wear, you know, like the boots and jeans, you know, which is cool. I wear boots and jeans, you know what I mean? But it's not my crowd to sell my shirts to. You know what I mean? And you need to see that when you start your clothing brand. If your friends are not the crowd that you want to sell to, then like don't expect support from them. You know what I mean?
They don't understand. Like I'm telling people to go watch YouTube videos of me fucking doing this or doing that. They don't care about that. They love me, and they care about me. We hang out, and everything's all love. But just being okay, just knowing that not everybody's gonna be your the understanding. I like the fact that you said. I've been out and people like recognize me, like, oh, you're like, what the fuck? It feels weird.
It's weird, but it's the best feeling ever, bro. I get back home and I'm like, baby, guess what? Like, this making love to me, bro. So it's cool, bro. It's cool, bro.
Yeah, man. With that being said, man, plug yourself. Where could they find you?
So right now I'm on Instagram. That's the page that I use the most. I post everything. It's VLR brand, literally VLR brand altogether, no spaces. Yeah, hit me up. There's the link is in my bio for all the shirts that I have right now, pants, whatever you guys want to get. Any businesses that want to, you know what I mean, like start printing shirts with me or like stuff like that. Little clothing brands, little businesses, anything, bro. I can print it on anything. And just hit me up. VLR brand on Instagram.
Yeah, bro. He's like, I'm a one-stop shop, baby. You know what I mean?
You get everything here.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, man. And all the information will be down below, guys. If you're watching or listening, you know. We're going to continue these conversations, and I appreciate you coming through, man. I love to see what you're doing and pursuing it. You know, you seem like like I said, I've known you, but not knowing you, but just being around you and just, you know, you get that, like I tell people, like when you meet certain people, you get like certain auras.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I always feel like I always try to be a welcoming aura.
Yeah.
And then, you know, and that's how it is too. Like we don't have to be best friends. We don't have to go hang out. But hey, man, I saw you drop this shirt. Hey, that's dope. Hey, Jimmy, I saw you had this person. Oh, hey, that's dope. You know, I feel like having these conversations and, you know, building these connections are like more meaningful. In life, man. Because I feel like, if anything, like if I can think of like, oh man, you like this style of shit. I know a guy who actually does this style of clothing that you might like. You know what I mean? Because I feel like a lot of people will try to force or go, hey, go check out this person. Like they don't know anything or care about that. So that makes no sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, bro, I also want to put this in. I'm gonna have a drop. I haven't posted in like a year. I think I told you. I recently had a baby and everything, so it was a whole process. But we're gonna have a drop next Tuesday. What day is that? Should have checked before I said this.
The first. Oh no, the 30th.
30th. Yeah. So the 30th is gonna be our first drop back again to get, you know what I mean, in the rhythm. It's a Frida Kahlo.
Okay.
A Frida Kahlo inspired shirt, bro. So I feel like that's gonna be cool.
Hell yeah.
So if they want to check it out, everything's gonna be in the link.
Yeah, man. Everybody will be in the link. You guys go check this out, man. But you know, thank you so much for coming through, man. I know that you're on your own time coming through, and I appreciate you coming by and sharing your experiences and your journey, man. Hopefully anybody that's listening, like my goal now, like, you know how you always like try to find like your mission statement, whatever. I feel like having these conversations and hearing people's experiences, like not only do I get front row to get to talk to somebody, but also like if anybody's hearing that we can inspire or spark or anything, that's what I want. You know what I mean? By having through conversations, I hope that just our conversations or my conversations with people will spark an idea or, you know, have somebody keep going.
Yeah, bro.
You know what I mean? Hearing people's struggles, it's all rainbows and fucking butterflies all the damn time.
And
It's
honestly,
tough.
like I said, thank you for inviting me, bro. Like, I remember telling my wife, like, you invited me like to the podcast and everything, right? And I was like, bro, like this stuff like this, like you invited me to your podcast, just motivated me more to like start dropping stuff. You know what I mean? I miss having conversations with like people, meeting new people and stuff. So thank you, bro. Thank
Hell
you for
yeah,
inviting
man.
me and
I
having
appreciate
me, bro.
that.
Yeah,
I always feel like it's always a win-win. Every time I have a conversation with somebody, we both leave like, damn, that was dope. You know what I mean? And you feel like charged, dude. Like I said, like
you had me taking fucking stories and everything earlier, bro.
Dude,
this shit's so cool, bro.
It's awesome to have those connections, man, because it does like it fills my battery.
Yeah.
It really does. Like I don't give a fuck what you do. I shout out to Chef Clay. He's a chef.
Yeah.
Like him just like, man, I fucking was doing this and it sucked and I started doing this, I'm like, fuck yeah. And like it makes me feel good. And like have other buddies like, oh, I was doing this and doing that and I started doing this now. I was like, fuck yeah. Like it's so good. I feel like when people hear these conversations, I hope they get something out of this.
Yeah.
Like some substance. I ain't just trying to chase numbers. I ain't trying to have random people on. I'm having, you know, conversations with people that it's hopefully meaningful to me and the other person or watching or listening that could spark that like, damn, man, I was second guessing to start my brand, but I fucking heard Hector on Jimmy's fucking podcast, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, I'm going all in." You know what I mean,
bro? Go, just do it, bro.
Hell yeah,
just
man.
Do it,
Hell yeah, man. I appreciate that, man.
People are gonna talk shit if you do your brand and they don't like it, and they're still gonna talk shit even if you don't have a business, bro. So just fucking do it, bro.
Yeah, that goes back to I don't care. Like, do you care about being respected? I'm like, the people that I care about respect me. The people that I don't care about, I can care less. Yeah, to a certain extent, right?
All I want is my family, bro. Yeah, respect me. That's it. Yep. You know what I mean? So
I'm a good dude. If you don't like me for some reason, that's your thing. You know what I mean? Like, what is that quote that an actor said? If you don't got my number, then you don't know me enough to fucking hate me.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like we're not that cool. You know what I mean? Exactly. Just like for you to have your opinion about me and not know me. That's why I've always just stopped talking about people. Like, what do you think? I was like, I don't know them.
Yeah.
I'll just be honest. Like, that's not a good look, but I don't know what they're going through. I don't know them. And I have no comment or opinion. And a lot of people always get tripped out because I'm like, I'm not getting caught up in negative shit. I got so much positive things going on in my life that I could give a fuck about the negative things that are going on,
bro.
man.
Just do it, bro. Don't be embarrassed of anything.
Hell yeah, man. I appreciate you coming through, man.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it, Jimmy. Thank you. This shit was fun,
yeah, man.
We need to do it again, bro.
Yeah, man. This won't be the last. Like I said, I'm going to be doing a yearly check-in with all my homies that I've had on here, man. But you guys make sure all the links will be at the bottom. Make sure you guys VLR brand on Instagram. He has a website up. You see all his current merch up there. You know, there's going to be a drop on the 30th. So you're going to probably see this a little late, but you're going to see stories about it. But continue watching it. We're on YouTube. We're on iTunes. We're on Spotify. We're pushing YouTube right now as our main platform. If you guys don't know, I just don't stream. I just don't do podcasts. I do vlogs. I do unboxing and reviews. So I'm just trying to get out there. If you want to check me out and you come in to watch this, because Hector, I appreciate you hitting that link and checking us out. But until next time, peace out, homies. Y'all take care, man.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys for watching and listening. Do it, but can you teach it?
Yeah.
And I've always felt that by teaching, you get better yourself. Because like I grew up playing hockey, and I was always pretty good. I was always a small guy. I was scoring goals. I was getting out of the way. I wasn't putting anybody on their butt. I mean, I wasn't like fighting in the corners or like anything. But what I was good at is just taking faceoffs, gritty around the net, scoring goals. Like I was quick. And I was able to teach that to people over time because I've been playing for 25 plus years. And even though I can't do it now, I could comfortably run a whole camp if I wanted to. Not that I'm gonna, but I could pass my knowledge on because I feel confident enough because of my experience of playing competitively and for how long, and I could teach it to anybody, a lefty or righty, or you might not skate backwards this way. All right, well, think about cutting off the edge this way. Okay, I'm not a goalie, but I could teach somebody how to be a goalie. You know what I mean? Things like that. And that comes with the time.
Passing it down is what's powerful. You know what I mean? Because at some point, you're going to have to pass the torch.
Yeah.
At some point, I am not going to be able to roll. But doesn't mean my brain doesn't work. Doesn't mean I can't pass on something for somebody else to do, to pass on, to pass on, to pass on. And that's what the most important part is. And I know a lot of people are very up on the rolling portion of the belt rank system and the rolling portion of jiu-jitsu in general. Like, oh, this guy's a blue belt, but he's tapping everybody. You sure you're a blue belt? But couldn't teach an armbar.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So passing down knowledge is very important. And I feel like that comes with time. It also comes with effort. And you don't get those, that time and those efforts when you're a lower belt because you're learning how to be a grappler at that point. Even as a purple belt, you know, you're still learning how to be a grappler at that point. But as a purple belt, you probably have run warm-ups. You know, for the most part, you probably have fixed techniques around. If your instructor's done things like seminars, you've probably been one of the guys that went with him as an uki on the road and you know, stuff like that. So there's a little bit more knowledge there as a purple belt. And yeah, you should still kind of be a good roller because, you know, most are still within that good, healthy age range where they can still roll and things like that. And I think our age range for jiu-jitsu is a lot wider than most sports. Yeah. Even most martial arts.
Yeah. Because like, you could have a 40-year-old blue belt and then by the time he's 50, now he's barely getting his purple belt, you know, and things like that. It's like, oh, crazy. But he's been training for so long, but how you said life and things and get in, you know, from that path or whatever. And like, I always feel like I hope that I always want to keep training. As long as I'm able to train, I look to always train somehow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It might not be as much as I'd want, but I don't, just like hockey, I'll go back and play hockey every once in a while. Like, damn, Jimmy, you gave up hockey. I was like, I didn't give it up. I could go back anytime.
Yeah.
So anytime there's a local tournament, there was a tournament a while back, I was like, fuck it. Let me get back out there. I wasn't the best, but I wasn't the worst. You know what I mean? And I went out there and I had a good time. And I felt like this sport for me, I could always just get back into whenever I want at whatever pace I want. And it's like a whole like, damn, I'm going to see myself training until I die, hopefully. God, you know, as long as like I'm able to, I'm gonna.
Yeah,
you know what
of
I mean?
course.
You know, so with all that being said, you know, being an owner, you know, like running your first classes, you know, getting your ass kicked the first time and fucking going through all this shit. What's like an ideal future for like yourself? Like, do you want to run the school forever? Like, do you have ideal future of making it bigger? Like, what are some of like your aspirations of not only being an instructor, but a business owner?
Yeah. So, I mean, stay the course for me. I like what we have. Are we looking for expansion? I mean, yeah, we're always looking for expansion. We have room within to grow. You know, we haven't even maxed out our spaces, our opportunities and things like that. You know, I like to see people grow within the gym and then come to me and be like, is there space for me to run a class? Is there space? I like that. I think that's cool. And we've had that recently. You know? We've had it recently with our 5 a.m. class. They asked to open up, you know, one of the instructors came up and was like, hey, man, I want to open another class during the week. Go for it.
That's dope.
I like to see that.
Yeah.
Because he's been training under somebody under a 5 a.m. class for a while. But he's also been filling in for that somebody when they have to step out of town, can't make class or whatever. And now he's got his own thing. I like to see that. Yeah. I think that's cool.
And you give people the opportunity to do that because you wouldn't just say that to anybody because you get to know them and you feel confident enough for them to run a class under your school. You know what I mean?
I gave him his brown belt. So it was one of those things where it was like, he had put in the time, the effort, the training, the teaching, you know, he had everything going for him. He got his brown belt. And now he's like, hey dude, like I'm available on this day. I would like to run a
That's
class.
Cool, man.
I think it's cool. And we had the same thing going on with one of our guys in the evening who came up to me and asked me if he can do some striking stuff. And I said, I have some stuff, you know, open for you on the schedule there if you want to try to fill in some time there. My only thing is when it comes to new classes and new offers for classes, and obviously, you know, when the schedules get posted, the public doesn't know how long it took for that class to get added.
Yes.
So I don't like to have a class on the schedule that could potentially be canceled, taken away, or is inconsistent.
Yeah.
I don't mind if our guys do it here. If you keep it internal, that's cool. You know, if you have a small group of guys that you want to text on, you know, Tuesday at 3:00, that's your thing. That's cool. Yeah. I will not put that on a public schedule
makes sense.
for people to randomly show up
Yeah.
and be like, hey, the doors are locked.
Yeah, I hear at 5 a.m. Yeah, I hear at 5 a.m. There's nobody fucking here. Like, what the hell? Yeah.
So if you want to keep it internal and that's how you want to keep it, cool. I will always ask you if you want to keep it internal, if you want to have it a public class. If you tell me a public class, I will tell you, run that class for weeks with no cancellation, no problems, no issues. And then I'll make it a public class. Yeah. And that's where we're at. I just put that 5 a.m. class. I think it's been running for like 6 weeks, almost 7 weeks. And I just now put it on the schedule for the public. You know what I mean? Because I want to make sure the classes are solid.
Yeah.
Canceling classes can be very damaging, I think, to an academy. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
But consistency is very key.
Yeah.
And in order to build a class, consistency has to be a thing. Our 5 a.m. class had nothing. Professor Allen wanted to run that class. It started with Professor Matt when he was here running an early morning class. And then that kind of trickled down. And then we ended up getting Professor Allen that wanted to run. At the time, he was a brown belt. And I'm like, you do realize that's a difficult time. It has to be consistent.
Yeah.
And that is what he stuck to.
That's awesome.
And now his class is consistently between 10, 15, if not more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's a lot of his hard work and his dedication and his time that went into that, along with, Angel, who also helps with that class, and some of the other upper belts now that have been helping out with that class and stuff. So, I love to see people grow within the gym and then come to me and ask me to do something for the gym. I think it's cool. It gives you an opportunity to be a little entrepreneur within an entrepreneur.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think it's cool.
I like that you're saying staying the course, because I feel like for me, like I came in when you guys were already established, and I feel like, damn, this seems like it's just getting better. You know what I mean?
That's cool. Yeah. And that's cool to see because, being in charge of it, I see it and I like it, but it's nice when other people see it too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you'll definitely see the bad.
Yeah.
You'll see like no classes. You're like, where's everybody at? You know what I mean? Like, oh, there's a hole in the wall. It's not getting fixed. Or this is not getting fixed. That's dirty. So you'll see a deterioration. So it's nice when you see, something being upbuilt and getting better, especially when you kind of came in where you came in at. We have a few people that have been here since we opened the original grind over on Dyer, and imagine what they've seen. Imagine what we've seen and stuff like that. So it's always fun to see, that upslope going on the chart. And I think I'm happy. I'm happy with the way things are going. I love the people that train here. I love the atmosphere. Our coaches, we have a good amount of coaches, a good amount of people, and everyone jumps in and fills for each other.
Yeah.
You get one text message, hey, I'm not going to be able to make so-and-so class. Can you fill in? And these are things kind of behind the curtains, because we have a coach's text message outside of our whole school text.
Yeah, of course.
And, these guys are asking to be filled in and guys are picking them up just like that. And
that's cool.
It's awesome.
Yeah, man. I love the fact that, it's like I said, I wanted to train in the Northeast, and the fact that it's a good gym, great instructors, great facility, and, you're doing different things to not only upkeep, but make better, and I appreciate that as being a student, because I'm like, damn, it's not like he's just hoarding the money and it's like fucking AC's not working. He's not trying to mop the floor. He's not getting new stuff. Like when you told me the other day, like I buy mops every so often. It's like, I don't like dirty stuff. Like to the regular person that doesn't think about that shit, the fact that you're doing that, and like a lot of people don't know that, but the fact that I know that knows, like I appreciate that you care.
Yeah, of course.
You care.
Yeah, of course I care. I mean, it's one of those things that, you take care of it, it'll take care of you. And I do. I try to put as much back into the gym as possible. I try to save money in certain places, not to keep it, but to put it somewhere else that has to do with this. Wearing one of the shirts that I printed in the back, that the screen printing business started in the back. And so far, we've just kind of been doing our own stuff there. And I enjoy doing it. It's a little bit extra time. It does take a lot of time. Screen printing is, it was a whole new experience for me when I started. It's still a new experience, and I'm still learning a ton of stuff. And damn, it's a lot of work. Yeah. But it is fun. It's a good challenge to take on. I printed this as a sample shirt that will be available for us a little bit later. But there's certain things about this shirt that it took me a long time just to line up the thing that looks the most simplest. Like, it looks easy. It's not easy. Yeah. And it gave me a new appreciation for those that are in the business of it. And, you order shirts as a consumer and you're like, what's taking this so long? Or how come you can't just, now I see why. Yeah.
I like that when you were doing all that in the back, but that also adds value to your gym, because it's like you're not outsourcing And at the same time, like you want people to rock the gym stuff, but not pay an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
So by you doing this, it keeps the money in and everybody's supporting it anyways. Everybody was buying your shit before anyways, but the fact that now we know that it's being done here and it goes right back into this, like people are more willing to buy more. Cause I'm like, oh, new shirt, fuck it, I want it. All right, let me get a shirt. Let me get this and that. I was like, it's from here. It's way more. I know where the money's going to, and you're trying to make it better because that's helping the gym overall, and it helps people in their pockets too.
Yeah, and the biggest thing for me was another way for me to provide a service.
Yeah,
you know, that was really the biggest part of it. You know, we all have patience to a point and stuff like that, but for me, when I was putting that back there and getting things set up for it, it was more of what's another way that I can do something for you.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And that's what it was.
That's
it's
awesome.
Just like with the barbecue.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna have that barbecue here. It's like, what's another way that I can kind of give back to you guys? Because without you guys here, it's an empty building.
Yeah.
And this is an empty dream.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I don't get to enjoy doing this without you guys here. So I want to make sure that you guys understand that I appreciate you guys being here, and that, you know, everyone that's involved in this is appreciative of everybody else.
Yes.
Because again, and I realize that without me, there's no them or you, but there is everywhere else.
Yes.
So, but without you guys, there's no me anywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I go work a regular job and just be a regular Joe.
Mm-hmm.
So I enjoy doing this, and I enjoy that people enjoy being here. I like to see, you know, I try to spend as much time up front as I can so I can see people coming and going, you know, and I try to read people coming out, into the door, out of the door, you know, hey, you doing all right? Oh, you're happy, you know. I love to see that stuff.
Yeah. So before we start wrapping this up, I got some little rapid fire questions for you. And there's some rapid fire questions for you. And then this is just for fun too. So I'm just gonna ask you some questions and see your thoughts. All right. So if you had to choose, gi or no gi?
No gi.
No gi. Armbar or Kimura?
Kimura.
Heel hook or knee bar?
Heel hook.
Rear naked or guillotine?
Rear naked.
And what's your favorite submission?
Rear naked.
Nice.
Rear naked. That's my favorite one. Yeah.
It's cool because like I always like asking those kind of questions because like I favor certain things and it's cool. Like I remember when I was at 10th, people would love fucking heel hooks. I'm like, God damn it, fuck it. I always have to worry about that shit. Or like some people were like really good at Kimuras. Like, God damn it, like I gotta worry about this shit. But it's cool that everybody has like their go-to shit. And I was like asking people what they like to do. It's fun.
So the reason why I like the Kimura over the armbar is the amount of control that you have and the structure that you make with your body. That Kimura lock, rather use it for a submission or to control someone. And this goes back to my time being an armed guard and having to use these techniques to put people in positions that I need them in to put handcuffs on. That is one of the best. The armbar isn't going to put somebody.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's great for jiu-jitsu and everything, but I look at the Kimura as an overall thing. It's also great for jiu-jitsu. It's also great for self-defense. Rear naked, same thing. It's one of those things that you are completely controlling somebody over things like a guillotine, and you're behind somebody rather than being on your back. Yeah. And stuff like that. So, and we talked about the reason for no gi. No gi, I feel like it's just, it's one of those things that you have to push and push and push and push and push. And it's very hard to earn your breaks. Where in gi, it's a little bit easier to earn your breaks. You know, you hold here, and you lay there, and you just kind of chill out. But no gi doesn't have those restrictions of being tied down. So you have to really earn your breaks. Yeah. You know, and you have to earn your control. Yeah. With that. So.
Thank you. I like the when you said Kimura, I was like, yeah, that's dope. But then now you saying, I was like, no shit, because like how you can use a Kimura to sweep, you can use a Kimura to finish, you can use Kimura to do different things. And you're right, an armbar, like you can't really use an armbar to transition or use it.
Yeah, not to that. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some things you can transition over to the armbar with. You know, there's triangles. You can also go to Kimura from armbar, and there are some sweeps based off of that. You know, with that, but a lot of it is for jiu-jitsu. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's for jiu-jitsu.
And for overall, you're saying the Kimura is for overall.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Everything.
That figure four lock you make with your arms is very strong. It's an extremely strong structure. You can use it just to grip somebody and put their, I use that figure four lock sometimes just to put somebody's fist to their stomach. Yeah. Just to prevent them from using it, turning, moving. And you can, manipulate the body using that figure four. Yeah. It's super powerful.
I love it. Love it. Man, well, let's wrap this up. I appreciate you taking the time, man. I know that we talked about this, but I'm glad we did it here. But before we get out of here, man, plug words of location, what are some of the class hours that somebody that might be watching now that they're interested, because maybe my community or whatever, but talk about the location and where it's at and where they can find you.
Yeah, so we're right at the Gateway by McCoy's. We're at 8935 Gateway South. B7 is the entrance door. You'll see some other doors around the area. It is 3 suites into one, so B7 is our entry. Classes, like you said, we have some 5 a.m. classes. The full schedule is on the website. It's also on the Instagram. We have it here at the gym, and of course, I can always be contacted for the schedule as well and stuff like that. So we do offer 5 a.m. classes. We do offer some afternoon classes. We offer early evening classes, kids classes, and we also do adult classes in the evening time. We have a Sunday class, nothing Saturday. It's why we're here.
Yeah.
So we have quite a bit of stuff.
Yeah. And I like that, the fact that it's such an open thing, and you could show up till 5 a.m. one day and then do a night class another day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I like the fact that the person, there was a gentleman that I was rolling with during the seminar. I was like, how long have you been rolling? He's like, oh, I've been here so long. He's like, I only do the 5 a.m. class. He's like, oh, I've never seen you either. I was like, all right, cool.
Yeah, cool. You know
and it's cool that how you were saying that there's so many different people that I don't know, but it's great to know that all those times are being filled and there's actually people showing up.
Yeah.
Because how many times will I've gone to gyms out of town or whatever, and it's like a prime time class and there's only 5 people. I'm like, oh damn, you know what I mean? That's kind of crazy. It's just not. I was like, I came 3 days in a row and there was only 5 or 6 people. I was like, oh damn, this is a really small gym or whatever.
And that's really the best way to kind of judge if you're looking for that kind of information stuff, like how are the classes to the ones I'm going to. Go to a couple of them. There's always something that will make your class gigantic or super small. You know what I mean? Some will do a promotion night. You don't know it's promotion night.
Yeah.
You're in here doing this and you're like, oh man, there's 50 students here. This is awesome. And then you sign up based off of that day.
Yeah.
Now the classes are back to normal size or even smaller than normal, or vice versa. There are things going on in the city or just with people in general, and there's 10, 15 people in class, or there's 5 people in class. You know what I mean? So it's always good. It's one of the reasons why I feel like a week is a good determination on if you're going to be able to, one, make that commitment, that training, and if you enjoy what you're getting into, and a week I feel like is a good amount of time. Because your job, sometimes you have a regular 9 to 5 and you have weekends off. Other times you're like, what's my schedule going to be like this week? Does that fit? Can I still train? Stuff like that. So I like that. Yeah, man. So you guys can find all the information will be down below, and they offer a week trial to come check it out, because it might be up your alley and it might not be some people, but I like that you have that. And then Mondays are open too. So, come check us out, guys. Mondays, you want to come roll with my ass. Even if you never rolled, come on a Monday. It's fun. Everybody gets after it. And if you're just here to learn, a lot of people take the time to learn, because eventually I get people who will come and they're like, God damn it, I want to sign up. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I think that's cool. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's with all the classes that we offer, we get a lot of people on the mats daily for jiu-jitsu, but not all together.
Yeah.
And I think what's important about that, trust me, it's cool to have 50 people on your mats. Makes school look good. Yeah. Everybody's here. You all get the chance to hang out and stuff like that. We got the space for it.
Yeah.
We've had a few seminars here where we've had 100 plus people at those seminars, and they've been able to fill the mats, but not have limited space where they're going to fall off.
Yeah.
But what I like about the smaller classes, meaning that we have our classes so spread out that everybody can train, is that you get a little bit more personal attention.
Yes.
With those. You know what I mean?
Yes.
When you got 50 guys in one class, you got 1, maybe 2 black belts out there. There's groups over here that don't get touched if that happens.
Yeah.
So I don't mind having the smaller classes where you're teaching something and you're able to get to every individual group and spend a significant amount of time with them without people getting bored.
Yes.
Because everybody's the same. You start to learn the technique, you drill it 3 times. I got it.
Yeah, fuck this.
Yeah, I got it. That's it. You know what I mean? And then you just sit around and you BS.
Questions? Of course not.
None. There's no question.
And then later, hey, how do I do this? I just fucking talk.
We get out, we bow, we start to get the mop water going, and then I turn around, there's 5 people on the mats asking somebody else a question. I'm like, I was right here. Yeah, I was right here, dude. I couldn't answer that.
That's hilarious. Man. Well, man, make sure you guys go check us out on the Instagram. Justin, you can super reachable, and come check us out, man. It's me personally, and I'm not just because I train here. This is probably one of the best facilities I've been to. It's clean, it's open, everybody's friendly, and that's one of the main things. For me I just want to go and have a good time and not worry about getting my ass kicked out all the time and not having a good time. If I want to go in here and go hard against somebody, I could. If I want to just take it light and just roll around, I can. So the fact that it's open to all different skill levels is great. You know what I mean? It's not like super hardcore. Like you got to come in like, oh, well, you got to be able to do this. If you're going to come on this class, you got to do this or whatever.
Yeah.
There's the fundamental class for a reason. You know what I mean? There's a night class for a reason. There's a competitive night for a reason. There's an open mat on Mondays for a reason. You know, so everybody has the opportunity to pick their schedule, because I like coming Mondays, and then everybody had a hard ass Monday and they might not come Tuesday.
Yeah.
And Tuesday's a small class. But for me, now that I'm like, I have more time to talk to Justin or talk to somebody who is a higher belt to learn more, that's what I want to do.
And see, I feel like those are the benefit with the classes. And Mondays people go run that fade. They don't care.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? On Mondays. And it makes for a smaller class sometimes on Tuesdays. People are a little bit bruised, a little bit beat up. And maybe they use that as their rest day.
Yeah.
And there's people that train on the weekends. You know what I mean? There's Fort Bliss has a really good open mat on Saturdays that a lot of our guys go to. Fort Bliss is a very big supporter of our program, and vice versa. We're very supportive with theirs. And I love having that, being a veteran and spending a lot of my time on Fort Bliss, both as where I started grappling for the most part, other than quitting the first school that I got my ass kicked at. But even if I don't know that I would have gone to that school even if I still stayed in in the Bay Area. You know what I mean? I don't know if I would have stayed there, but I would have continued to train. But Tuesdays can be a little bit smaller.
Yeah, but there's some that people don't come on Mondays, but then like I've seen Tuesdays like, oh shit. And then like, oh, none of these guys came yesterday.
No.
Or like I'll see people on Monday and they won't come Tuesday and vice versa. Or like where were you yesterday? Well, I was like, I was here Tuesday. Well, I didn't go because I went Monday. I was like, oh, okay. And then like, oh, I'll see you Thursday. All right, and everybody's here Thursday. So I like that there's I've never come to a class like, where the fuck is everybody at? It's never been like that here. And I've been here since last July, and it's always like a good amount of people, and it's always great training and great instruction. And, that's the fact that for me, like now that I'm learning more and as a paid customer, I'm glad that I don't have to worry about cancel classes and like, oh, who the fuck's running this class? I don't know, like who's he doesn't even know what he's doing. Yeah. She doesn't know what she's doing. Like, and that's not a case here. And I like the fact that it is, man.
Cool. I appreciate that.
Yeah. But without that being said, man, thank you so much for your time, man. I
really appreciate it.
Yeah, man. That was fun, man. Make sure grind Underground Jiu-Jitsu, Facebook, Instagram, websites up there. Mondays are great for open to come check it out. Like there's seating, guys. There's seating. Like you don't have to like stand up against the wall. You actually can sit in a chair or sit up on the side comfortably and watch people get their ass strangled. So I mean, like that. So make sure you guys go check us out. I got the podcast rolling. If you guys don't know, I'm slowly getting away from just gaming stuff and content creators. But I'm looping in content creators. But I'm fortunate that I'm reaching out to different people like Professor Justin here, who something that's completely out of my like area. But now that I'm doing jiu-jitsu more and I have the opportunity to talk to him and maybe spread some awareness and maybe some spark an interest of, somebody training, because that's how it always is. Like, oh, somebody told me about it and I started going because so-and-so started, man.
Word of mouth is huge.
Yeah, man.
And what you're doing is great, dude. Like, you set up your camera here during classes and you get some really good film and you make some good videos.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Really good videos. I'm like, this is really nice.
And it's fun too. Like I've been telling people like, man, it's cool that, that you're giving me the opportunity. And for you, it's like, whatever. But to me, it's a big deal because a lot of people don't like being recorded or like, oh, not at my gym. Like, I'm not on. The fact that you were letting me was cool. I'm like, all right, cool. And then like, it lets me practice because I'm trying to get better at that. And I'm like, oh, and we can throw it up for the school. You know what I mean? Like, let's get some, social media is such a big thing nowadays, and it's like a great way to get people interested in certain things. Like that's how the whole podcast. You have a podcast? You had so and so on? Yeah, I learned so much because of that person, or I learned because of this. And Justin said that, and then you know what? I'm going to start doing this more. You know what I mean? And I feel like that's my whole purpose of this whole podcast is just learning from conversation and learning from people that you normally wouldn't hear from. And I've had people reach out to me like, hey, you had this person on, and I didn't think about that. And that really just it made me give you a different perspective, and I appreciate your time because like having somebody of your experience and to talk about jiu-jitsu is cool. You know what I mean? And a lot of people that know you from here, now they're gonna have different conversations to have with you because of this. You know what I mean? So it's like a win-win, man. Perfect. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you too.
Yeah, man. Spotify, guys, iTunes, fucking everywhere you can find fucking podcasts. Don't let the name think that it's just about gaming. Jimmy Duke's Gaming Podcast, JDG Podcast. But we're going to keep those episodes rolling, man. Until next time, peace out, homies. Y'all take care. Yeah. Good shit, man. Thank you. Yeah, that was fun, man. we'll start talking about more like recently and what inspired this whole fitness journey. Obviously, you were athletic,
Yes.
and you love playing sports. Talk about how you got into actual like the fitness journeys.
You know what? It wasn't until I joined corrections because I was in law enforcement and border patrol. I got into corrections, and my coworkers, these guys were huge. So there was a gentleman, Rafael Gallegos. He reached out to me and was like, "Hey, I know somebody stronger and bigger than you, another female." And I was like, as cocky as I was like, "No way, who is she?"
Yeah.
So I went up to Steel Fitness. Susan Salazar, shout out Susan. She was my coach with her wife, Leo the Lion. These ladies are amazing. I met Sue and her body was just phenomenal. I was like, where have you been? I've never seen any females looking like this in El Paso ever. She's, a pro athlete, Navy vet. So yeah, I saw her. She started training me and she got me ready for my first show.
Nice.
In 4 months. Yeah. She was like, let's get it. So the intensity, the love was there. So yeah, amazing.
What up, y'all? Welcome back to another episode here on the JDG Podcast. Don't let the Jimmy Dukes Gaming part think any different, but we're here with another conversation and our new setup that we got going on. Woo! Thank you to all the supporters that helped me get some stuff. But we have my lovely friend here, Tiffany.
How y'all doing?
So I wanted to bring her out because you are on a crazy fitness journey, and I've known you for some time, right?
Yes, years.
Yeah.
We went to high school together, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
So I appreciate you coming on here. I reached out to you a while back, and we were kind of just shooting the shit, trying to figure it out. But I appreciate you coming on
Thank you for the invite.
and coming and talk to us. The reason I wanted to come talk to her is, as you can clearly see, she takes care of herself, and I just wanted to ask you some questions about your journey and what you got going on right now and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, I might have a potential bodybuilding show. I do women's physique in
Let's
October.
go.
Right. I'll be partying out with one of my good friends, James.
Uh-huh.
I was on his podcast a few months ago.
Let's go,
Amazing
James.
guy. Yep. Nurse and nutritionist. So yeah, shout out James. I've been down in the dumps lately, but this show hopefully should bring me out of it.
Hey.
Loving fitness, and I'm looking forward to it. So October is not that far.
Yeah.
So I need to get focused, need to get my mind right. So
Yeah.
hopefully we can get this done.
Yeah, I know. You were saying that we've known each other since school, and when we were in school, you were probably one of the best athletes at the school,
Yes.
like male or female.
Appreciate
you ran
that.
track, you played ball,
Yep.
and we wrestled.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Yeah, this girl wrestled. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I just used to love your competitiveness.
Right.
You know what I mean? I felt like you were always like. I felt like I always respected that you always tried your ass off.
Yes.
You
yes,
always tried your ass off.
Yes. I mean, wrestling was no joke. You guys were serious.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We got slammed. There was no mercy on us.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I loved it. And
that
you
was-
treated me equal.
Yeah.
So that's what I loved about it.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, and then I remember you running track. I ran track for one season, and you were a senior. I was a junior at the time, but I mean, I did it just to go hang out and
You're
get out of
fast
class.
though. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? But I remember you were in a bunch of different events and stuff like that. So, we'll start talking about more like recently and what inspired this whole fitness journey. Obviously, you were athletic.
Yes.
And you love playing sports. Talk about how you got into actual like the fitness journeys.
You know what? It wasn't until I joined corrections because I was in law enforcement and border patrol. I got into corrections, and my coworkers, these guys were huge. So there was a gentleman, Rafael Gallegos. He reached out to me and was like, "Hey, I know somebody stronger and bigger than you, another female." And I was like, as cocky as I was like, "No way, who is she?"
Yeah.
So I went up to Steel Fitness. Susan Salazar, shout out Susan. She was my coach with her wife, Leo the Lion. These ladies are amazing. I met Sue and her body was just phenomenal. I was like, where have you been? I've never seen any females looking like this in El Paso ever. She's, a pro athlete, Navy vet. So yeah, I saw her. She started training me and she got me ready for my first show. In
Nice.
4 months. Yeah. She was like, let's get it. So the intensity, the love was there. So yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So at that time, you were you kind of lifting at the time? I mean, you've always been really athletic and kind of really slender.
I mean, that was my problem.
You know?
So I was naturally skinny, couldn't put on muscle. I mean, I'm eating burgers, chili cheese fries before track meets. You know what I'm saying? I never really took fitness and health to that degree. So I had to really learn how to diet.
Yeah.
And she taught me all of that from A to Z. So 2016, I started competing, did my first show. I was here in El Paso at the McGoffin Auditorium. And I took first place. It was against, Michelle Contreras. Shout out to Michelle and Scott Warman at Warman's Gym. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a different world. Yeah. So going from athletics to bodybuilding, totally different.
Yeah.
Yeah. And since then, 2016, I've been trying to kill it, trying to get it.
That's cool. I just like that, like we were kind of just chopping it up before we started recording. Just like meeting the right type of people in your life. And all of a sudden you get like interested about something else.
Yes.
And then for you met somebody who's already genuinely has knowledge and everything about that. And that sparked that interest in you. And you full send. Yes. And they saw the fact that you were really trying to do something with this.
Potential. Because a lot of us, it's sports, you need money. You need sponsorships. You need to meet the right people at the right time. And these people were just there at the right time. It was perfect. And they didn't mind expelling their knowledge and helping me out every step of the way.
Yeah. I like that 4 months in, you said, I'll fucking compete.
Yeah, she did. It's like once a coach looks at you and they can either tell you can make it or not, like that's what I love. Yeah. There was no holds barred. She was straightforward. Like if you're not going to make it on stage, there's no point in getting you on there. Straight up. So she was like, hey, I think you can do it. Let's get it done. So I was like, all right.
Yeah. So how did you feel when you were, obviously you had the mentor, the ladies that were helping you out. Talk about like focusing like your state of mind, like your mentalness to really like, oh shit, I'm a really fucking do this.
Yeah.
So talk about kind of how you geared yourself.
Yeah.
And,
okay.
The dieting and just getting all into that.
That's the hardest part. So diet is the hardest part. Working out is fun. Okay. When the calories start dropping, the deficit kicks in, and then it's a more mental game then because you got to push forward. Yeah. Animosities come in, all kinds of things. You have to eat at certain times. You're dealing with family members that don't eat the way you eat. Yeah. Friends, social events have to stop. Mm-hmm. Your whole social life is just at a did stop. Mm-hmm. And you're either going to continue on with your goals or you're not. Yeah. It's that simple. So
I like that you said that because, I can relate to that to a certain extent because when you start doing something that people can't relate to, it sucks. Yes. You know what I mean? Because you have a vision doing something that somebody has no idea about.
Right.
And sometimes like getting the support or the understanding is not there, because a lot of people like will pursue a journey and they're like, well, I didn't have my friends or my family because they didn't know about it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So the fact that you were like, I'm still going to do this. Oh yeah. Regardless of, my family and my friends that they don't understand the dieting, the training and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. I just feel like the willpower to have that.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? The willpower to have that. I respect that because I feel like for the longest time I was like doing this content thing and everybody's like, what are you doing? You're trying to be famous? You're trying to do all this? Mm-hmm. You get all this like
negativity.
Yeah. They're just like, or they just were projecting. I was just like, why are you giving me a hard time for pursuing something that I want to do?
Yes. Because your dream's your dream.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Your biggest supporter should be you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you were gearing up for that first competition. So talk about like going in there and then just getting on stage.
Yeah. I mean, like, I didn't know there was so much to it. Like little tips and tricks and hints. Like, the bikini has to look a certain way and then it has to be cut a certain way and a lot of bling blingy and jewelry. And of course, my hair's short, so I had to wear a wig and then I had to get makeup and lashes. And I'm not so feminine in that aspect. So that was different, having to do a routine. So you have a minute to do a routine, put it on a CD, put it together. And it's really like acting. You know what I'm saying? So, you got the crowd there. I'm in an auditorium full of people. Judges are there, and I'm nervous. And it's like you're sweating. And it's like you can't sweat your tan off, So it's crazy. It's crazy. You can't use the bathroom because, So, I mean, it's just crazy. Your lips are dry. You got to put Vaseline on your teeth. you know, so your mouth, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's a lot of stuff that's just, I look back now and I'm like, wow.
I like how you're telling us, and in your mind, you're thinking about that.
Oh yeah,
that
that first show, I'm like, Jesus, what was I doing? You know, posing is important. Please, if you're gonna compete, pose. But yeah, it's a lot of things that go into it.
Yeah.
You know, from day one to the end of the show, and just taking care of yourself, what to do after, you know, post care, and just, you know, I always tell you, which I learned from my chiropractor, Aaron, motion is lotion, right? So you stay moving, you stay active. You may not be a bodybuilder like me. Health is wealth. So just whatever you're doing, you know, get out there and get it done.
Yeah.
So-
And you were talking about like, so you competed and you won.
Yes.
So how did that even feel? Like, what the hell?
I was like, okay, cool. My first show. So now I'm like, what's next?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
what's up?
I knew it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, won my first show. Cool. I'm moving on, show after show. And then after that, you know, COVID hit. So you can't travel. No more shows, right? So I opened up True Fit in El Paso on Sunland, and just started training people. You know, and I liked it. It's okay. It's good when people have the same goals you have, but that's not El Paso.
Yeah.
So I thought I was going to be training athletes, and you know what my degree was in kinesiology from UTEP. So I'm like, yeah, but no, 90% of El Paso is going to be overweight, diabetes, suffering from something. Okay. So I had to gear my workout plans and, you know, toward that demographic.
Yeah.
Because I mean, to make the money, you don't do it for that.
Yeah.
You don't train to make money. However, you need to find something else.
Of course.
But yeah, I did it because of the passion. I love fitness. I
Yeah.
will always to this day. I mean, so yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing too, is that, you know, you talked about having that education. Like, it might not, you'll still be able to help somebody, even though their goal is not to,
Right.
you know, to be in shows and for bodybuilding,
Yes.
but you have the knowledge, and you said it too. You're like, well, I got to kind of change myself.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because even though you want to do that, you can still do this and still help people out. And I
Right.
think that's cool that you just pivoted. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I can do this, but now I can do this.
Right. And you have to, like, at True Fit, great. It was great, but it's more of a commercial gym, right? Then I moved to Powerhouse. Everyone knows the name Powerhouse Gym, you know, from Venice Beach. You're thinking bodybuilder. The owner, Martha, didn't want to start it out that way. She wanted just a gym for everybody, which
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Now she's going to put on a show, hopefully
Yeah.
with Flex Wheeler, from what I heard and what I talked about, but it's gearing toward that. Now that I'm training at Biometrics on Sunland as well, it's more, you know, housewives.
Yeah.
It's more people that, you know, lawyers, doctors, and other people, you know, for health and clinic reasons. You know what I'm saying? Fat loss and like I said, health as well. So people are just looking to stay healthy.
Yeah.
Every gym sometimes can cater to that. You look at Anytime compared to like Powerhouse. The demographic is going to be different. The population is going to be different. What people are seeking is going to be different. Some people don't like being in huge gyms. They get nervous.
Yeah.
Some people like little smaller gyms where you can just focus on you and just them and you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
You may be a guy that's like, I love you like gyms. You don't. You don't like working out in gyms anymore. You like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah.
So yeah, you like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But you're still staying healthy.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I like guys when just are sweaty all over me and whooping my ass.
You know what I mean? Yeah, dang right. You know?
I tell people all the time,
I
like,
love it.
"Hey, well, you roll around with a bunch of guys." I'm all, yeah, but I'm getting murdered
Yes.
the whole time, but I'm actually fighting them off, but I'm actually having fun. You know what I mean?
There you go.
You know, so I like that you said that, because, you know, like, yeah, I mean, have you had the opportunity to kind of start working with clients that are kind of they want to kind of focus on that, or you haven't had the opportunity to?
Yeah, I
get in
have
that
a few
position.
competitors that I
Okay.
do train. You know,
See,
shout out to
that's what's
Victor,
up.
shout out to Kika. You know what I mean? I've had them before, but then I've had boxers.
Cool.
I've had wrestlers.
Cool.
I've had housewives. I've
Okay.
had, you know, construction workers. And everyone's just looking for longevity
Nice.
in life. So
Yeah.
yeah, hopefully I can continue doing that.
Yeah, I respect that, because I feel like and we were kind of just saying that shit before, is like me, I just started taking my health more serious, and just I'm not trying to like be crazy fit or anything. For me, I was not doing good, and I'm doing way better.
There you go.
And I feel like the lane that I'm in, I'm good. And when I do compete, get ready for competition, then that's like I flip that switch.
Yes.
Because I love playing sports, but I don't like sucking.
Right.
You know what I mean? I just feel like for me, if I go compete, I'm
Yes.
putting time in to do
Right.
this, then I like, you know, I did my first, I started training again in July of last year.
Okay.
And then I wanted to get into a tournament right away, but I wanted to get into the tournament because I wanted to get in the tournament. But when I was getting closer, I realized I wasn't ready.
There you go.
And then I started, was like, everybody's like, you should do it just to do it. I was like, I know myself because I don't want to go in there and get my ass whooped.
Yes.
And then I'm going to start thinking, well, I fucking didn't do this. I didn't want an excuse.
Already backtracking.
So I went from July till December to go to for the competition. I was like, I did a competition. It was 2 months away. I was like, all right, bet. And I started eating better. I started eating more because we're talking about like not eating, but for me. And I had a 6-pack for the first time in years.
Okay.
I lost weight. I went in there like, all right, I'm ready.
Now you're ready.
Fucking murder somebody.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? I just felt like I was ready. And having that switch flip is cool because like that's why I kind of wanted to talk to you about the athletes. Like when you see that passion in them and you're trying to get them ready for something, I think that you like for me, like you get more motivated seeing somebody like trying to pursue that.
Yes. I mean, it's hard when I can't say people lack passion, but sometimes it's just not there for them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you kind of got to kick back and reel it in and be like, you know what? It's not your show. You know what I'm saying? It's not your life. So you have to cater to what they need.
Yeah.
Now, when it's athlete time, and you get the athletes that are like, look, coach, I need you to start.
Let's go.
Let's get it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're pouring everything you can into this person, this client, because they want it just as bad as you did.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because their success is my success.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Their poundage loss is mine. When they look in the mirror and they see that change and their health is getting better, they're just inside is getting better. You know what I mean? Everything about them, their personality, they're able to feel better about themselves. It makes you feel a certain way. It really does.
Having that, that was another thing I was going to ask you too. How good does it feel when somebody says, thank you for doing what what you enjoy doing anyways? To them, it was just like, fuck, I never thought I would ever be in the position to where I could feel this way and think this way.
Yeah. I mean, you get clients still sending me stuff for my birthday, little thank you cards when I left every gym. You know what I mean? Oh, I've lost this much. We're tracking their progress still.
Awesome.
And when they continue on without me, and that's the point, you want to teach these people how to continue on without you. Give them all the knowledge that they need so they don't feel inferior when they walk into a gym or anywhere else. They know what machines work, they're not scared to try new things. You know what I mean? And that just goes in all aspects of life. So yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's awesome. So I want to start talking more about like the, how do you like stay motivated and like maintain your constant fitness routine? Because we were kind of saying shit like earlier, like having to eat at certain times and just kind of keeping track of yourself because, you're your own brand.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You're your own brand. So I mean, when somebody sees you and sees that you're doing what you're doing and actually doing it, you know what I mean? So talk about like that on a daily basis of just kind of like keeping up with yourself and things like how do you stay motivated to be like this is my lifestyle and I enjoy doing it.
It's hard. Motivation will leave. It's the consistency that follows through. You know what I'm saying? You have to be able to mentally push through because you can remember why you started, but that reason may disappear. And then what? You're just going to stop because it doesn't, no, of course not. You have to keep going. So, I mean, it's better just to remain consistent.
There you go.
You may not want to go to the gym, but you have to.
Yeah.
Like getting up and going to work. You don't want to go, but your family's dependent on you.
Yeah.
Your kids are dependent on you. Your mortgage payment is depending on you. And it's like, there it goes. Yeah. But as far as me, like, I haven't been eating the way I should be. I haven't been exercising the way I should be, but having a show, something to look forward to, a goal, helps that.
Yes.
And it's just getting mentally past like, okay, things are going to happen in life, but you still got to push forward. Yeah. So I think setting goals for yourself consistently, just trying to improve as a person in all aspects does help.
Yeah.
So that's what helps me.
I like that you say that because I've always been the type of person, a lot of people like, you need to set your goals high. You need to do all this. That's good for some, but for me, I'm more like, I build off a small goal to get to the bigger goal.
That's it.
You know what I mean? And I like that you said the finish line. For me, just knowing that I have a date in mind, like it's crazy because like for some reason for me, and you can relate to is like knowing that there's a certain date you have to do a certain thing. You're more motivated and you're more disciplined because there's a date.
Oh yeah.
But in between, I'm like, I train like 2 times a week. I could train more, but I got a lot of shit going on too. But but when I really want to get on, like I flip that switch and like I try to do better like spurts or whatever.
Yeah.
But like when I know I have a competition come up, like I just a little switch.
Oh yeah, I mean, you have to celebrate the little wins.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what's important because we all are going to expire at some point. So you better make your life worth it. And if that doesn't push you to become better every day, then switch goals.
Yeah.
Switch goals, switch professions. If you're not happy, switch relationships. Don't stay where you're not wanted.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Don't stay where you're not mentally just pushing forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's fine. You may change careers. You may change majors. You know what I mean? Something that gives you passion versus money. As long as you're setting those small goals and meeting them, that's a win.
Yeah. Because I always like get tripped out. And I'm not talking shit. It just for me, when people like shoot too high and they don't make it, then they get bummed out.
Yes.
You know what I mean? For me, I just feel like I'm more realistic with myself and my goals, that I know that I can get to my goals within reason.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I'm not delusional to the fact that I'm going to shoot for the stars and then and not even leave the ground.
Right. Yeah. You can't. It's like, come on. But, you know, be realistic. So I like that. Yeah. You have to be. You have to be.
Like the mini goals are, I try to instill that into, you know, my kids or anybody I come across that asks me questions. Like, even with this whole content thing, I'm like, Jimmy, I want to get 1,000 followers by the end of the year. I was like, well, that's dope, but you have no say if that happens or not.
Right.
Okay. You're leaving that up to other people.
Yes.
All right. So what I would tell people is like, what can you do to get there?
There you go.
Post daily. Your consistent streaming, your podcast, your unboxing, your reviews, your vlogs, that you can control.
Yes.
If you keep that going, that will come.
There you go. Yeah.
You know what I
it's
mean?
those small goals, but it's like, how do you get, like, it's good to have a big main goal.
Of course.
Right? Cool. People could be like, I want to be on the Olympia stage. It's rare, like Kobe going from high school to NBA. Sometimes that doesn't happen, but how do you make it happen?
Yeah.
The daily practices, like you said, the vlogs, the small things done every day will get you there. So just stay consistent. That's where that kicks in.
Yep. Yeah, and I like that because I always feel like everything I've done, like, you know, we were just kind of saying that before, like this studio was in my brain a year ago.
There you go.
A year ago, and they're like, "Why don't you do it?" I'm like, "Dude, within reason and when it makes sense, I start making moves." All the time, because people always tell me like, "Damn, you're doing good, you're doing that," and for me, I appreciate everybody, but I ain't doing shit yet. You know,
Just wait.
like I am just getting going.
Yes,
but I'm not the type of person to always talk about what I want to do. I just keep doing everything that I want to do, and I feel like that shit will come. You know,
Agreed.
that shit will come. So let's get back to the whole fitness thing. Like, you know, the goals is always good, and you were kind of saying it earlier. Like, how do you like incorporate like the recovery? A lot of people don't understand that, you know, you train and you get your ass kicked, and let's say you're running X amount of miles a day, or you're lifting heavy and do that. Some people don't realize that the recovery is just as important.
Yes. Okay. The myth that more is better. People, you know, no, you don't. More is not better, because in our world, your muscles are breaking down. If you don't spend that time to recover, they're never going to grow. A lot of people, you break them down to build them up. Great. But if you're only working, you work out 3 hours a day, you're resting 3 hours a night, you're not going to recover.
Yeah.
You're not going to, no, you need to spend that time recovering. The food, the ice baths, the massages. And yes, it does take money. You know, that's how you get to know people and things of that nature. And people may not be able to afford that, but you do what you can. A lot of bodybuilders, you know, like Kai Green and them, spent days eating just cans of tuna. If that's what you have to do to make it, that's what you have to do. You got to live in a 1-bedroom studio apartment and just walk to work and try to make it, and that's your cardio for the day, or fasted cardio, then you just make it work. You have to find ways to meet your goals. But yes, rest and recovery is so important. And I'm learning that now again with my boy James. Like, his ice bath is out there, his massages that he always hooks up. Athletes need it. You yourself, you need it. You're getting beat up every day. When you go to practice, you're going to need those massages and those ice baths. As an athlete, it's necessary to keep going forward. Your injury prevention, you know, the warming up. We never used to stretch.
Fuck.
No, I'm stretching now. Yeah, we're done. You know, I'm 39, about to be 40. Stretching was not in my vocabulary when I was younger. It's like, Tiffany, you got to run the 4x4. Okay,
I
great.
got it.
Then after that, okay, done. I'm eating chili cheese fries. Okay, let me put this down, go run real quick.
Yeah.
Great. No.
Yeah.
But like I said, health is wealth, motion is lotion, like my people. And it's like, to keep yourself going, you need to do the small things. So yes.
Yeah, because I've been more conscientious of the recovery timing, everything. Because like I'll go to the gym on a Monday, and then we do like open rolls and it's like long sessions. But when I get home, I make sure like I'm drinking water,
Yes.
I'm resting, I'm stretching. Like I'm always fucking stretching, like all the fucking time, and it just feels good. Like just because I feel like that helps me.
Yeah. Well, you have to be more mobile.
Yeah.
So
You know, and just like the recovery time too, because like I try not to go back to back sessions of going hard. You know what I mean? Because I feel like if I'm out there just trying to just fucking blow my load all the goddamn time, and I'm just hurting myself.
Right.
Because like recently I got hurt in my recently I got hurt. Fucking Matt John. I hurt my rib, and you were just saying as we're getting older, I'm like shit. Like my rib was hurt. Like after a week, I was like, all right, I think I'm fine. Oh shit, I'm not fine.
See?
2 weeks. Oh shit, it still hurts.
Mhm.
And then it was like upper on my ribs where the cartilage is, and you just have to wait.
Yeah.
So like my brain, I had to like, okay, I'll go to the gym and I'll go to instructional, but I wasn't like doing anything crazy.
You can't.
Because I had to recover.
See, and
I was
that's
like,
what
I'm gonna get
sucks.
hurt and it's gonna be lasting
Even longer. Yep.
You know
And
what
then
I
you're
mean?
sitting there. You can't progress because you got to take care of that.
Yes.
You know?
And a lot of people don't like well, the whole eating thing too. It's like you're expending X amount of energy and then let me go have a burger or go have some wings. That's probably not good for your body.
Right.
Or what you need at the time.
Right.
You know what I
And
mean?
that's just people like, not to say, okay, you have to eat like a bodybuilder or Brazilian jiu-jitsu, competitor, but it's like, you should kick back on the processed food, and why? Because again, longevity. I'm not saying make a complete 180, but cut back a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? No one got overweight overnight.
Yeah.
It took small steps to get there. No one got injured overnight. It took small steps to get there. Everything you neglected brought you to this point. So to avoid that, you have to do the minuscule things, the trivial things that we think so we can progress.
Yeah. The things that don't matter, you don't think that matter, do matter.
Exactly. I'm drinking more water now that I'm older than I ever drank in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like we're sitting here liquid, different kinds of water back in the day. I was drinking hose water, okay? Now, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm like, okay, I need Dasani or, alkaline water. Like, yes, of course. Why? Because different goals, different strengths, you find out your body is missing things, deficiencies that we didn't care about when we were younger.
Yeah.
So that's crazy.
It's funny because I've been drinking these because I stopped drinking beer as much as I used to. But my wife always tells me like, you're cracking open another one. I'm like, yeah, I can get hydrated.
Yes,
But
dude,
it's funny how you say because I look forward like this water for some reason I don't know. It's not a sponsorship or nothing, but I love this fucking water. Like for some reason. I feel like in my brain, like I feel like I'm drinking a beer, but not really.
Yeah.
But it's good for me.
I mean, liquid death. You look at that, you wouldn't think water at all, right? So it's the exact opposite. It's what we need to sustain ourselves.
Yeah,
so
I've been like earlier on, I went to the gym and I rolled around. I sweated a lot, and I drink water and I hydrated again, and I'm like, all right, cool. Like I feel better. You know what I mean? And I should be drinking that shit anyway.
Yes. Yes. Especially in El Paso where it's 104
and getting so
at
bad.
9 a.m.
Yeah.
Yes, ridiculous. Ridiculous.
9 a.m.
Yes, man.
Yeah. So let's start talking about like you kind of talked a little bit earlier, like what are some of the misconceptions about just your like bodybuilding?
About bodybuilding. Okay,
So talk
maybe
about
in
some-
like in fitness in general.
yeah.
You fat spot reducing. You can't just be like, I just want to lose fat on my arms, or I just want to lose a little bit on my thighs. You can't. I know they have these fat loss injections where they inject, and that's where it's going to be. No, it's an overall. It's an overall. That cardio is the only way to lose weight. Not at all. You've lost weight just doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and that's not your traditional cardio. You have swimmers, you have athletes, you have, people that do golf. There's different ways than just walking on a treadmill or counting steps. Muscle burns more calories than fat. So, so it's like my point is what you want to do is do something you love, but make it to where it's enjoyable and just have fun with it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You're not going to run 12 miles to try to lose weight for your competition.
Yeah.
Why? because you don't need to.
Yeah.
You've lost weight doing what? I've gained and lost weight doing what? I may do the traditional Stairmaster, but I've played football.
Yeah.
Sun City Stealth, what's up? You know what I'm saying? Blew out my knee, but I'm coming back. I'm coming back. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's just find something that will make it easier for you to enjoy, because people hate doing what they hate doing.
Yeah.
If I know I hate running, when I joined boxing, that's all we did. That's all we did with Terry Green. Shout out. Dirty 30s, just sprinting and sprinting and sprinting. And then after that, long distance running for miles. And I'm like, I hate this.
Yeah.
I really hate this. Shin splints every day. I wasn't used to it. He's rubbing me out. And I'm like, bro, this is not, I hate running. Like, I'd rather what? Play football, play basketball, wrestle, do something fun. But yeah, that's another myth. It's just like, just do the work.
Yeah.
In either way. So yeah, those are some myths that I'm like, okay, another one. You can out-eat or outwork a shitty diet. No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yeah.
You can't.
I'm training X amount of time so I can eat like shit, and it should.
No.
Yeah.
No. I did that. I cheated on my diet during a show. Yeah, and I still won. But my point is, I didn't look as good as I could have looked because I cheated. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, God, I'm really hungry.
Yeah.
I'm going to sneak this little granola bar. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm going to sneak a little mini Snicker. No, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You have to be disciplined. So yeah, you can't outwork a shitty diet no matter what people do. And I try to tell my clients, I know it sucks, but that's when like I told you, motivation's going to leave, but you have to mentally push through. If you have your coach yelling at you, trying to do a move while you're in a position that you can't breathe. Yeah. The last thing you're thinking, you're just thinking like, I just want this motherfucker off me. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But you have to switch and be like, okay, I've done this before. Control your breathing. What do I need to do to get out of this? Right. Yeah. You know, so yeah, it's just, everything you've read and think about, like research it yourself, do it. And if it works for you, great. But most of this stuff, no. Yeah. You can't spot fat reduce. You can't outwork a shitty diet. Cardio is walking on a treadmill, counting steps is not the only way to lose weight. So find something different, folks. Yeah. Find something different.
Well, see, that's the thing too, is like a lot of people get so caught up in hearing and reading like the wrong information. Because like even with my kids, I joke with them all the time. Like, hey, Papa, did you know this? I'm like, where'd you hear that on the internet? Yeah. I was like, well, did you double check if it's real or not? Yeah. You know, just because you heard it from one person or another person, you might want to fact check.
Yeah, just in case.
You know, you just want to fact check. So I like how you said that, because there's a lot of like misconceptions when it comes to fitness, and everybody's different. You know what I mean? Everybody body's type's different. Everybody has different goals and things like that. But those key things that you were saying are just like, you can't just like, if by you just training X amount of time and then eating X amount of this, you're all the time that you're putting into the gym and doing all this is not going to be as good a turnout, because you're going to fucking eat like shit all the time.
Exactly. Or I'll just do 1,000 crunches and get a 6-pack. That's not going to work. Yeah. It's not going to work. Why? Because you have a layer of fat that's still over because you haven't changed your eating habits. So you're not going to see, everyone has abs. It's just the layer. That's it. Yeah. A layer of fat underneath it.
Yeah. Cause I was even saying that, I was even saying that earlier, like when I was like losing, I was like eating better and everything, getting ready for that tournament. And then my kids were like, you have a 6-pack. And I was like, damn.
It was there the whole time.
Yeah, right? It was under my fat.
Yes,
you know,
man, right.
Under my little pony
you know it, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, everyone has some. It's just how far you want to go to get them revealed. That's it. That's it.
So like when you were trying to like training others, like, so you were competing, you competed, and then you said you have your kinesiology degree, and talk about like how'd you start like wanting to train people? Is like you know, you said you were doing the Border Patrol and you came back and you started training. When did you realize that was like an option that you wanted to do, like to start training people? Like, what gave you like that umph to want to do it?
I don't know. Is it, you know what? I guess just anything to be in that fitness world. You know what I'm saying? Like anything, like once I got bit by that bug of competing, I was like, I really like this. Just being around people, asking questions, you know, fitness expos, being around other athletes, you know, and I was just like, God, I could see doing this forever. I mean, and you meet your influencers, you know, I met, you know, Dallas McCarver, Ronnie Coleman, you know, a bunch of other athletes that I was like, wow, dude, really blown away. Guy's sister Nino. And I'm just like, how can I continue to do what I love? Train. Train, you know? So yeah, it's just, once I got bit by that bug competing, I just started in 2020, was like, you know what? I'm gonna try to open this gym. 2020 was not the time to open a gym
Yeah.
because everybody was home.
Yeah.
So that's when people were doing a lot of online stuff. Just people asking advice. How can I do this better? Can you give me a meal plan? So I was like, I might as well get paid for it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's that. That was that.
Yeah.
That was that.
It's so funny because it's like something so simple like that. Because a lot of people always think like it's an extravagant something that happened or whatever. Just like with the whole content thing. Like, what made you start doing content? I was like, COVID hit. I was at home. I like playing video games. I saw people streaming, and I didn't know it was a fucking thing. I was like, "What the fuck?
Right.
I like this. I want to start doing it."
Yes,
You know
yes,
what I mean?
yes,
I started doing it more, and then I was like, "I like doing this now," because just being around creators. You were saying like when you start evolving yourself with people that are in the industry for different reasons, different things, you start realizing like you like this, then you start realizing you like that more, and then you're like, "Oh, cool! Like I want to start doing this." Like I didn't think that was even an option.
Hell yeah.
In my brain,
Hell yeah.
and you're like, all right, I want to start training people. And now you said it earlier, like I want to do this, but like you brought in like your clientele of people because like I want to focus on this, but I can also do this.
Yeah.
You know what I
And you
mean?
got to meet with people who are doing it bigger and better than you. And I've been blessed to be around some of the, best people in the business, so it's like you take the advice, you see what they're doing. They give you a shout out and it just continues. The positivity just keeps rolling, So yeah, reach out to those people. It's like your dream is your dream. And if you don't know how to do something, research, ask, go to those influencers, go to those followers and ask questions, so nitpick until you get an answer. I know there was some people that turned me away, wouldn't work out with me, wouldn't answer me, wouldn't, if I needed a spot in the gym, they would ignore me, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, cool. Find people that will work with you.
Well,
that's it.
Yeah, because like not everybody's gonna be able to understand or want to be around this or do whatever. And yeah, you said like I was saying earlier because we were kind of chopping up. You become a magnet, and the right type of people will start, or you'll start getting gravitated towards certain people for certain reasons.
Yes.
And shout out to my boy Miko. We started this side podcast thing, and we called it Not Just Gamer Dads because we were both dads.
Nice.
We were both gamers, but we didn't want to just talk about gaming stuff all the time.
Oh, cool.
We
Yeah.
talk about being a dad, but I would have never met him if I wasn't like doing content.
Right.
And like you start meeting like-minded people when you start going on this journey that's separate from your herd of friends and family.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And unfortunately, you can't stay there. Like the right people will support you. Obviously, you know what I'm saying? Because you've had countless people, followers now, your family is a good support system. And that always helps. That definitely always helps. So yeah, keep the people in your life that are positive.
Yeah.
Take the lessons from the negatives and keep pushing.
Yep.
That's it.
Because I tell people all the time, like I have all my best friends and all my good friends. They support me, but they don't know what I do on a daily basis with this. And it's cool.
Yes.
It's cool. Like I don't ever give them a hard time. And how you were saying, like, meet the right type of people, but also appreciate the support that you get from your friends. They might not understand and like know what's going on,
right?
But they still support you from afar. And I see what you're doing, Tiff. Keep doing your thing, girl.
Thank you, brother.
You know what I mean? And that's all it is.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
That's all you need.
That's all. I just feel like when I started doing this more and more, I started meeting those type of people. They didn't want anything from me. They're just like, damn, you're doing this? Fuck yeah, that's dope.
Yeah, that's how I saw you. Remember, I was like, gaming. I was like, I've been gaming my whole life. We could have been doing it. You know what I mean? And I'm like,
yeah, it is too. It's just like I see you. We call it like there's day ones and then there's day twos.
Yeah.
And I say day twos are the people that you meet on your journey that you're on, and they're going on a semi journey too, and they're genuinely pulling from you, and they don't want anything from you.
Right.
And you don't have to be best of friends. You
Yes.
don't have to hang out. A lot of people get caught up like, all right, I'm doing this now. Now all these people all got to be my friends, and I got to start hanging out with it. Like,
right.
No, it just like you can still say, "Hey, what's up?" from afar, and you're pulling from each other, but you don't have to talk every day.
Yeah,
you need to hang out. Like a lot of people get so caught up in like, well, now we're friends. Now we have to hang out, and like, no, it just like you can like I call it your day twos. Like your day twos, like you met on a journey that you guys were both on, and you can see each other from afar. I see what you're doing.
There you go.
Think, hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
That's all it is. That's all it is. That positive, like reinforcement from somebody that's chasing something on their own, how you're saying their own goals and their own vision.
Yep.
But they see what you're doing, and then you inspire them, and you inspire each other.
Yep.
You know, just by doing that.
It's like, that's how we are. It's like, you may not be on the fitness kick 100% like I am. You're 100% on the podcast gaming, and it's like, we support each other from afar. Obviously, that's what brought me here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
you're not just gaming.
Yeah.
Obviously, you got fitness people and all kinds of people on your podcast now.
And that's the thing too, because like the whole reason like I wanted to do this podcast thing more, I felt like when I was talking to more and more people outside of like the gaming realm and just stuff, I was like, you know what? I know some pretty cool people.
You sure do.
They're all like positive and doing the right things, good people, and trying to do good in life, and you know, pursuing different things. And I feel like I could learn from somebody that I have no idea about what they got going on in their life.
Right.
But I feel like just their positivity, their inspiration, and how they overcome certain things that you have to deal with. Just hearing that makes me like, fuck yeah, that's dope that she did all this and having to do that, blew out her fucking knee.
Right.
You know, fucking
Right.
doing all this, you know, but
Yes.
you still pushing forward.
Oh, yeah.
Inspires me.
Appreciate
You know,
that.
I love
Appreciate
hearing that. A lot of people like reach out to me like, Jimmy, you doing all that? I started streaming because of you.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Yep.
That is so crazy. I never that was never my fucking goal.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Just me being me, people have reached out to me like, man, you having this podcast and me just putting it in the car and you had so and so on and they said this, that fucking hit.
There you go.
You
Yep.
know what I mean? And
Yep.
I feel like I'm always front row to get these gems
Yeah.
from you or
Yeah.
from somebody who I'm talking to. And I feel like pushing that out to the universe is like such a positive thing that nowadays that people need to hear more about.
They do.
You know, they
really
just
do.
like, there's so much fucking negativity out there.
Yes.
I just like, for me, like, I don't have time for anything negative. I just don't. I
Preach
just,
it.
I if anything's like negative and it's within my realm to control, I'm just gonna be like, skirt.
Exit out.
Yep.
Exit
I
out.
don't need to be around this anymore.
That's
I'm
people,
good.
that's friends, that's positions, that's opportunities. If it's not pushing for you,
Yep.
get rid of it.
Yeah, because like
Get rid of it.
the right type of people, like you said, in your life are gonna push you and you push each other
That's right.
in different ways.
There you go.
know what I mean? And I just feel like having these conversations makes people realize that you have certain friends in your life that you
yeah.
need to be appreciative of.
Yes.
You have
Yes.
a lot of friends in your life, man, I'd be good for you either.
Very true.
You know, and
Very
and
true.
It's tough.
And that's
to
what
hear
sucks.
that.
Yeah, especially if you have to, like, let's say you've known someone for a while or you thought something, you know, was supposed to come for you and it didn't. Self-evaluation. Don't be afraid of criticism. But just, yeah, if people have ulterior motives, it'll shine through.
Yeah.
It'll shine through. People that are like, yeah, Jimmy to your face.
Yeah.
And then screwing you behind your back are like, F this guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They'll show.
Yeah.
And you'll know.
Yeah.
So just get rid of them.
Yeah.
They were never there for you anyway.
Yeah.
So
And you have to be okay with letting it go.
true. I have a hard time doing that.
A lot of people that like might not realize that this person was in my life for X amount of time.
Yes.
And, like, man, shout out to my boy Miko. He says like everybody serves a purpose
Yes.
for a certain amount of time in your life.
There
They
you
might
go.
not be. They're not meant to be there forever.
right. Season,
just like
right? For a
seasons.
season. You
what
know
I
it.
mean?
You know
And I
it.
just feel like when you start talking to the right type of people, even that might be part of your season, but they can still support you from afar, and you can support them from afar, and
Right.
you don't have to hang out, and you might not have the same goals and same things going on, but it's okay.
Yes.
It's okay. Like
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, like, you know a lot of people. I was like, I do know a lot of people, but I don't have a lot of friends. I have
Yes.
a lot of friends, like my close friends and net people. But other than that, I know a lot of people and I'm cordial and cool
Big
with
difference.
people. And a lot of people get so caught up like, well, how can you just say they're not your friend anymore? I'm like, well, I mean, they're just an acquaintance and we're cool
Right.
and they don't feel weird. So why is it that big deal?
Exactly. You're going to meet people that don't support your goals, or you know, maybe you're in a situation where you stop pushing and you stop reaching because you're thinking about something else or somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Your wife still has her own goals, just like you do. If she made it to where you didn't want to podcast anymore, you're like, you know, you're kind of slacking off. Then maybe she wouldn't be the woman for you, but she's your biggest supporter.
Yeah.
She's out there pushing and hustling for you just like you are for her goals. And that's the way it should be. Friends, acquaintances, if they're not doing that for you, then they're not friends.
Yep.
They're not girlfriend,
the
boyfriend,
positive-
wife, husband, that's it. They're not
you need to have the right type of positive people. Like,
Yes.
I have teammates that we're going there and we're strangling each other all the time. Fuck yeah, good shit, dog. I'll
Yes.
never see them until next week.
Right. But you have that one or maybe a few that's like they're pushing for you and make it hard for you, just like you did for me in wrestling. You didn't give it to me easy. You were slamming me around
man,
at five.
you're
You know what I mean?
taunting again.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's
Out
like
there.
nothing. Yeah, you couldn't make it easy for me because those competitors weren't
Yeah.
going to make it easy for
Yeah.
me. So, I mean, they're not doing me a favor.
Yeah.
they are for you. Yeah, of course. So
you gotta push each other in the right type of way. You know, you have to have those right type of people to push you in the right type of moments, how you're saying, and
yes,
having those type of people is good. Let's get into you know, we kind of dabbled in it earlier. Just how fulfilling is it to see people just do good? And you already kind of talked about like after they're still sending you pictures and telling you how good. How does that make you feel? Like, God,
it's a blessing. It really is
awesome.
It really, like, you know, when I left each gym, like I said, it's just the clients that will stay with you. Like, they don't want anybody else. I'll go online. I don't care what gym you're at. I still want you. Blessings to those people. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to all my clients, you know, that I've ever trained. Love you guys. But yeah, I had some hardworking clients. I had some hardworking clients at each gym that I just, seeing them change physically, emotionally. I've had women dealing with domestic abuse situations. I've had men that were lacking confidence. I've had people that were broken up with, you know what I'm saying? The whole, you know, it's just job opportunities that were lost. And it's just like, they come there looking for something, for fulfillment in a way, and seeing them bounce back. And they're just like, thank you so much for giving me this confidence, for having me act this different way, certain way. I got this job promotion. You know what I'm saying? It really is a blessing. And it's like, that's not why I do it, but it's a great sidebar.
Oh man.
You know what I'm saying? It's great.
Like a cherry on top.
That's it.
It really is. Like, I remember when I've said this many times live and streaming and on podcasts. When I first started doing this, I was like, when I was wanting to be a streamer, I was like, I'm trying to get paid. You know what I mean? I'm trying to make money.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? But on my journey, I was doing things that I was just doing myself, and people telling me, thank you for just being you.
Yeah.
And you helping and reaching out and telling me and pushing me. Like, that was like, God damn. Like, I mean, like, right
yes.
here, shit.
Authenticity is a lot.
You
Jimmy.
know, just like, and like people can genuinely feel that, and you can feel that from them.
Oh, yeah.
And that, how you said it, just, I'm doing this, but that just like on top is like, damn, that fucking feels good.
It does. It really does.
It really does. For like, you're
like, that's why I do it. It's like, it's not the amount of money.
Yeah.
I do it like, not because of the kudos, but it's like how I can make people feel. And I think that's probably my superpower.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I can make you feel empowered. So I'm gonna keep doing it till the wheels fall off.
And that was one, like, you know, and just, you know, full disclosure and transparency, we haven't hung out or talked to each other in some time, but just look how easy it is.
You fall right back into it.
That we're just chopping it up and catching up. And not everybody has that in them.
Right.
And, you know what I mean? And I feel like your personality and the way you carry yourself is why, you know, those clients say that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I'm sure that
Thank
you met other trainers or whatever, and you're like, what the fuck? How the fuck did I even get any clients?
Yes. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, you know, we all have our look and, you know, our niche, right? Yeah. You know, so, but you have to be personable. You got to be approachable. And sometimes my face won't say that, but my work ethic does.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When I'm spending hours on people's plans because I'm like, oh, you know, okay, they got an injury. I got to kind of consider this. Oh, okay. I know homegirl doesn't like this, or homegirl, you know, he has an injury. I really take the time to really cater to my clients because I want them to return.
Good.
So that's what it's about.
Yeah. I love that. Cause like it's part of your job, but at the same time, you're being considerate. And, you know, because I was kind of saying earlier, like you're a brand. Yourself is a brand. I'm a brand. Yep. I tell people all the time, like, me walking around, talking shit, or like whatever, like the way I carry myself, that's not a good look for me if I'm trying to pursue something.
Correct.
So you going out, getting hammered, eating like shit, and if people see that, they're not going to take you as serious or whatever. It's just like, you have to carry yourself X amount of way. Because I tell people, when they get in this whole content creator thing or anything, that you're trying to pursue something, you're your own brand, and you have to like present yourself how you want to be taken. Oh yeah. You know what I mean? So if you're going to be bullshitting or whatever, and then people see you differently, then it might not be like a good look.
Exactly. And I hate saying that because, you know, they're like, you know, not every trainer has to have a 6-pack of abs or, you know, look the way they look. I chose Susan because of how she looked, period. Yep. Queen of Quads, Erica, I chose how you look. Queen of Quads, shout out. You know what I'm saying? Like, because of how
Yeah.
you look. You have a body that I want to pursue.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't care what people say. People look at you and your success. They want that.
Yeah.
They want to, the way you talk to me, like,
Yeah.
dang, I love the way Jimmy has did
Yes.
that, the way it's set up, blah,
Yeah.
blah. They want that. And that's just you naturally doing what you want to do.
Yeah.
And it shines through the authenticity.
I love, how you say it's authentic. Everybody always tells me that. I appreciate that. People are like, damn, Jimmy, like, you genuinely like doing this. And I'm like, because I genuinely am myself. Like, anytime I've met people here and like, hey, you're Jimmy Dukes Gaming. I'm like, hey, what's up? I'm
Yes.
like, I tell people all the time, like, I'm as excited to meet you as you excited to meet me.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
how you like working with people who are passionate and trying to get out of their rut or whatever.
Right.
You're happy as they're happy.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And you pull that out of them by you just being you.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Now, the only retrospect I do have with that, when I took my picture with Ronnie Coleman, we all know Ronnie Coleman.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, buddy.
All day, lightweight. But in retrospect, does he look the way he used to look years ago?
No.
No. Okay. When I met him, I was like, don't even stand. I will kneel to take a picture. Like, don't even trip. But my point is, I got Scott Warman, who's going through major surgeries. I got Mary Ellen, major surgeries. But these people have put records on the board, Olympic records, powerlifting records. So when I say you have to look a certain way, there's some people that just have that knowledge.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sitting there, trainers got a clipboard and a whistle.
Yeah.
Mary Ellen and Scott don't train that way.
Yeah.
They just know mentally
knowledge,
by looking at you
Yeah.
what you need to do to get to the body that I want. So yeah, not to say that trainers, but you will. You go into a gym, are you going to pick Joe Blow weighing 300 pounds as him as your personal trainer, or you're going to pick someone that may embody the body that I have?
Yeah.
It goes based on looks. You know what I'm saying? People are going to go where they're accustomed,
Correct.
what they find
Yeah.
comfortable.
Yeah.
So they see you, oh shit, I like Jimmy's cat
Yeah.
bag, cool, got the chain
Yeah.
on, man. I like the way this dude runs the
Yeah.
podcast. And people are going to flow
Yeah.
to that. I may not be everyone's look,
Yeah.
but I can get you to be the best you.
Yeah.
That's what counts.
And I like how you said that too, because that was one thing for me too. And you kind of were touching on it before we started recording. Like, I might not be everybody's cup of tea, the way I look, the way I carry myself. Like, I used to play with people like, yeah, you fuck around too much. I'm like, that's me.
That's you. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Straight up.
I'm not a sweat. Or I don't do this. I don't like, why don't you go harder? I'm like, that's not me.
right.
Like,
right.
why aren't you doing this? You should be doing that. I'm like, it's easy for you to say it from over there.
But it wouldn't be Jimmy.
You know what? But it wouldn't be me.
That's right.
It wouldn't be me. Like, I've pivoted like my content. A lot of people that have been following me, I've lost, a lot of people that don't come around anymore. And it's okay. And I understand that, like, I'm not gaming as much.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm not streaming as much. But in my head, I'm like, that's not what I want to do. I want to pivot this way.
Yes.
And if people don't want to follow me that way, it's okay.
Yeah.
And it's cool because I might not be your cup of tea anymore.
Right. We'll part ways. And
Yeah. And a
that's
lot
it.
of people like get caught up like, oh, well, they don't want to be here or they don't talk to me anymore. Or are you saying, well, Tiffany's doing this now. I can't relate to her.
Oh, yeah.
And like, if for you to be like, well, fuck, they don't want to fuck with me anymore. But
Right.
you kind of like, hey, the season thing. Hey, it was cool at the time they were,
Yep.
it's like, I'm on this path now. I always
Yep.
tell people, like, all of us are on this big ass fucking freeway going at different paces and people are making exits
At any time.
at any time.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They might get back on or whatever, but
Yeah.
everybody's in different paces. Like, somebody's in
I
the
like
far
that.
right lane.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody might be in the left lane. You know what I mean? I'm over here and I'm
Yes.
chilling. I'm looking at the fucking pit stop. I'm
Right.
enjoying the journey.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I have a lot of content creator homies. They're just balls of the wall. And, hey, that's you. I respect that. Keep doing your fucking thing.
That's it. Because it works for them.
Yeah, but I can't.
There you
know
go.
what I mean? Because that wouldn't be me. I'd burn myself out.
And that's what I mean. You can't be a cookie cutter. That's what you're not here for. You're here to get the other people that like Jimmy. And I'm here to be the best Tiffany to make you the best
Yeah.
you. You know what I mean? Whether you like, I've lost clients too. Just based on looks, based on introductions. I'm a little more militant because of my, law enforcement background. So a lot of people may not like that approach when they're training. They just, want to listen to Miley Cyrus and just kind of kick back and not be as serious.
Yeah.
I'm not that kind of
Yeah,
trainer.
I'm not your trainer.
I'm not. And that's perfectly fine. You can
Yeah.
go with Joe Blow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
I'm not hurt, but
Yeah.
good luck.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing too. And like, to be okay with it too.
You have to be.
You have to be
And I'm
okay
learning
with
that.
it. Yeah.
I'm learning
just
that.
The fact that you're okay with somebody not liking you.
Yes.
It's just like, if you're worried about that shit all the time, like, good fucking luck.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I mean, that's always been me because I've been that, okay, you got to get straight A's. You got to do this. You got a lot of accolades. I got to get used to rejection, folks. Okay. It never stops. Criticism never stops. People change it up on you last minute will never stop. You just got to be used to it, kind of welcome it, feel it, and find a way to move past it and still continue doing what you do. So
Man, I love that shit.
yeah,
Fucking taking all your energy.
that's it, brother.
But let's talk about what do I got up here? What are some crazy like fitness trends and shit like that you're like, oh god? Let's talk about some fitness trends. You're like, oh my god,
I'm like, okay,
weird or just not. You don't understand. Like,
okay, like CrossFit, I never got it. I love CrossFit. Okay, kipping and all that stuff, being a chiropractor's dream, throwing stuff out. I was into the athletic part. Great. But not really my cup. I only wanted to compete because I was like, yeah, man, I'll do the Murph. It's easy, right? But all the other extra movements and things of that just aren't that. I just don't understand it. I really don't. All this extra stuff, you get people jumping on Bosu balls and trying to do all this. Like, just keep exercise. Don't try to invent the wheel. You know what I mean? Just keep it basics. I'm not talking about improved machines or anything like that, but I'm like, why are we swinging across the gym and then doing cartwheels? And, you know what I'm saying? Just trying to just keep it basic. Keep it basic. You know what I'm saying? Just basic diet, basic exercise, and just live a healthy life. Like, I know people try to do the next Superman, be the next biggest thing. And that's fine. Kudos to them. I'm just saying injuries do happen. And it's just, I don't know yet. But that's been like one of the biggest things, minus diet stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We were talking about this intermittent fasting, which as a bodybuilder, me and James go back and forth about this all the time because he's a bodybuilder that does. I'm a bodybuilder that does not. I don't believe in it. He does. We fucking battle every damn day because he's a nurse, so he's a dialysis nurse. So we're like, no, this and that. I'm like, you have deficiencies, and he's like, well, you know, and we're fighting about it all the time. So keto, that's another trend that just came on.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, look, you have to do what works for you. Ultimately.
Well said.
So I may sit here and talk shit and blah, blah, blah. But if flipping off stuff and jumping on Bosu balls and swinging and CrossFit works for you, it makes you happy, fuck it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do it. I just don't get it.
Yeah.
And that's fine. You may not get bodybuilding.
Yeah.
Cool. You know, I ain't going to hate on you. We'll sit there and have a conversation about it. At the end of the day, I respect it. You respect me, I respect you. And we keep it pushing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, other than that, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I would just say, like, I like the trends, like, I always get tripped out and people, like, always trying to find shortcuts for shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, the body will take the path of least resistance.
Yeah.
Right? Mentally, we will too.
Yeah.
If there's a way we can work 40 hours or maybe work 35 and still get paid 40, we'll do it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Why? Because it's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, so it's possible, but at the long term, we shouldn't think that way. I know it's gratifying at some point. If I could get abs but not eat as clean, I cannot work a shitty diet, right? No, you can't. I just think, stop thinking short term will get you to where your goals are. Because if you was like, Jimmy, okay, you could go to practice 4 days out of the week, but if you could still go win at 3 days, would you do it? No. Why? Especially if you got a competition coming up. Are you going to shortchange yourself?
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't do that because at the end of the day, it's you.
Yeah.
It's you and it's your goal.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, it's you versus you a lot of the times. Like,
that's it.
You know, everybody always says that. You already know what you did or you didn't do. How you were saying, like,
yes,
I want that fucking Snickers or I want that.
Yeah.
You know, like, I tell people all the time, like, you put in there, like, this one thing, you know, this is one thing for content creators. I'm doing work and I just look at all their social medias like, you ain't doing shit.
Yeah. Like,
you're like, I'm putting in work, but I don't talk about it. You know what I mean?
You work in silence, baby. Work in silence.
Shout out to Texas T. Texas T's like, G's moving silence.
That's
what he said.
Straight up.
Because I always feel like whatever I'm doing is whatever I'm doing. And when people see like this podcast, like, what the fuck? You linked up with Tiffany? You fucking know her? I was like, I went to fucking school with her. And like, people are going to see us talking.
And be like,
you know what I mean? Just like, I don't need to say what I'm going to do and do it. I just feel like I know what I got to do. And what I need to do to get better.
Yes.
And I'll just do it.
Yes. That's it.
You know what I mean? I'm not taking any shortcuts. I know what I have to do. And I'm just going to do that. And I'm just going to get better at it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
One more trend real quick. Okay.
Go for it.
Hot box yoga. I already can't breathe. Okay. I went to one because I'm going to try it out. Yeah. Okay. Hot box yoga.
That's when you're like, you go in a studio and it's yoga, hot, but the heater's on, right?
Yeah. I also did rowing in the hot box, and I was like, I'm about to pass out. You know what I'm saying? I'm a big sweater anyway. So I was like, this is not my cup of tea.
Yeah.
It's not, but it's like, it's not something I enjoyed. A lot of people enjoy yoga. It's important. Flexibility is important. Pilates, all that stuff, but not in a hot box. I'm not doing that. I can't.
I thought you were talking about a different hot box.
Yeah, I mean, I would go to that one. You know what I mean?
Hot box yoga, shit. Getting high.
Yes, I'm like, I am so comfortable right now.
I feel super flexible.
Yes,
I'm
man.
pretty
but
hungry. I don't
yeah,
know.
you know what I mean?
I think I do want that Snickers.
I do, right? You know? So yeah, love it, love it.
So, before we start getting out of here, you know, what would you like? Not that you would change anything that you did or didn't do when you first started, you know, pursuing this. You know, what's some advice that you can give somebody, some do's and don'ts from your experience that you can be like, all right, if you want to pursue this, do that. Don't do this. Look into this. You know, some things that just might genuinely help somebody that wants to start pursuing.
Okay. I mean, I have a youngster. Okay, I have a youngster who she's 16. Already wants to do women's bodybuilding. Like she has it set in her mind. And the first thing she did was come and talk to me at the gym because there are no other female bodybuilders there. You have wellness and bikini. She's like, no, I want her. I want the biggest muscles. Okay, great. That's what I would say. Reach out and talk to people. As stupid as it may seem, you're going through Instagram or TikTok or whoever, Facebook, you see these influential people that inspire you, reach out to them.
Yeah.
Some may not always be as nice, yes, but still, you know what I'm saying? Once they know, shit, I'm inspiring people. I see other people that have the same goals, reach out. And I think where I started wrong was the guys were the only ones that talked to me. Being a little skinny, little flocky shit with glasses, nerdy, I gravitated towards the men because there were no women that looked like what I wanted to look like. You know what I'm saying? Until, like I said, I met Lion, Leonetta, you know, Susan, you know, Mary Ellen, Michelle Contreras. You know what I'm saying? I didn't meet these women until later in life. And I should have reached out, researched, spoke to them. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I would advise that as well. Plus, Google shit. Yeah. Research shit. You know what I'm saying? Go to the schools, go reach out for those books. Learn, write, read, you know what I'm saying? And just really put forth an effort if it's what you want to do. Because that's with anything, you know what I'm saying? You want to be a doctor, be a better doctor. How do you do it? You research, you read, you talk to people, you go to these events. Find out events that are happening, these fitness events, these bodybuilding competitions, and go and talk to these athletes. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would also recommend. I need to start doing that now. I don't post a lot, and I need to start doing that. My own goals were shut down for a while because I was concentrating on other people. Now it's like, it's time for me. It's time for me. So just start doing that. Make yourself a priority and really go after it. So I would recommend that and just embody the life that you want. I always tell my people, right? Eat for the body you want. Work for the body you want. And I'm just using that because obviously that's my fitness thing. You're going to be the same way. Your vlogs, going through all this stuff. But talk to people. You know what I'm saying? So that's what got you here. And that's what got me here. So, you know, again, shout out to all my people that have ever helped me. All the advice you've given me, I greatly appreciate it because we're going to keep it pushing from here. So
I like that you said that because having the gratitude and understanding that I might have not been where I wanted to be at the time, but the fact that you met the right people at the right time was a good thing. And not that you would change it. And I tell people all the time, the reason the way I am today is because of all my life experiences, good or bad. But if you want to pursue this, let me tell you some things that'll help you before you start. You know what I mean? Because I think that's always very important. And that's one thing I love having people on here for different things that got going on in life. You know, I've had photographers, I have a movie director, you know, and people get inspired for different reasons. Like, I don't know anything about fucking movies. You know what I mean? But when I had freaking him on, he was like, do this, do that. And I was just like, oh, that makes sense.
See what I mean?
You know, just like you, like, hey, you want to get into a fitness jersey and bodybuilding? Go to events. Talk to people who are in that. That's, you know, that's probably the best way to...
More tools for the arsenal. You know what I'm saying? The more you know, the more you grow. So, I love that. So before we get out of here, plug yourself. Where can people reach you? They might want to work with you or. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm always on Instagram, stone_fit3. Hit me up, Facebook, regular name, Tiffany Gaston. If y'all need anything, meal plans, workout plans, any kind of goals that you're looking for health-wise, reach out. Shout out to Susan. Shout out to, you know, Scott Warman again, Michelle Contreras, Queen of Quads, everyone that I've worked with. reach out to these people because these people are amazing and above where I could ever get to. So yeah, shout out to all of them. And yeah, health and fitness, please people, get it together. Get it together. Health is wealth. Longevity, motion is lotion, and just keep it pushing.
Yeah.
Keep it pushing.
I like that the motion is lotion.
Yes, bro. My
I
chiropractor hooked me up with
steal
that.
that from you.
It's still it. Aaron Heckel, bro. He's a hell of a chiropractor. So yeah, shout out.
Well, yeah. So, but thank you so much for coming on here and like just just talking about like just the whole fitness world and like I said, like I love talking to people in general, and the fact that I get to learn something a little bit more about something I normally wouldn't look up or be around.
Yeah.
And the fact that I know you and you're doing that, I was like, fuck, that's cool that I know about it now.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm not going to go out there and go get a six pack. I'm still going to, but the fact that, that's a thing. And I could be like, hey, you want to get into bodybuilding? I fucking know somebody.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Appreciate that.
And that's the thing that I just like having people on here that are genuinely good people and pursuing something that they're doing. And if I can have them on and it sparks an interest for somebody to want to start doing that, like that's like I love fucking hearing that.
Thank you, man.
I've had people like, hey, I fucking saw this guy and I hit him up and we're starting to take pictures together.
Yeah.
I was like, that's fucking dope.
Yeah, see, and you started that connection. So appreciate your positivity, brother.
Just that bridging that gap and just seeing people that, regardless of what we got going on in life, regardless of what we do on our personal things or whatever, that you can have connections with anybody.
Yep.
That genuinely that is pursuing something that you're doing or want to do. You can have connections with the most randomest people ever.
Yes.
I met some of the most randomest content creators. I'm like, I would never talk to this person. Never in my life. Unless we had this in common.
There you go.
And I was just like, the fact that I was so open-minded to talk to somebody like that.
You have to be.
Like, yeah.
You have to be.
You have to. You know what I mean? Nowadays, it's just like, there's so much shit crazy going on.
Yes.
Keep the positivity going.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
But, we're going to conclude this conversation. But thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate you here. Thank you so much.
Yes.
You guys make sure, go check her out. She's going to start competing again. We're going to start
That's
pushing
it.
her. I want to
That's
give you
it.
guys an update.
Gotta get there.
Her Instagram will be there at the bottom. But we're going to keep the conversations going, man. And we got the new setup going. We're going to have a lot more creators come on, different people pursuing different things in life.
Yes.
I tell you guys all the time, and you might be new here or might still be following me. It's not gaming things. You know what I mean? Like I truly enjoy.
He's branching out, y'all.
Yeah, I
I
truly enjoy just talking to people, and the fact that I'm able to have people like Tiffany come on here and talk about something so specific that I have no idea about, and hopefully it inspires somebody to want to start working out or eating better, or maybe pursue that. Maybe I should start not just walking, and maybe I should just lift a little bit,
at a time. That's it.
Things like that. So I appreciate it. Make sure you guys check us out. We're on Spotify. We're on iTunes. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram. I'm fucking everywhere.
Yes, sir.
Make sure you guys follow up with all that. And we appreciate your guys' time. If you're watching or listening, thank you guys so much for your time. Until next time, peace out, homies. Y'all take care.
Good shit.
Like talk about like how you incorporate your personal experiences and how somebody can relate to that. Like, there's not a lot of people like want to talk about certain things, and maybe it'll only be able to relate to a certain amount of people.
Right.
But you're saying it for a reason.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I think my thing is with that is like the more authentic you are in your music and you start putting your experience into that music, it starts being relatable. You know what I mean? Like people start understanding you as an artist. And that's what I want.
Hell yeah.
Because I could say all this shit, but people don't understand it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I want them to understand that I had a fucked up past. You know what I mean? That I was in the streets. I didn't have a great childhood, and I want to be able to put that into my music because for a long time, I suffered from depression. You know what I mean? I suffered from anxiety and stuff, and I suffer from PTSD, bro. So I like to put, all that into my music, hoping that it can inspire somebody else, and say, you know what, I don't have to be depressed and just stay at home. Maybe I could do a podcast, or maybe I could write music, or maybe I could do poetry. to express yourself. Because if it wasn't for music, I don't know where I would have been, bro.
What up, y'all? Welcome back to another episode here on the JDG Podcast, JimmyDukesGaming. Don't let the gaming fool you, man. We have all different types of conversations here on the podcast, man. And nonetheless, we got another great guest. And I'm very fortunate to have Solano Grip, man. What's up, brother? Thanks for coming through, man.
What's up, brother, man? Thank you
Appreciate-
for having me,
Yeah,
man.
man. I appreciate that, dude.
No doubt.
You know, I came across you because of Joe. You know, shout out to Joe. We had him on
That's right.
on the pod a while back, and
Salute to the homie right
yeah,
there.
man. He was telling me that you guys were working together, and I started following
Yeah.
you and shit, man. And I
Mhm.
was like, whoa, man, this guy's from El Paso, and I love the consistency. That was one of the first things I told you, right? I was
Yeah.
just like, I love the consistency, man.
Appreciate that, man.
I appreciate you coming through, brother.
No, I appreciate the invite, absolutely, bro. You know, I appreciate you inviting me out here. So
Yeah, man.
I'm very thankful, man.
Yeah,
to-
yeah.
to
Thank
share
you,
my
man.
story.
Yeah, man. So yeah, like you're an artist here in El Paso, man,
Yeah.
and your message behind your lyrics and stuff and the way you carry yourself, man, is pretty cool and unique
Yeah.
to your style. And like I just want to kind of get to know you a little bit
No
and
doubt, man.
and your journey about how you started doing this, man. So
Yeah.
what was what inspired you to kind of start making music, man?
I think what really inspired me was, in 2021, all that, when COVID hit and all that, the music scene wasn't really popping, bro. And I felt like I think it was time for somebody to come out and really represent for El Paso the way it should be. I know there's artists out here that have been doing it for a long time, and they're doing their things. Big shout out to them, and I ain't got nothing against it, but I felt like we needed a new sound. You know what I mean? We needed something different to come out and represent not only for the raza and shit for our people, but for the city. You know what I mean? And that's where what I think really inspired me was to really come out and make a change. Make something different. Inspire other people.
Yeah.
So
I like that kind of shit because, like, with me and like you bring up the 21 thing, and
Yeah.
at that time I was doing one thing and it didn't work out, and I started doing something else, and I started pivoting to creating content. I was like, man, I really want to do something different.
right.
So I always respect people that they kind of want to start doing something that's outside of the norm.
right. Absolutely.
Pursuing their, like, everybody wants to pursue something, and they say they do it, but nobody ever like starts.
Exactly. Or they'll start it and then they finish
Yeah.
right away.
Yeah.
And for me, I had no other choice. I've been through a lot the last couple of years. I've been homeless twice, and I just wanted to change my life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wanted something better for myself. I wanted to have something to fight for and have something to live for. You know what I mean? Besides my kids, of course, I love them, but I was tired of working for 9 to 5.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't my thing. I wasn't happy at work. And I said, you know what? I'm going to try to do something different. And music has always been part of me. It's always been something that I love. And so I said, you know what? I'm going to take this shit. Like, I'm going to go full throttle.
Yeah, hell
with
yeah,
this
man.
shit, and just like how you said, just stay consistent
Yeah.
with it, because when I first came out, they didn't understand what I was doing. I was the only one with a mask on and
Uh-huh.
and saying the stuff that I was saying, and people were just like, who the hell
Oh,
is this
shit.
guy? Yeah, who's this dude?
Yeah.
And they pretty much they laughed at me. They said I wasn't gonna make it. I even had some DJ from here locally talk all kinds of shit to me, that I wasn't gonna make it. My music was just like whack and this and that. And I said, you know what, man, just because of you, bro, I'm gonna prove your ass wrong, bro.
You
No.
gotta, like, I feel like, and I'm not ever the type of person I'm gonna show you, but I feel like sometimes, receiving that
Yeah.
and just like at in the back of your head, kind of like, you know what, I got this.
You know, I feel like when a lot of people, when you're getting told not to do this, or you're different or whatever, like, you know what I mean? It just, you're always going to hear that kind of shit, right?
Yeah, man.
You're always going to hear that kind of shit, man. So, you know, you talk about you're being inspired to, you know, to make something different, man. Like, how long have you like kind of been writing, and like, when did you start performing?
Well, you know, my very first performance that I ever did, I was in elementary.
Mm-hmm.
My first elementary school, the talent show, pretty much. And it was me and a couple homies, and we decided, you know what, let's do our own little set. Of course, you know, I didn't know how to write music at that time.
Yeah. Well, what song did you guys do though?
We did Ice-T's, you know, Colors and shit, you know, some gangster shit. So,
Yeah.
So, you know, we came out, we did our little thing, and after the first minute, they pulled the plug on us when they started hearing the content and shit. So, you know, that was my first little taste of rocking the mic and shit.
Yeah.
So from there, I just said, you know, like, this is something I want to do, you know, and I've been at it, you know. I'm trying to stay.
Well, you like, when you say you didn't know how to write, like, when did you like start writing like consistent? Like, when did you feel like you started putting more pen to the pad?
Well, I started writing poetry.
Okay.
In high school, I started writing poetry for one of my ex-girlfriends. Well, for one of my baby mamas back then, and I started writing poetry for her, you know. And from there I put my poetry into beats.
Okay.
I started learning how to put that in step, you know. But it's not the same, you know. Poetry and the lyrics it's kind of the same, but it's not, because you have to be on beat.
Yeah.
And I'm writing poetry. You don't have to be on beat. You know what I'm saying? You just write it out. But that was my taste of my first taste of writing music. You know, was writing poetry, and then slowly progressing to writing, writing my hooks, writing my lyrics into a beat. So that's pretty much where it started for me.
Yeah, man, that's cool. Like the fact that, you know, how poetry led to you being lyrical when it comes to music, because you know, not everything can relate from poetry to music and music to poetry. You know, it takes a creative, you know, mind that, you know, sometimes I look back at, you know, some people that wrote poetry, and then I don't know how many artists or people that said it in interviews like, oh, I used to write poetry, now they're fucking music artists.
Yeah, man. I think poetry is like the easiest form to express yourself, because you really don't have to rhyme shit. That's where it gets tricky when you start rhyming, putting the words. I mean, you can, like, the simple shit like Cat in the Hat and you know, shit like that, but it's totally different, because there's beats that are faster, there's beats that are slower, so you have to you tailor to that beat. You know what I mean? So it's an art form. You know what I mean? It's an art form that you really have to apply yourself to and master. Because not anybody can write. I mean, anybody could write some shit, but you know, like, if it doesn't make sense.
Well, you were talking about like the lyric, the hooks, choruses and shit like that, the bridges and stuff like that's when it like your poetry and you being creative helps you.
Absolutely.
And you know, when it comes to writing the music, man. So you know, what were some of the people that you listened to like growing up?
Like, as far as like
music wise,
you know what? Like, I had
what influences like did you have?
Yeah, man, because you know, for me, I love all sides. Like, I love East Coast. That's where I started. Was the West Coast music. I heard Dr. Dre's Chronic album was the very first music that I ever heard. You know what I mean? Like rap music, and that's what really, like, the sound. That's what really attracted to me, was the sound, not necessarily the lyrics, because I was young. I didn't really understand them. But the beat, the sound is what gets me. You know what I mean? I always say the sounds of the drums call me. Right away.
Fucking
like
808s and shit.
Yeah, man. I hear it and I'm like, oh shit, man. Like, something sparks in me. And I start writing hooks. Is the first thing that I do. I write the hook. That way I know what I'm gonna talk about in the whole entire song and shit. So, you know, that's what I love about you know, being able to write, you know, hooks is, you know, you get to express yourself.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? And that's no better feeling than that. I love it.
Yeah.
You know?
And then what are some artists that you listen to now? Like kind of like what's in the car? What are you listening to? You know what I mean? What's in the background and shit like that?
Well, my influences growing up were definitely like Dr. Dre, right? But I also listen to Goody Mob. You know what I mean? I listen to Outkast. I love Outkast.
Hell yeah.
I love Wu-Tang. Those type of artists is what would set me up. But now, I'm not really into the new generation stuff. Not to knock them down.
Yeah. I'm the same way.
But I just don't understand it. I can't relate to that shit.
Yeah.
So I try to keep my my music as old school as I can. And but my like right now the music that I'm gravitating towards is like Kendrick, you know what I mean, J. Cole, like lyrical artists.
Yeah.
Those are the type of artists that I like lyrical content, and that's what really gets me going. You know what I mean? Because I still listen to old school shit. Though.
Yeah, dude. I also like I was telling you a little bit. Like I grew up listening to ICP and Tech Nine, and like even like their newer stuff. Sometimes I can't relate to the newer shit. I would just go back and listen to something that's 20 years old.
Yeah, man.
And I'm like, this shit still goes hard. You know what I mean?
Bro.
Like for me, I still like that. So I'm glad that you had brought that up because and the newer music, I don't understand it, and it's not that I'm hating on it. I just like I've gotten to the point now. And I'm sure you can relate to this to a certain extent. Like, just because I don't understand it doesn't mean I have to hate it.
Right.
You know what I mean? A lot of people are like, oh, that's fucking trash. Like, if they're selling out arenas,
man.
You know what I mean? They're fucking doing something right. That means just because you don't like it, and you don't understand it, doesn't mean you have to trash it.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And that's where like I try to, I try not to talk shit. You know what I mean? But the new generation, I just don't, I can't relate to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like how it was the old school hip hop where they talk about life, experiences, about, things that happen, at home and things that happen in the hood and stuff like that. Now it's about, like, I don't even understand it anymore. Like, I just, the mumble rap stuff is just not really for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it pops off for like some people. Like I have younger kids, and they'll be listening to this shit, and I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, this is dope. Well, like, okay, I get it. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't understand it. You know what I mean? But if you like it, there's a reason that you like it.
Yeah, man.
Because everybody looked at me like I was fucking crazy when I was listening to Tech Nine.
Yeah.
And ICP and Twisted. They're like, these guys had their faces painted. They got masks on. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Not on the radio.
Right.
You know what I mean? So they always tripped out. So that kind of segues me to like, how would you like describe your music to somebody that's seeing you for the first time or listening to you right now? How would you describe your music to them?
I think the way I would describe my music is raw and uncut, authentic, original material. Because I pride myself on being original.
Yeah.
And not having to follow the trend. That's something that I always wanted to not follow the trend, but be a leader. You know what I mean? And inspired. That's my thing and shit. So that's how I would label my music is raw and uncut. I'm an underground artist, and I tell it how it is, and it's just raw and uncut. It's authentic.
Yeah.
And I think that's where like people can relate to it because they hear, what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I don't hold back. So.
Yeah. And that was one thing I gotta say. I was listening to some of your I've been listening to some of your music and your clips, and the consistency on social media, is good. Because I feel like nowadays with artists, you can connect more with people. You can connect more with people that fuck with you.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they
you're
kind
right.
of fuck with you. Like you're saying some shit, and not it might not be for everybody. And I said that not too long ago. I'm like, I might not be your cup of tea anymore, and that's cool. But there's some people that will rock with me,
exactly,
with whatever I got going on, and it's cool because they like me. You know what I mean? And and your music might not be for everybody, but the people that it's for, that's who you're making it for.
Exactly, and that's how I feel and shit. Because you can't please everybody.
Yeah.
There's always gonna be somebody that fucking just talk shit. Right?
Yeah.
And when I first started, I would take it like I would get pissed off. You know what I mean? Because they didn't understand
it's like a self-defense thing, and you automatically feel like you have to defend yourself.
Exactly, and after after a while, you start learning to just roll it off.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because you're winning. You're in a fucking uphill, and you're not gonna win because these people are just gonna gonna say what they fucking want.
Yeah.
Regardless, you can't please everybody and
Yeah.
shit. And I know my music's is not for everybody, but the people that do listen to it and they do relate to it, it's much appreciated because I take my time, a lot of hours in the studio trying to perfect my music, trying to make the best hooks, that I can, especially out here, representing El Paso, it's not easy,
Yeah.
because they feel like we're like 10 years behind and shit.
Yeah. Well,
So-
yeah, I mean, like, and then that happens a lot too. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been fortunate to travel, and we're a little city, and it is
Yeah.
what it is, and we have our certain genre of music and things that we like in this area. But the fact that you're talking about a lot of things that you could relate to, and other people can relate to in this area too. So, like,
Right.
can you like talk about like the message behind your music? I know you're talking. It's like heavy Chicano,
Yeah.
that old school vibe that you were talking about. Like, can you talk about kind of like the message behind your words?
Yeah, man. My thing is to listen, observe, and analyze. The real from the fake. Is my message. Understand that people are out here, playing the gimmick part, doing things that other artists already did, and it's working for them, but it doesn't make you authentic. You know what I mean? And my message, is to be real with it, be as authentic as you can, and that's the thing that I always try to put my life experiences into my music, so that way people can relate to it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I love hearing that because that's how I feel like when I carry myself as a content creator. I just
Yeah.
feel like I want to create content that people can relate to,
Exactly.
and I want to be relatable to a certain extent to X amount of people. Like how you said, you're not gonna be able to please everybody, and I get people that want to be on here or talk about certain things, and I have to say no
Right.
in a like in a respectful way. I mean, I just
Absolutely.
like, hey, I just not that kind of platform for me. Like, I get what you talk
Right.
about, and I respect what you want to talk about, but that's not what I want to talk about here.
Exactly.
And sometimes, like, for the platform, and we're kind of chopping up a little bit. Just I love hearing the struggle,
Absolutely.
the fact that you had X amount of stuff going on, and you're doing this and doing that. Because when I see other people, whatever they're doing, they're fucking doing whatever they want to do, and they're happy
Yeah.
doing it.
Mhm.
That inspires me to keep doing what the fuck I'm doing. Man. I say
Exactly.
that all the fucking time, man.
Exactly,
I love people say, man, it's fucking suck, but I'm still doing it because I love it.
Exactly. And that's my thing too, because I could have easily just stopped a long time ago when people started criticizing my shit. And I was like, nah, man, I'm gonna take this shit full throttle. I got something to prove.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wanna prove. Like, my first material that I put out was called Me Versus Myself 222, because I wanted to prove to all these people that were out here that were saying that you're not gonna make it. It's gonna be a short career. You're gonna be you're not gonna make it in the industry. That was my drive. I said, man, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
You're gonna see this shit.
Yeah.
And sure enough, little by little, I started grabbing the attention. I started doing shows. I started opening up for big artists. So it's been an uphill battle, but it's been a rewarding battle for
Yeah.
me, to be able to prove them wrong.
Yeah.
You
So
know?
like that's a perfect segue to my next question is like, how do you stay motivated, inspired to keep writing, new music?
Right.
You know what I mean? Because sometimes it just like, I know for me, like sometimes I'm like, fuck, I get to the point where I'm always thinking about different, projects and different things I can do. Obviously the podcast is easy. I'm fortunate to have people on here and talk about it. But there's
Yeah.
other ways that I like to be creative.
Right.
Like, photographs and videos, and I do jujitsu stuff, and I'm always kind of like looking at different angles, and what I mean?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
like I always try to like have like my phone, man, I fucking be writing shit all the time.
Yeah.
So kind of talk about how do you stay motivated and inspired to write new music?
I think for me is being able to put out for the raza right now, for the Chicanos, for Mexican artists like myself. I think that's the biggest drive for me right now, is to be able to break those barriers,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
Because for a long time they were saying Mexicans can't rap. for a long time, you see on social media, Mexicans can't rap, this and that. And I think that was my drive, to be able to do that and to, to show face for my people and
Yeah.
shit, and represent them rightfully.
Yeah.
And not take them to a fucked up path or, making us look crazy. I always wanted to inspire that,
Yeah.
everybody else that's coming up after me,
Yeah.
because there's already fools out here already imitating my style. People, there's a couple artists already wearing masks, doing exactly what I'm doing. They follow me and they do exactly what I'm doing, and it's cool. At a point, it is cool, but at the same time, it's like, yo, man, like,
Yeah.
you're over here fighting my style, bro.
Yeah.
Like, when does that stop? But it's flattering to
Yeah.
me.
Well, yeah, that's good. That's a good way. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
It's flattering because I remember like when I was always like when I was heavy into my streaming and I would carry myself a certain way and
Yeah.
make content a certain way, and I saw other people like, motherfucker, I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
And
you see it right away.
I see what it's flattering, but at the same time, I'm like, we're doing kind of the same
Yeah.
thing, but he can't do me.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And
So I
that's-
get it. So
that's
like
where
I
it's
get
at.
it. And respectfully, it's all good,
Exactly.
and I'm not gonna.
With all respect.
Yeah, all of us are trying to. I tell people this: whatever you want to do, find somebody that kind of does that, and then kind of tweak it to
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Because you don't want to be the cookie cutter. You know what I mean? Because I
Exactly.
like with my podcast, I just like at first I was very fortunate to have a lot of content creators and streamer homies. And it got to the point where it was like, oh, it's the same shit over and over again.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And I felt like I needed to start. That's when I was like, you know what? I got to get outside of just the gaming world.
Yeah, take it to another level.
Yeah, I just felt like let me broaden my audience and like let me change myself. How you're like always
Exactly.
working on yourself. I was like, let me get out of my comfort zone. Let's start talking to people about things that I normally don't know about. And me being open that way, I was like, oh shit, that's how I can start moving in this lane and just talking about people being inspired and talking about their journey, because that's what the fuck I'm doing.
Yeah, man.
That's what the fuck I'm doing,
exactly. And I think like, like people like us that are creatives, we feed off of each other because we see the motivation and the drive between us.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Even if you're doing podcasts and I'm doing music, we're still in the same entertainment business. This is entertainment at the end of the day.
Yep.
And it's motivating to me to see more Mexican artists, Mexican that are, bringing in the podcast shows that are doing different things that, that other people have done, but we're doing it our style.
Yeah, like, you got to tweak it because
we gotta tweak it. Man.
Yeah, because you want to. Yeah, you're doing Chicano music. Yeah, you're rapping. Yeah, you're from El Paso. But then you got to start separating yourself outside of those.
Exactly,
from
from that
things.
label.
Yeah, you know
And
what I mean?
That's my thing where I've always battled with it, where they say, you're a Chicano artist. I said, no, I'm a hip hop artist that happens to be Chicano.
Yeah, well said. That's cool.
And but the thing is that I like to put my experiences and my culture in my music, because it's relatable, to my people, and I want to be able to uplift them and talk about our culture is beautiful. You know what I'm saying? And I love the fact that we have those type of artists that are talking about our culture, that are proud to be Mexican, that are doing that. That to me is inspiring.
Yeah.
Taking it to another level.
Yeah. I like that shit, dude, because and you keep going back to, and this kind of leads to my next question is fucking, how do you like you bring in your personal experiences, you don't have to talk about your childhood and shit like that, but like talk about like how you incorporate your personal experiences and how somebody can relate to that, like, because not a lot of people like want to talk about certain things, and maybe it'll only be able to relate to a certain amount of people,
Right.
but you're saying it for a reason.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And I think my thing is with that is like the more authentic you are in your music and you start putting your experience into that music, it starts being relatable. You know what I mean? Like people start understanding you as an artist. And
Yes.
that's what I want.
Hell yeah.
Because I could say all this shit, but people don't understand it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I want them to understand that I had a fucked up past. You know what I mean? That I was in the streets. I didn't have a great childhood, you know, and I want to be able to put that into my music because for a long time I suffered from depression. You know what I mean? I suffered from anxiety and stuff, and I suffer from PTSD, bro. So I like to put, you know, all that into my music, hoping that it can inspire somebody else, you know, and say, you know what, I don't have to be depressed and just stay at home. You know, maybe I could do a podcast, or maybe I could write music, or maybe I could do poetry to express yourself. Because if it wasn't for music, I don't know where I would have been, bro. Music has been my therapy, like my biggest therapy. It's helped me so much, and that's why I love music. You know, like I say, music is life.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, like I like that you said about the therapy thing, because, you know, I grew up, you know, playing a lot of video games. So everybody was always tripped out I was playing video games.
Yeah.
That was like my escape.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Not that I had a terrible upbringing and shit like that, but for me, just to escape for me on my own,
Right.
I felt like playing video games was a thing. And then music was a big thing. Like, I talked to a lot of people about music, but there's just sometimes like certain songs and like the way it makes me feel, people can understand that. Because you could be a music lover and, you know, and things like that, but I fucking love the message behind that, the emotions, the passion behind the lyrics. Like there'll be sometimes that I'll be listening to music and I'll start crying because I can feel that shit.
Yeah, bro.
You know, like I genuinely like crying, like, God damn, this fool is fucking pouring his heart out and this song is fucking going hard.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like there's a track that I did, it's called FTW. And this song, it talks about you know, all the experiences that I had growing up, you know, not just the experiences, but like also like with my mom, you know what I mean? And now that I see, you know, I look back at it and I'm like, it brings a tear to my eye, bro, because even when I hear it and I perform it, I fucking start shedding a tear, bro, because I trip out on the shit that I come up with. You know what I mean? Sometimes I trip out like, how did I like come up with this shit, bro? It's like, it's crazy, bro, but you have to really find yourself.
Yeah.
You know, as an artist, you have to find yourself.
Yeah.
You know, and break through.
Yeah.
You know?
I like that you say that because, and I've said this many times on podcasts and conversations, or like I found myself through content creation.
Yeah.
I grew up playing hockey, and I was like always recording my tournaments. I would, you know, shout out to my boy JT, man. He'd go on tournaments with me and record, and then I'd fucking put it together, and then I put it on YouTube like 15, 16 years ago, man. They're like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, but I've always liked that. I was creative that way. And like, I stopped creating content. And then, you know, I talked about, you know, looping around with the whole COVID thing because I was traveling a lot for work, and I started kind of with my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
But I kind of didn't know what I want to do. But like through doing content, I fucking learned so much about myself.
Yeah, absolutely.
I learned so much about myself and the way I carry myself. And it's, you know, I'm going almost on 5 years of creating content. And I feel like I've learned so much about myself through different experiences and talking to different people and learning about what I want to do and then what I don't want to do.
Exactly. Yeah, that I talked about this before too, and that's how it was with me with music and shit. I found my strength, and then I found my weaknesses. You know, but I try to put all that together, you know, and one of the things that like being vulnerable, you know, and putting yourself out there is not easy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not easy to talk about the bad stuff and shit that happened when you were younger or whatever. But for me, it was like I had it so built up in me that I had to release it. You know what I mean? When I first started writing music, like when I take it serious, that was the first thing I started doing was pouring my heart out.
Yeah.
Everything that I had, my anger, my fucking depression, everything. And I was like, you know, okay, some of it was a little too dark. All right, I'm going to leave that out. But I'm going to use bits and pieces into my music. That way it could be like presentable and shit and make it for people to make sense. You know what I mean? So that's how I did my music.
Yeah.
You know?
That's dope too. Cause I've had people, damn, Jimmy, you had so-and-so on and you said this and they said that. And just by me being myself and you being yourself, like maybe somebody hear this and be like, damn, I felt that shit. And, you know, and yeah, being vulnerable, and like I've talked about certain things like on stream, and I used to like, being vulnerable. It's. I feel like a lot of people are afraid to because they don't want to like. It's like a sign of weakness, and to a certain extent, I get it. Like some people don't want to be seen like that, and it's okay. It's not a bad thing, but to show that you can be vulnerable, I think it shows that you're human. First
Exactly,
of all.
bro.
And then second of all, you were talking about a lot of things that you dealt with, anxiety, depression, and stuff like that. People can relate to that. Like,
Absolutely.
man, Solano was talking about that shit. Man, I fucking was going through that same shit too.
Exactly.
And the fact that he's able to come out of this darkness and make a message and put it out there, you know what I mean, is awesome to hear.
I appreciate that shit.
Man, I fucking love hearing that shit, man, because like you doing that, and you said it earlier, is like, man, it inspires me to keep doing what I'm doing, because I feel like there's so much negativity in the world, and you're not going to please everybody, but I feel like if I could just be a light, some type of light to somebody that all of a sudden they had no idea, and they're like, damn, Jimmy, you fucking say some shit, and I'm like, I go back and I watch some of the shit that I say, I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, bro.
You know what I mean? I'm like, damn, I'm fired. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but sometimes like, man, but me just being myself and talking about things and how I carry myself, and I always try to help other content creators or other people that want to get themselves out there. Like, how do I start? Just start, bro.
Exactly.
Like, oh, dude, it just like me. It just for like when I first started streaming, I just press live and I'm there, and like, what the fuck?
What do I do next?
Nobody's watching me, but I still kept doing it. Nobody was watching me, and I kept doing it, and I enjoyed it. And then other people like, damn, that's dope. You've been doing it for so long. I was like, yeah, it's not that easy. But the fact that I just kept doing it, and I kept getting those nice, hey man, that's cool that you do that.
Exactly.
From other friends and other people. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Like, not that I needed it, but it's good to know that you're doing something that that somebody likes and enjoys.
It's like a validation.
Yeah,
almost,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, you don't always need it, but hey man, that fucking pat on the shoulder,
it feels good. It feels good because as creatives, not every day you have people telling you, man, you're doing a good job, bro.
Yeah.
Like, your shit is dope. You know what I mean? It's not every day, and when you do come across those people, it tells you, look, you're doing right. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? And that's my drive. When I get people tell me that, like, man, I like what you're doing, bro. I like that you keep going at it, that you're staying consistent. That's the type of shit that drives me, and I'm like, I appreciate that, man.
Yeah.
Because I don't put a lot of fucking hours into this shit, bro. A lot of money invested in this fucking music thing, and it's not easy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Everybody's like, I usually like, oh, it must be nice. Like, bitch, I've been doing this for fucking ever.
Yeah.
All this shit is not just coming out of my ass. Like, I'm investing in myself. Like, dude, I listen to podcasts, I listen to interviews. I try to always get better in my own different way.
Right.
I watch people that, speak, and, by me being on this podcast journey, I've learned so much about myself, and I've gotten better at interviewing people.
Yeah, man.
Talking,
Yeah.
grammar,
Exactly.
explaining myself, train of thought, being more open to people's different perspectives on life.
Exactly,
and certain
man.
topics.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I feel like I've gotten better because I've been so open and willing to listen to people, because everybody always wants to talk shit.
Always,
But you know what I mean? But sometimes shout out to my mom, man, rest her soul, man. She would always say, "Vele el ojo, vele el ojo."
Yeah.
Just listen.
Yeah.
You don't always have to be the fucker talking.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And I feel like I've learned a lot because of that.
Exactly, bro. Yeah, and that's how I feel too, man. Because like all this shit is it's not easy, man.
Yeah.
It's not easy to do. It's time consuming for one. Just to edit, I know that shit takes fucking hours, bro. Most of my videos, about 90% of my videos that I did videos myself. I did them. Except for a couple, like I had Joe and I had Porvenir Pictures, and I had a couple different actual photographers that directed my shit. But for the most part, I did most of my shit on my own.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I try to, my whole thing is I don't want to wait on nobody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I want to do this shit.
Yeah.
You tell me no, or we'll do it fucking, or we can't do it. I'm like, nah, I'm going to go fucking do it myself. You know what I mean?
I like that I've always felt like I'm always a one-man army.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
brother.
I feel like
Yeah.
I know that I haven't got to the point to where like I can't do certain things because of time or whatever. And if I ever get to the point that, you know, I might start letting things go if it makes sense. But I've always prided myself on that. I'm glad that you said that too. It's like,
Yeah.
I do this shit. I edited it. I did this.
Yeah.
I. Because
Exactly.
I hear people all the time, I want to start this, but then this guy's doing this and he doesn't want to do that. And I'm like, just fucking do it yourself.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? If you
That's
could,
the
if you
thing.
could, like, I didn't, like, I got the lights. I learned how to do the camera. I learned how to filters. I learned all this, and
Exactly.
I took the time and invested in myself because that's how I wanted to do it. And sometimes it might be there's other ways to go easier, but that's the way I learned.
Exactly.
And I feel like I'm more proud of my work because I fucking did it myself.
Yeah, it's more gratifying. 'cause
Hell yeah.
That's how I feel too, because like everything that I learned from writing music to producing myself to recording myself, all the songs I did them myself. I recorded myself, I edited them, I mastered them.
Hell yeah.
I did it all by myself, and I didn't know shit,
Hell yeah.
nothing
Hell
about
yeah.
it. And I said, you know what? Fuck this, man. I'm tired of waiting on the motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Because there's always a producer out there that's gonna say, oh well, I don't have the time now, let's do it in 3 weeks, or let's do it in a month, or we'll do it in 2 months or something. It's always like that. There's
Yeah.
always a producer out there that's holding that one artist back.
Mhm.
And I experienced that shit when I came into the game, and right away I said, fuck that,
Yeah.
man. I'm gonna cut this shit out quick,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna do it myself.
Yeah.
And it's been so fucking gratifying.
Yeah.
I'm so thankful that I learned that, you know, because I don't have to depend on nobody.
Yeah.
I could just go record it and send it out.
Yeah. Do my thing. Hell yeah.
Yeah, you know, and save me some money at that. You know?
Yeah. Hell yeah, man.
Because
Fuck
it's
yeah.
fucking expensive.
Yeah, man, because they're like, hey, there's podcast places you can just show up and podcast. I'm like, yeah, that's cool, but I can't afford that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like, it's not that it's a bad idea. There's some people that can afford that and that's how they want to move, which is cool.
Right.
But I feel like me just being able to edit my stuff and put all my stuff up and things I like that, how you said, it's more gratifying.
Fuck yeah,
so
it really is.
Now let's shift to obviously all the positive shit. But how do you
Yeah.
deal with all the negative shit? Like,
Man.
how do you deal with like people? Like how you said, you kind of touched on it earlier. Like people are like, you ain't gonna do shit or whatever. Like, how do you maneuver with the negativity and things online about your music?
I think at that point is like you gotta use that as fuel. You know what I mean? Like you gotta use that as fuel to drive you. Because if you let other people determine what you're gonna do, then you're not gonna do shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're just gonna be like second guessing yourself. Because that's what people wanna do. They wanna take that what you're doing and put a doubt in your head.
Yeah.
And make you think, am I doing this shit
Yeah.
right? Am I is this really for me? You know what I mean? Am I sounding right? There was a lot of times where when I first started, it affected me.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know how to take that criticism out because they're talking so much shit. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And I'm like, fuck man, like, you know, how am I gonna push from that shit and oh shit, second guessing myself and maybe I shouldn't write this and I say, man, you know what? Fuck them, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do me. I'm gonna do what's authentic to myself and be authentic and original.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that to me is like my biggest F you to them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That I did that to shut them up, man,
Yeah.
pretty much and shit. You
Yeah.
know? And from there it led for me to open up for Scarface, legendary Scarface, Twista, OG Kid Frost. I mean, I had an interview with DJ King Assassin that I'm gonna work with a track on. You know, DJ King Assassin was Tupac's producer. And I'm fortunate to have those type of validations.
Yeah.
And for the OGs to tell me, you're
Yeah.
doing good.
Yeah.
Keep at it.
Yep.
And that's why I say, man, all these fools,
Yeah.
man.
Because like I get that shit too, man. I mean, I've gotten little comments like, you're doing a little podcast thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I feel like, like second guessing myself and doubt,
exactly.
imposter syndrome. Like,
Yeah.
like I'll be going like I used to go like I go to content creation meetups and I feel like I see all these guys and girls that are fucking tearing it up and doing their thing and I feel like, do I even deserve to be here? Like, fucking, like, am I like? I feel like I'm an imposter.
Right.
But like, I feel with the negativity, you know what I mean? I might not get it as much as you for sure.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I get those too. And I just feel like I always used to try to just defend myself and justify what the fuck I'm doing instead of like fuck you and just do it anyways. I just got to the point the way I deal with negativity. I'm like, all right, cool. Like I get comments on YouTube is the worst.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? But I always feel like I appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Thank you for reporting that comment. You know, thank you.
Yeah.
And that's it. I feel like I don't want to defend myself and battle with a keyboard warrior
man.
who's gonna probably make me look like an idiot.
Yeah.
When I'm over here trying to defend what the fuck I'm doing instead of like don't even acknowledge it.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, you
Exactly.
fucking, you're trying to do all this. Yeah, man, I am. I appreciate you coming through, man. Thank you.
Exactly.
And that's it.
Kill them with kindness.
Yeah,
and
you know what I
shit.
mean? Like, I don't have the time to be around negative people and
Yeah.
negative thought process. I just feel like, and you said it earlier, just like you feed off that shit. Like every time I have somebody on here and I hear their message and their journey, I'm like, fuck yeah, that's dope. I fucking love hearing that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because we could sit here and talk about all the bad shit and how it never went your way and you
Yeah.
could be doing this. I'm like, what kind of fucking podcast is that? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? What kind of
Yeah.
fucking podcast is that over here just talking about negative shit or whatever? And like, I feel like when you always positive in the way you carry yourself, people will see that. And
Absolutely.
you will, I always said that you become a magnet and you start fucking attracting certain type of people toward you and you get attracted to other type of people when you start
Absolutely.
meeting because there's a vibe. You know what I mean? There's some people that I meet and they think like I'm an idiot, which is fine, which is cool. And then I meet other people like, hey man, that Jimmy was dope as fuck. He's
Yeah,
cool, man.
bro.
And vice versa with you. I'm like, oh, Solano this, oh, he fucking this. Some other person be like, oh, that fool's dope. He's down
Yeah.
to earth. So are you gonna always worry about what people are gonna say?
Yeah, that's the thing.
You know what I
Hell
mean?
no.
I don't have a time for fucking negative. If
Yeah.
you think I'm an asshole and I'm an idiot, then I guess go for it. I mean,
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Because you start listening to them,
Yeah.
and it's like, you know, you start, like you said, second guessing yourself and shit like that. And that's the last thing you want to do is you want to stay focused. You know what I mean? Stay focused and on the goal.
yeah.
You know, that's my thing.
Yeah.
So fuck it. Fuck all the haters. and
Yeah.
shit.
So with that being said, like
Yeah,
how
man.
do you I mean you touch base on family life. Like how do you balance everything around? Because I was kind of telling you like I work and I'm married, I have kids, you know, I got shit going on and I always try to make sure that I'm balancing everything because I feel like when I'm balanced, I'm at my best.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because I feel like within reason, I make sure that I'm making sure I don't fill my buckets
Right.
of being a father, fill my buckets of
Mhm.
being a husband, fill my bucket that pays my bills, I can keep my job.
Exactly.
But at the same time, I got to get all that shit going so I can fucking do this.
do this. Exactly.
You know what I mean? So talk about like juggling your balance of life and how you do that.
You know, to me, it's hard. It's hard, bro, because of course, you know, we all have a second. You know, we all have a life. I have my kids too and everything, but I try to have my priorities already set. Like me, I like to pay my rent in advance, so I'm paid off for the next 3 months, and so that's what helps me to do what I do. Because if I start falling behind and I start worrying, I can't focus on my music,
yeah, fuck
man.
yeah.
And it's hard. It's hard because once you start lacking on your music, people can tell.
Yeah.
The quality's not there no more.
Yeah.
It starts getting watered down and shit. So I try to prioritize my shit first. Once I have everything into place, that's when I run with it. But when I run with it, I go full
Hell
throttle.
yeah.
You know what I mean? And like I had just released an EP. I had 6 tracks on it. It's called I'm All In 1111. I just released that one like 3-4 months ago, and I'm already working on a new album. You know what I mean? It's because I want to stay consistent.
Hell yeah.
I want to be able to put my shit out there. Like my new material is called Flood the Sound Waves. You know, and I got that from one of my OG homies from LA. Is an LA legend. His name is Conejo. And he would always tell me, flood the sound waves, Kanan. Flood the sound waves.
Yeah.
So I said, you know what? This album, I'm gonna call that shit Flood the Sound Waves. Because I feel like this is gonna be my most important album that I put out. That's really gonna take me to that level that I wanna be at.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And so I'm trying to balance out the life and trying to balance the career. But like I said, I try to get my priorities straight out the way first. That way I could really focus on my music. Because if not, bro, I'll be sitting there and I'm fucking writer's block. And
Yeah.
Because I have those priorities
Yeah.
in my head.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's hard.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're all fucking human. You know what I mean? We're all human. And I feel like, and within reason, you have to fucking make sure that you check yourself too. Because I've gotten to the point, and I can only relate to this when it comes to content creation, because I would see people do it just to do it. But you know, I mean, I could see it.
You could see it right away.
You're doing it just to do it. You're not having fun. There's no
You're not
passion.
loving it.
You're not loving it. And, you know, and that's how people just bow out and say, you know, it's not for me, which is fine. But, and it's all respect, you tried and you did it, it's not for you. Because a lot of people will try something. Because I try new shit all the time. That doesn't mean I'm going to go all in on it.
Right.
You know what I mean? But I feel like I'm at the point in my life, if I'm going to focus on something, I'm going to do something. I'm going to make sure the time that I put toward it, I try to get better at it, or try to do, like, I do jujitsu. And
that's
I do.
dope,
Yeah,
man.
you know, I go out there 2 times a week sometimes, and I roll around, and I'm like, I'm getting healthier. I'm learning a skill.
Hell yeah.
And then like
Discipline.
and it makes me look forward to do something physically. You know what I mean? And at the same time, I'm learning some self-defense and shit like that. So I don't go just to go.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Some people just go to the gym just to go to the gym, and they ain't really like focusing on what they're trying to do, other than
Exactly.
going just to go. I'm like, I don't want to fucking go, and they just go to go.
You gotta have
and I'm
some
sure you can hear that
passion.
with music, how you were kind of relating to, like, yeah, you're rapping and saying shit, but they ain't really fucking nothing behind that.
Yeah, I mean, they can listen on it, but are they really like hearing it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's kind of like, it's hard because you gotta really. And then the thing is people have a short like thought process. You know what I mean? If you don't get them right away, they're not gonna be interested. You know what I mean? So that's where it comes into play, where you have to be creative.
Yeah.
With your shit and your words and your wordplay, and it's difficult, but like I say, you have to have a passion for it. And I'm not making all this money right now, and I'm not the richest, but I love it because of the passion.
Hell yeah, man.
And I know that one day I am gonna be there. You know what I mean? Like right now, I'm doing this, you know, to get me up. You know, like this is a start.
Yeah.
But my long term is to really break through.
Yeah, we were kind of saying that too. Like, this is our passion project. I tell people, like, my content creation journey, I feel like everything that I've done in my life, I take it to my advantage. Like, people that have known me for years, I'm a friendly guy.
Yeah.
I try to be respectful. I'm not wilding out. You know what I mean? I try to see people's perspective in life.
Right.
I take advantage that people do enjoy talking to me.
Yeah,
so
man.
all that kind of stuff, I'm like, I'm using it to my advantage now. And I jokingly, I told my wife before, like, hey, babe, everything I've done in my life, the way I've carried myself playing hockey and traveling, and being so open and learning different shit, my IT degree and learning how to do all this shit has led to me being a content creator. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But like all my just with your music.
Yeah.
You know, just like, unfortunately, you know, your upbringing when some things weren't going right, but that's made you who you are.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're able to, you know, use that as a fuel and, you know, make it as a vehicle for this career, your music career, man. And you're
Better
using
myself.
that to go forward. And a lot of people can't use certain things in their life to navigate and move it this way in a positive way.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And that's the thing with me is like the passion for it is what drives me and to want to better my life. You know what I mean? I want to better not just my life, but I want to better my kids' life. I want to better my family's life. I feel I've always felt like I was the one that was chosen to bring everybody together and to help like my family out. You know what I mean? And because I've been there, bro. You know what I mean? I've been there where I didn't have nobody and shit. You know what I mean? And it's difficult. But with all that, like that's my main goal is to better my kids' life, my life, my family's, and of course my city. You know, I want to represent the city and see what I could contribute to the city. You know?
With the passion of music, dude.
Yeah.
With you just being yourself. And I always tell people when you could do something in life by you just being yourself, it's like the dopest thing ever, man. I feel like you know what I mean? Your music and your lyrics and your message is you. You know, right? Your stage presence, the way you carry yourself is like people are like, damn, that's dope, and they can relate to it. They might not understand everything that you've gone through in life or whatever, but you hear the passion behind it. Like when I talk about podcasting and conversations and journey is like people like, damn, Jimmy, I really respect your thought process and the way you respond and things. Cause like, yeah, I mean, you can get upset or you can kind of take it as a lesson with a lot of things that might not go your way. How you're saying like, I may not be making money or whatever. I might not make any money doing this. And, you know, shout out to the people that, you know, support me financially with little things here and there,
Yeah, man.
you know, and I appreciate it. It's gratitude, but I'm not doing it for the money, and God willing, within time, as far as if I keep doing what I'm doing, I know it will pay off.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know what I mean? How you were saying, like, you just keep doing your thing is going to pay off, and not pay off as fast as we would want.
Exactly.
But I feel like if it was that easy, then we wouldn't, like the gratitude, are you saying, like,
Yeah,
me, like,
man.
damn, I was fucking doing all this shit, man.
All
I had
by
fucking
myself.
people coming to my house. I was doing
Yeah.
interviews and shit, and I was doing all that. I was putting in the time, and not a lot of
Exactly.
people could understand that. But the people that do, I fucking respect and I appreciate. You know, I would say, hey, Jimmy, you're doing dope. Hey, appreciate it. I take it to a certain extent. You know, like if people say, hey, man, you're tearing it up. I'm like, thank you. I don't think I'm doing that great, but I appreciate it.
Yeah,
'Cause I feel like
absolutely.
I'm always getting better. I'm always trying to
Exactly,
do.
bro.
I'm making it sound good. I'm making it look good.
Yeah.
I'm fortunate to have. I'm bring different people on and talk about that because, you know, and we were kind of saying earlier, I'm not trying to be a clickbait. I generally want to talk to people who generally are doing something in life in a positive way, and hopefully
man.
them just talking about their journey can, you know, spread some light and have somebody else be like, hey, that was dope. I heard Solano Grip on fucking Jimmy Duke's Gaming podcast. That fucker's dope, and I started listening to him ever since
Yeah,
then.
man. Yeah,
You know what I mean? That's what
that's the
that's
thing,
what I
man.
want to do for people.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And I think that's dope because we here in El Paso, we don't have a lot of opportunities as far as the music scene or in anything that is entertainment wise. We don't have a lot of opportunities here. It's very difficult. El Paso people are like the most critics ever,
Mhm.
you know, but you know, it's like you can't please everybody. You can do it so much. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? But you're progressing at the same time. You're learning and you're building yourself, you know, your brand to be, you know, bigger.
Yeah.
Eventually it's gonna hit.
Yeah.
You know, eventually it has to.
Yeah, I feel like if you're doing everything positivity and there's a good thing behind what you're trying to do, I feel like in time everybody gets their flowers when it's meant to be.
Exactly.
Because I mean, some people like I would always like, and I'm always I always relate this to content creation because when I was started streaming, some people were like fucking doing better than others, and everybody's like, what the fuck? Why is he doing this? Or why
Yeah.
is she getting all these numbers?
Mhm.
And when I stopped comparing myself to other people and I just started focusing on myself, I felt like that's when I turned the corner.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm not worried about anybody else. I'm just worried about myself. And I felt like that came with time
yeah.
and like being confident in my work
Mhm.
and confident in what I'm doing and not second guessing what I'm doing anymore. Like
Exactly.
I'm on a mission. This is my mission. And I feel like I could be successful because I'm doing X, Y, Z. And I'm doing
Exactly.
A, B, C. And I'm doing it because I want to do it. And God willing, within time, you know what I mean? If it makes sense and I can make a living doing this, talking to people and talking about their journeys, it would be the dopest thing ever.
That'd be like the biggest goal.
That'd be the dopest thing ever.
Hell yeah.
I'm not trying to be a millionaire. You know what I mean?
But I'm trying to live right.
I'm just trying to pay my bills and have conversations with dope ass people. You
No
know what I mean?
doubt,
I
no
just feel
doubt.
like that's the thing, man.
Yeah.
So before we start wrapping this up, man,
Yeah,
and
man.
you know, we talked about the negativity,
Yeah.
the positivity, and things like that. Like, can you talk about a point where you're like, and you kind of touched on it, kind of like your writer's block and not being in the right state of mind. You talk about a time where you're like, you know what? I thought I wanted to do this. I think I'm just gonna pack it up. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
call it. I feel like I can't do it. But then you stop yourself. You know, can you talk about like kind of if you
Yeah.
had an experience like that before?
Yeah, absolutely. My mom passed away a couple months ago, you know, and
Condolences, brother.
so it was very difficult for me because me and my mom we didn't have the greatest relationship, you know, and I hadn't seen my mom for years, you know, and when I decided to try to make amends with my mom, I was talking to my cousin, and I was telling him, you know, it's time. Like I wanna make a change. I want to be able to have a relationship with my mom. It's time, you know. We're getting older, and it's time, you know, to bury the hatchet. Well, that Sunday that I was talking to my cousin, we had been talking all week, right? The next day on Monday, my cousin calls me in the afternoon, and he tells me, "Oh, you sitting down?" I'm telling him, "Well, for what? What's going on?" She goes, "Well, your mom just passed. You know, she passed this morning." And so it was like from one day to another. And when I decided to try to make amends with my mom, that's when, you know, God took her, you know. And so it hit me so hard that I completely got writer's block. Like, I couldn't write a fucking lyric to save my life. And I was like, I was trying to push this shit. You know, this was just right after my AP when I decided to come up with this album. And I just couldn't fucking write a song, bro. And I just felt the depression hit me, and you know, you start feeling all those emotions, you know what I mean? And I felt like that's it, you know? I was like, I'm gonna give up and just turn a leaf and just let this shit go and just go along with my life and shit. But something was like telling me behind my head, like, this is not what your mom would want. You know what I mean? And I know for a fact, you know, my mom's with me. You know, I could feel her spiritually. I could feel her with me. And I was like, nah, man, I can't fucking just stop what I started.
Yeah.
You know, because it took me a lot to break through. And then for me just to say, nah, that's it. You know, and nah, I didn't want to let my mom down and shit. I didn't want to let her down, and I didn't want to let myself down. And so I just kept pushing forward.
Yeah. Hell
I
yeah,
said,
man. Oh.
I'm not gonna let this shit stop.
Yeah,
me,
dude. I feel, man, that's tough, man. My deep condolences too, man. Because I just and I appreciate you sharing that. You didn't have to share that with me and us here, man. But
yeah, absolutely.
yeah, man. I feel like in times of that, you know what I mean? It just, you doubt yourself, you know what I mean? And you second guess, like, maybe this is, you know what I mean? Because I've had thoughts like when I was like streaming and nobody was showing up, and you know, I was making X amount of money as a content creator.
Yeah.
And not that I was like balling or anything, but I was like a part-time job. I was making money, and then all of a sudden, like, it started dwindling down, and the money went from X amount to X amount, and X amount to X amount.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck am I doing this for? Like, I just like, maybe. But that's when I turned the corner for the podcasting.
Right.
I felt like when I felt like I was done when it came to streaming, I was like, okay, I'm done streaming, but I'm gonna keep going doing something else.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I feel like I had to go through that as a content creator. I'm sure, like, as a music artist too, you start going through certain things where you second guess yourself, man. And you know, you coming out of that and saying, you know what, I want to keep going is awesome to hear.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Because it's tough. You know what I mean? You losing anybody, you know, let alone a fucking parent, let alone a fucking mother.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Like, I can relate to that. So you using that as inspiration,
absolutely,
it's fucking awesome to hear, man. I fucking love hearing that, man. And that's fucking tough, bro. But I love,
it really is.
the fact that you're like, fuck yeah, like, and you know, the fact that you say, like, man, like, you had just released an EP and you were on a high, and then this, you know, life happens. We're human. And all of a sudden you're like, fuck this, man. I think I'm just done. You know, the fact that came into your brain is letting like, you're human. You know, why wouldn't you doubt yourself? Why? Maybe this is not the move for me.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
I got so depressed, bro. I lost 15 pounds. I wasn't eating. I had this fucking headache from hell that wouldn't go away for weeks. And I just felt like my whole world just fell on me, you know what I mean? But I told myself, like, dude, you've gone through so much shit, man. There's no way in hell that you can stop now.
Yeah.
You know, there's no way. I fucking went through all these obstacles just to prove myself, and then for me to let it go.
Yeah.
I think my mom would have been like, nah, Mijo.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Nah,
right?
Mijo, get your ass up and do this shit, right? And so I'm currently working on my new albums called Flood the Sound Waves. I've already started recording. I already started editing some of my material. It is going to be releasing this year.
Fuck yeah.
Which I'm so happy to be coming out. You know, I got a track with DJ King Assassin, which is Tupac's producer. I'm gonna be working on a track with him. I got some other tracks with some people from Arizona, artists from El Paso. I'm doing the whole. This album's gonna be. I want to make it a classic.
Fuck
bro.
yeah, man.
You know, like an EP sound, but classic. You know what I mean? And just something different and just something dope. You know, for the city and shit. So I'm really looking forward to this album, bro, because you know, with everything that I went through and shit, from being homeless to losing my mom to this and that, I feel like I deserve this.
Yeah.
Bro.
Fuck yeah.
I'm putting everything into
Hell
this
yeah. I
one.
feel like with all that things in life, man, a lot of things could break us down and make second guess ourselves. But I think that builds character.
Exactly.
And as you know, as an artist yourself and now me being a content creator, you build that thicker skin and you're able to like channel that shit and try to use it in a positive way. Because
Exactly.
you know what I mean? Like some of the most successful people in the world have gone through shit and
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And they talk about that, like, hey, if it wasn't for this, it wasn't for that, it would not be who I am.
Right.
And that's just a test to who you are as a person and your
man.
background and your family and your, you know, just like, hey man, my mom would not fucking want me to fucking quit.
Hell
Even though
no.
like I'm going through all this shit, man.
And she saw me perform too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, I know she would be like, nah, mijo, like get your ass up and
Hell
finish
yeah.
what you started and shit. You know
Hell
what I mean?
yeah.
So I'm taking this shit full throttle. I'm gonna put some dope material out, man. I this is my best work that I've done so far. I'm really proud of this work, and I can't wait for people to start hearing that shit and start shooting some videos for it. So,
Yeah, that's dope, man.
Yeah.
With you know, talking about now, you know, being in that shitty position, you know what I mean?
yeah.
And you know, now you're blossoming and fucking putting it out, like it gave you like a little second wind and shit.
Hell
You
yeah.
know, you talk about like some motivation or something that you can pass on to somebody that's coming up and wanting this, that person that's writing lyrics right now and that hasn't recorded. Can you talk about some advice and some things that you could to tell somebody like, hey, like if you're gonna start doing this, like look into this, don't do that.
Yeah.
Like, you know, can you give me spit some game for somebody
Yeah, absolutely,
who,
man.
who might want to pursue a music career?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the most important part that you have to do is find yourself as an artist. The faster you find yourself as an artist, where you're able to tap into your emotions, you know, the better for you, because you start looking authentic. You don't look like a gimmick. Try to stay away from imitating other artists that already did it. You know what I mean? Stay away from that. Try to do everything as authentic as you can. Be original, because if you're not original, people are gonna pick up on that shit real quick. And one thing that I always stress: do not wait on anybody at all. Do the things that you got to do, because I know for a fact there's artists out there right now that are being held back to where they're not giving their full potential, because you have either you have a producer or an executive producer, or maybe a manager that's telling you, no, maybe don't do that. Do what you feel is right. What you have here, do that. Don't listen to anybody. But people are so full of shit, they think they're fucking experts. Don't listen to it. Do what you feel is right, because the only way to do it and to learn is to do it.
Yeah.
Because you have to fail in order to learn and progress. If you don't have that and you think that you're just gonna come out and just fucking be this shining star, then you got a mistaken. You have to put in the work. You have to.
Yeah.
You know?
I love, and that's like for anything. Like I just like that's with anything, because I feel like some people get so caught up in like, well, why him and not me, or why this and why that. Man, you hear fucking artists that are just like been doing it for X amount of years. I used to do that with content creators. Like, you want to make that amount of money? That fool's been doing it for 15 years. You just started your first year.
Exactly.
Like, what the fuck?
Exactly.
Or like, if you start a new job, like, hey, that guy gets paid more than me. Well, he's been fucking doing like
exactly.
Just like everything else, man. Like, if you're not gonna put the time and effort into your craft, I tell people all the time, like, Jimmy, I want to start streaming. What should I do? Fucking hit live. I want to be a content creator. Like, what do I do? Like, find what you want to do. Start finding a group and your consistency. Like, learn.
Exactly.
You know, I just feel like that's the only way you're gonna succeed. When if if you're not starting to try shit and try to figure yourself out, and I'm
Exactly.
glad that you said that, because I feel like I found myself with creation, and it took me a while. You know what I mean? But now I feel like I feel like I'm good and I'm getting better
Exactly.
every single damn time. It might not be like leaps and bounds and shit like that, and because
But you know it.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm always getting better.
Exactly.
You know, I feel like I'm always getting better, and I feel like a baby step is better than no step.
Exactly. And that's exactly how I feel too. Cause like I feel like every time I write something new, I'm like, yo, this is better than the last shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I like that because you know you stay consistent. Consistency is key. If you're not consistent, you're just gonna be left behind.
Yeah.
You have to put out material as much as you can. You got to keep having that consistency flowing, because if not, you're just gonna lose your audience.
Yeah.
You're gonna lose it, man. You know, and to me, that's my thing is I just want to be able to stay consistent, be able to keep pushing out content, you know, and flood the sound waves, because
Fuck
that's
yeah.
what I'm gonna do.
Hell yeah, man. Well, with that being said, man, before we get out of here, man, plug yourself.
Yeah, no
You know,
doubt,
talk
man.
about any upcoming events. Where can they find you? Social media.
Absolutely, yeah. Like I said, my name is Big SG Solano Grip. You can find me on Facebook, IG, SoundCloud, YouTube. Everything's gonna be Solano Grip. I made it easy for you to find it. And also too, I got a show coming up this Wednesday at the Trophy Room, June 26th at the Trophy Room. It's gonna be the El Paso Lit Fest. There's some people coming from Atlanta, I think. They're coming down. They're gonna bring down a showcase. It's gonna be me, a lot of dope artists that are coming out from El Paso, so tap in for that as well. And of course, you know, I got my new album working, called The Sound Waves. It is gonna be dropping this year, 2024. I don't have a release date just yet, because I'm still working on that, but it is gonna be dropping this year. So, you know, stay tuned for that, because we're gonna make something happen.
Hell
You
yeah,
know?
man. And all the links will be down there below, guys, and you can check them out. And like I said, man, thank you for coming through, man.
Yeah, I appreciate
you
that
taking
shit.
the time. And I tell all my guests this, and people that I'm fortunate to talk to, man.
Yeah.
You took the time to come
No
over,
doubt.
and I appreciate that, because I feel like a lot of people are not. They don't comprehend people's time. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not considerate. of
They're not
people's-
considerate,
you know what I mean? The fact that you took your time away from whatever you got going on,
Yeah.
to come over and talk to me.
And I was on time.
You know what I mean? and I appreciate that shit. That
Yeah.
things like that is like, you know what I mean? I can't say nothing but good things. If
Yeah,
anybody
man.
ever brings up your name, like I can always,
appreciate that,
I can
man.
generally say like, hey man, this guy is fucking cool as fuck.
I appreciate that.
You know,
man.
like, and I appreciate you sitting here and me getting front row to get to know you, man.
Yeah,
like,
man.
you know, full disclosure, I've never talked to him other than through a text message, other than what you guys are seeing and listening to right now, man.
no
And
doubt.
like, I feel like he's exactly who he is, what I
Yeah.
thought he was gonna be, man. And I appreciate the
Nah, man,
authenticity, man.
I appreciate that.
Hell yeah, man.
Because you know, like a lot of people don't understand me. They think I'm just some fucking dickhead motherfucker. But nah, if you really get to know me, you know that I'm a cool ass dude. I'm a down to earth fool. I'm a street motherfucker, so don't fuck around. But for the most part, I'm professional as fuck.
Yeah.
I like to keep professionalism at all times. So I really appreciate the
Yeah,
invite,
man.
man.
Hell
I
yeah,
really
man.
do, man.
That's what's up, dog.
No doubt, brother.
Hell yeah, dog.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, man, y'all make sure keep up with me, man. Keep up with Solano Grip, man, on his social media, man. We got all the podcasts are on YouTube. They're on iTunes. They're on Spotify. Anywhere you guys can listen to podcasts. Jimmy Dukes Gaming. Don't let the gaming part, man. We got all types of people sharing their journeys
That's right.
and what they got going on. And I hope that you guys got something out of this. I feel like every time I have somebody on, I'm not like super selective. It's not like I have a million people lined up, but there's reasons I have certain people come on here, guys, and I hope you guys enjoy all the different types of people that I come on here, different walks of life, and you know, being able to share their journey with us, and hopefully inspires, you know, anybody to do anything.
Oh, yeah,
You know what I
that's
mean? It
right.
doesn't have to be music. It doesn't have to be content, but man, just hearing people that coming out of the darkness into some light and moving forward, I feel like that positivity can be spread.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? It can't be spread enough, man.
No, you're absolutely right about that, man. And like I said, I really appreciate that time. You know, to even to get invited to come out here, because I love doing podcasts, and I love to sit down with the creators, with creatives too, and just pick the brain and just
Hell yeah.
just
That's what we
relate.
always learn. I think you can learn from anybody. You can learn,
Exactly.
like, just the way you carry yourself and shit. Like I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'm learning, and I hope that the way I carry myself and I talk to people, they get that from me too, because it's a win-win.
Exactly.
It's a fucking win-win.
Yeah,
Man. I feel
absolutely.
like your fucking energy. I'm able to grab some of it and use it toward what the fuck I got going on, man. So thank
Exactly,
you,
bro.
man. Appreciate you coming through.
For sure.
Until next time, guys, man, if you guys are watching this on YouTube, if you're listening to this on Spotify or watching on iTunes, man, thank you guys. Make sure you guys hit that sub. We're going to have all types of people. We're going to continue this podcast journey, and I appreciate you guys coming along, man. But until next time, peace out, homies. Y'all take care.
Peace out. We out. Solano Grit.
When somebody from afar can see the time, the effort that you're putting in, I don't think he would ever lead you to a fight thinking that you couldn't handle yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Obviously, you seem like you guys know each other, so it wouldn't be like, hey, you should go fight and like trying to hype you up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To go sign up to get your ass kicked, but it's not like that. And I think that's a good thing too, because I mean, yeah, this is serious. You know what I mean? Like, even though it's amateur, you're gonna find out, once you get in there, who's about it. Because I mean, I can't even imagine stepping into a fight. I've never really had to like fight anybody. You know what I mean? Other than like something's happening, shit's going on. I'm just fucking, you know what I mean? It's not like I'm going one-on-one, like, what's up, dog? I've never, God forbid if I ever have to. I don't want to. You know what I mean? But I can't even imagine being in a sanctioned fight. Like, all right, like, we both signed this paper.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? We both signed this paper. Let's see what fucking happens. And what up, y'all? Welcome back to another episode here on the JimmyDukesGaming podcast. Don't let the gaming fool you. We're talking to different types of people that I'm fortunate to have. And today I have two of my teammates here who are actually about to fight. It's kind of scary that I'm actually going to see these guys actually want to try to murder somebody legally in a cage, man. Thank you guys for coming through, man.
Yeah, appreciate you having
Yeah,
me.
man. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so introduce yourself. Your name?
Matt John, they call me at the gym. Fighting out of Underground Jiu-Jitsu Club.
Nice.
Alex Lopez, finding same place, Grind Underground.
Nice, man. So thank you guys for coming through. I know you guys got a fight coming up on Saturday up in Cruces, and I wanted to get you guys out here for a little bit to talk about your guys' journey leading up to this fight, and just get to know you guys a little bit. Before you got here, Alex, we were kind of chopping it up. I'm like, I never really get to sit down and talk to people, outside the gym. But it's cool because sometimes you learn a little bit more about each other when you're not in the gym setting, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it is nice. That's why I wanted to do this, just because I could actually get all my thoughts out, and because no one ever really asks you why are you doing this?
Yeah.
I'm like, well, this shit, it's fun, but it's deeper than that, but still,
Yeah.
it's fun.
Yeah, I get that question all the time too. Like, oh, Jimmy, why do you do this? Why do you do that? And a lot of my time, it's the same thing. Well, I enjoy it because of X, Y, Z. But a lot of the time, people don't know or don't ask or don't care, which is fine.
Yeah, exactly.
But anybody willing to talk about anything that they pursue and do, that's why I love having conversations with people, man, because you get to know somebody a little bit more past what they're doing. You know what I mean? Sure. So thank you guys for coming on. And we're just going to ask you guys a couple questions, get you guys to know a little bit. And thank you guys again, man. So with that being said, what got you into jiu-jitsu, man? What, I know we were kind of chopping it up a little bit about boxing and stuff, but what was the time that you're like, I want to go train jiu-jitsu?
Well, it was actually in boxing, right? Me and my friend, his name was Charlie. We would go out there and put on our gloves and wrestle and stuff. I was like,
this is fun, right? So I ended up leaving boxing for my own reasons, problems with my coach. And I was like, what if we try this jiu-jitsu stuff? I've seen it
Nice.
on the internet.
Yeah.
So I actually went out to Briggs first, and it was just too far, man. And they had like a 2-year contract or something.
Oof.
So I came back over here. I was like, oh, there's some grind place around the corner, right? And we were like, love this place. So I ended up training for the last like 3 years or so. It's been a great time. I've always loved jiu-jitsu.
Damn, you know, for 3 years, man, that's crazy. Cause like, I mean, I trained 2 years and then took 5 years off, and I felt it. But I've always respected people that consistently keep doing something regardless of what it is. Cause you could show, I mean, when I was like, I walked in there and I was like, oh, this kid, like, he's like my weight. Oh, fuck. You know, but it's always cool because like one thing I've always liked about, you know, combat sports or anything in sports, the most unassuming person, you know, you would have no idea how good they are at whatever they do at whatever they craft. And when I saw Magic, I was like, this kid's young, he's 17. Because at the time you were 17,
Yeah.
I was like, I was like, this guy is fucking annihilating me every goddamn time. This is crazy. But the fact that you were consistently training, I could feel your strength, your technique, and everything was there. So like, I was like, damn, this kid's good, man. But you had 3 years and you got into jiu-jitsu and you just kind of just kept going.
Yeah. Pretty much 5 days a week for the last 3 years.
That's dope, man. And what about you, Alex? What got you into the whole, like, I want to train jiu-jitsu?
Oh man, honestly, like I trained wrestling since I was like 10, and then I stopped once I graduated high school because I didn't want to do it in college, which I really should have. And then I joined the army, and then I didn't have shit to do like in AIT, and I was like, let me look for a wrestling gym. And then I was like Googling shit, and then a jiu-jitsu gym popped up, and I was like, oh yeah, that's around like the same thing, right? It's like a win over there. And then like we had a practice, and it was like the same shit as wrestling practice, like the same warm up. We did technique, then we rolled live, and like then we just went home. And I was like, this sounds fucking great. This is the closest I'm gonna get.
Yeah.
So then I just stuck with it.
Nice. And that's a cool thing because I like that when I first started like training, I wrestled in high school, and then I didn't do any wrestling between, you know, 18 to like mid 20s. And then I was a big MMA fan always. And I was like, you know what? I want to go to I went to the UFC gym. I was like, I'm going to go to the UFC gym. You know what I mean? I was like, I'm going to go to the UFC gym. So I went to the UFC gym and I just was doing cardio kickboxing. You know what I mean? So I learned how to throw punches and kicks. And then I saw people in the ring and I was like, oh shit, that's dope. But then I saw people in the little small cage, like grappling. And I was like, oh shit, I want to try that. And yeah, man, I got hooked. Like it was cool because I felt like, oh, I wrestled, I could do a little thing, but I had no idea of the world when it came to, I would do a double leg guillotine.
Yeah, dude.
You know what I mean? Every goddamn time. Every goddamn
It
time.
took me like months to get over that. I'm just like, why does this keep fucking happening?
Yeah. Because like you lead with your head, and they're like,
Yeah.
oh, thank you. You could just take me down, but I'm gonna take your neck with me as you go down. I always liked that was like a hard lesson because people don't know nothing until you actually are getting manhandled by somebody that's putting pressure on you, and it's like they're not even sweating or doing nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's dope. So like you're like, I want to wrestle, and then you got into the whole jujitsu thing,
Yeah.
and you're like, and you just stuck it. So how long you been doing jujitsu for?
That was like October of like 2021. So it's been like almost 3 years. In October it'd be 3 years.
Nice.
Yeah.
Coming
And
up
then
3 years.
I
That's
took
dope.
my first fight in like May of 22. So like less than a year later I started
Yeah.
fighting.
Well, that leads to my perfect. Like, what was like fighting even like a thought in your mind when you first went in?
So like I don't know why it wasn't when I was in high school, because like I loved watching MMA and I would watch the fights all the time, but for whatever reason I was just like, whatever. And
Yeah.
then I got home after AIT, and then I started. There wasn't any good jiu-jitsu gym back at home, so then I just went to an MMA gym.
Where's home for you?
In Bendorf, Iowa. That's
Okay.
where my mom and my parents stay at.
Okay.
So I went straight there because I didn't have a place to live anymore. And then went to MMA gym, and they did a lot of kickboxing, a little bit of jiu-jitsu here and there.
Mm-hmm.
And then was training for like 2 or 3 months. And then there was a fight coming up, and there's like, oh, there's got a guy at like 205, and I was like, I'm almost 205, and I was like,
God damn. That's how you were 205?
I was like, no, that time I was like 220, 2 something.
Jesus.
And I was like, I can catch like 205, like too easy. And then so yeah, that's pretty much what it was. I was like, all right, yeah, fuck it, you know, let's do it. Like I've never been one to be like to train for over a year and like meticulously plan everything out. I'm just like, just fucking throw me in. If I survive, I survive. If I don't, oh well. So,
Yeah, that's balls right there.
it was fun.
Yeah. What are you, Matt? I know that, you know, you said you trained in and you kept, you know, 5 times a week for those 3 years. Like when did that thought even pop in your head of like, you know, I think I want to fight? Like when did that thought even cross your mind?
So, I actually had plans of fighting before I ever came to jiu-jitsu. I was set to go to Golden Gloves.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right, because of the boxing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to go to that competition and hopefully make it up to the national level, right? But I would have lost the second round, right? But not the point. So when I first thought of fighting MMA was after my first jiu-jitsu competition. So I took a jiu-jitsu competition maybe 5 months in.
Mm-hmm.
I did okay.
Yeah.
But I was like, what if we started fighting? So I started going out to Zen to get some MMA stuff in because I had never done MMA stuff. I was this skinny little guard player that couldn't stand up. If I was standing up, I was boxing.
Yeah.
So that's when I first started thinking about taking a fight. And then a few years later, here I am.
Yeah.
Next weekend, right?
Yeah, dude, that's dope, man. Because I remember when for me, like when I was in there, I was like, oh, I mean, at that time I was in my mid-20s. I mean, I wasn't gonna really do anything. I didn't feel like, but I always feel like I always like hearing people like, yeah, I think I could fight. I think I could do this. You know what I mean? And then you go into the ring. You know what I mean? I remember one time I was sparring, and at that time, you know, shout out to Jerry Sano. He fucking was training there at the UFC gym. He was working there, and he would gear up, and he would just let us work on him. And there was one time I would just like, he's like, go ahead, Jimmy, hit me, boom, boom. And then like I was like kind of sticking him, and then he just ducked under and like tapped my liver, and I just fucking folded. I felt like the soul was just taking out of my body. And, you know, he was wearing 16-ounce gloves and he tapped me. It's not like he was trying to. So I couldn't even imagine at full speed with boxing gloves, let alone MMA gloves, to get hit to the body like that. I was like, God damn. So that's when I was like, yeah, I'm not about that life. You know, a lot of people say they're about that life until like you fuck with somebody who's about that life. And then you automatically are like, okay, my man card is unpunched from that part. You know what I mean? Because I am not gonna fuck with somebody like that. That's a whole other level for me, man. But
I always tell this guy, you don't know, you'll see if this guy's really about it the first time he takes a leg kick or a liver shot.
Yeah, dude, I can't even like. I've been kicked in the leg once for fun. Yeah, no, not good. Barely tapped on my liver, and I've sparred like not with anybody like that was trying to murder me. It was like 2 novices going at it, just weird punches. You know what I mean? Big ass gloves and just kind of like, you know, we feel like we're doing something, but we're not. You know what I mean? I watch video of like old shit that I record. I'm like, I look fucking terrible. But in there, I feel like Lil Mac from Punch Out. I'm like, yeah, what's up, dog? You know what I mean? You know, but it's not, it wasn't the same. But that leads to my next question. Like, why do you fight? Like, why do you want to fight? Like that, like in your, like,
I guess like, there's a couple reasons, but honestly, the biggest reason is that like we all get old, man. We all age. So it's like, I can't just sit around and like 5 years be like, maybe I'll take a fight. Cause by then I'll be like 30.
Yep.
And so like, it's only going to get harder. So I want to like take advantage of the time I have now, to fight and to compete. And to do my best.
Hell yeah.
Because eventually I won't be able to. Eventually I won't have a choice.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's the main reason.
Yeah.
I just want to see like how good I can get.
Yeah.
Because if I do go pro, and then if I do good there, and then like how good I can get. But like if I go pro and then like I take 3 fights and I just go 0-3, be like, whoa, shit, I was all right. You know, I did okay. But I mean, I'm not gonna be able to find that out later on down the line. So I can figure it out now.
Yeah, that's dope. Like that's what, like, for me, like a little backstory. Like for me, I grew up playing roller hockey. So like I started at 11, started traveling around 14. But I think around 17, 18, that's when I started getting good. I was like, damn, Jimmy's pretty good. And then that's when I was like, I felt like, oh, that was my world. So I was traveling a lot. I played, 18 to about mid-20s. And I was like playing semi-pro roller hockey and things like that. But I was the same thing, man. I was just like, when am I going to fucking get to do this again?
Yeah.
I wasn't married. I didn't have kids at the time. I didn't have not that much responsibilities. So the fact that you were saying that, that's how I felt too. I'm 39 now and I look back and I'm like, God, I'm glad I did that.
Oh yeah.
Man, because I can still play now, but I can't go like I used to go.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So I was fortunate enough to travel and play in different places, and not that I was going to pay the bills, but that was okay. You know what I mean? I did all right, and I'm glad I did that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm glad that you say that. But for you, man, like why do you want to fight? I mean, you just turned 18. You know what I mean? Like, what is your reasoning to want to fight?
Honestly, that is part of it. Like he said, one day you won't be able to, right? But another part of it is just fighting for the sake of fighting, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of us, I'm sure you're the same. This is pretty much the only thing we've ever been good at. We've only ever been good at fighting. Growing up, I couldn't play soccer. I didn't have the gas tank for that. I couldn't play no football. I was just too small.
Yeah.
So fighting was the thing I was good at, and I've always wanted to compete.
Yeah.
I've always competed.
I mean, like, not even that, dude. I can't draw for shit. I don't play an instrument, bro.
I can't draw. I can't play an instrument.
Play this guitar to save your life. Be like, fuck it, dude.
Fuck it.
Like,
I'd rather go 0-3 in MMA.
what the fuck?
I can fight you though.
You trying to box, bro? Like, what's up?
Yeah,
30 seconds, body shot.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't do no math.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Got too much brain damage.
Right?
That's a good point, for sure.
So why do I fight? Because I can.
Yeah, there you go, man. So like, how was that? How did somebody approach you, or did you just say, hey, how did it come up? Like, hey, John, you want to fight? John, you want to fight? Like, how did that even come up to sign the paper?
So, a friend of mine, right, Ivan out at Ocelot. A lot of you guys will know him from Three Crosses, right? He owns Ocelot, and we shoot the shit a lot. I go over there. We do some stuff. I take some of his classes, and he was telling me, man, why don't you fight? I was like, I mean, I kind of want to, but also, what's kind of the point?
Yeah.
And he tried to get me on a few smokers. I was like, yeah. So then he sent me over to this guy, Edgar, the promoter, and he was a guy that worked with, I believe it was Cage Warriors. I don't know if you guys have heard of Cage Warriors.
Yeah, that's an older. I remember that promotion in the Southwest. It was kind of big.
Yeah, so I was like, I mean, this guy's legit. If I'm gonna do it, I might as well do it with somebody legit, right? And that's kind of how it happened. It was Ivan that approached me saying, dude, you should do it.
Yeah.
This is the time.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is like when somebody from afar can see the time, the effort that you're putting in, I don't think he would ever lead you to a fight thinking that you couldn't handle yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Obviously you seem like you guys know each other, so it wouldn't be like, hey, you should go fight and like trying to hype you up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To go sign up to get your ass kicked, but it's not like that. And I think that's a good thing too, because I mean, yeah, this is serious. You know what I mean? Like, even though it's amateur, you're gonna find out, once you get in there, who's about it. Because I mean, I can't even imagine stepping into a fight. I've never really had to like fight anybody. You know what I mean? Other than like something's happening, shit's going on. I'm just fucking, you know what I mean? It's not like I'm going one-on-one, like, what's up, dog? And I've never, God forbid if I ever have to. I don't want to. You know what I mean? But I can't even imagine being in a sanctioned fight. Like, all right, like, we both signed this paper.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean? We both signed this paper. Let's see what fucking happens. And, but yeah, it's going to be your first fight. Yeah. You know what I mean? So that's cool about the backstory. And I know you've already fighting before. So how did this come up as an opportunity for yourself?
Oh, I was looking for a fight since I got here. And like, I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know if it's the promoters in the area or the fighters in the area, but like, I would get a fight and I'd get a guy, be like, yeah, I'm going to call him. Cool. Oh, it's good to go. Be like, oh, the guy pulled out. I'm just like, what the hell? Like, I've never said no to like anybody. Anybody that comes across like, hey, you want to fight this guy? You want to do this? I'm like, yeah, bet, I'm down. Cool, whatever. I'll make the weight. And then for whatever reason, it just hasn't stuck around. And then it was like in this card where I did have a guy from Alamo Gordo, and then he dropped out too, and I was like, same old shit. And then we got this guy here, and then he stuck around, and I was like, all right, cool. Like finally I get a fight here, because I'm only here for a year.
Yeah. I mean, you were telling me kind of like why you're here and everything. You don't talk about, but yeah, that's cool. Because fuck, I mean, and this is just like stories that I was telling you the other day too. I've heard stories of like that because I've known other people that fought or whatever, and it's like that too. I don't know if it's the area or just people just say yes and all of a sudden they say no, and you know what I mean? Because that's terrible to be getting ready for something and somebody just drops out. You know what I mean? Like the time and the effort to not only just be training and taking care of yourself and weight and everything, and then signing that paper and then somebody says, "I'll fucking," you know what I mean? And that was one thing I had saw a lot of guys that they would have to turn pro early because everybody was dropping out of amateur fights. Or I remember you were telling me too, and that it's funny that you said that the other day. You have to go far.
Yeah.
So I remember some of the guys that at the time that they were training, like, and this was like fucking 7-8 years ago. At those guys were all taking fights. They were more serious because they were going places. I'm like, you're going all the way the fuck over there. He's like, yeah, dude, that's the only way to get like decent competition and nobody drop out. I'm like, because he's like, you're the guy coming in to a town that's like kind of like a hotbed for MMA. So, we're not known in this area for it as much yet, but, having to travel and how serious, to have to go out there and, to take the time to go out there and fight. I'm like, fuck. And then if you do fight in this area, like everybody's like, oh, I'm already going pro. I was like, you only fought once or twice? He's like, yeah, but pros guarantee like more, like somebody's more serious. That guy's 0-0 and I'm 0-1. So, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But it sucks to have to do that because some people feel like they have to do that just to get a fight.
Yeah, that's what it seems like in the area. And then like when I was looking for a fight, I was looking everywhere, man. I was looking over like Yuma, Arizona, which I think is like 6 hours away, and then San Antonio, like 8 hours away. Places in New Mexico, Albuquerque didn't really have anything. Like they had fights, but I couldn't get in contact with anyone.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you have to drive 3 or 4 hours. But luckily, this one's less than an hour away. So.
Yeah, it's kind of like in the same area.
Yeah.
So with that being said, Matt, let's see do you see yourself going pro? I mean, God willing, you're healthy, everything's good, nothing's going on with life. Would be a pro career be something that you'd want to do?
I always say that if it makes sense to go pro, I'll go pro.
Okay.
If I'm good enough, if I have enough fights, if it doesn't make sense, like say I get a big injury, then obviously not, right?
Yeah.
I won't try to push it, but I would like to go pro, yeah.
Yeah. And that's, do you feel like you need enough, like you want to get in a couple amateur fights? Or do you feel like if you get 2 good fights and you're like, I think I'm good, I want to go pro, would that even be a thought? Or you're going to kind of wait and see around who your inner circle's telling you to do what?
I always listen to my coaches. So if Justin tells me to go pro, I'll go pro.
Yeah.
Right? If Mondo tells me to go pro, I'll go pro. For reference, that's my coaches.
Mm-hmm.
But
shout out to them. Hey.
Yeah, shout out to you guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's another thing too, is like having the right type of people around you doing anything. Because like I've always, I grew up playing, roller hockey and everybody's always telling you how great you are all the time. You know what I mean? But then you need those people that are close to you to let you know, like, hey, or this or whatever. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because having those yes people in your life aren't that really beneficial. You know what I mean? Having the right type of people around you is beneficial. If they say, you know what, Matt, you should probably just take another fight, or maybe just wait or do this. You need those type of people that, you respect.
Yeah. You
know what I mean? And lean on them for that kind of experience and things to kind of move down to you, because you would hate to have somebody trying to set you up for failure.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like, it's not that big of a deal that I need somebody to tell me that I'm doing great all the time, and then I'm going to gas me up, and then I'm going to go in there and get hurt or not prepare as much as I think I am. So having those types of guys in your corner or in your immediate life is good. It's a good thing because it's like, I don't ever think that that's a good idea. So what about you, Alex? Is like pro? I know you kind of were saying if you go 0-3, you're not going to do it, but would it be interesting? Like you want to go pro?
I meant like 0-3, like as a pro, then I'd be like, okay,
Oh, okay, yeah. Like as a career, yeah. Like amateur, you're not so worried about as long as you feel like you're progressing.
Yeah, like amateur is like it doesn't really matter. I do want to like maybe like a max like 10 fights amateur, 6 if I'm doing really good and I'm taking like
That
tough
makes
fights.
sense.
Because when you're an amateur, like your losses don't really matter once you turn pro. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
want to take hard fights. You want to take guys that are good, that know their shit. Just because it's just gonna be that much easier when you go pro. So if I'm like getting championships and like beating like really good guys at an amateur level within like 6 or 7 fights, be like, all right, like maybe I'll go pro, because also I'm fighting the clock too. I'm 25. So
Yeah.
it's like I got about 5-6 years before I really gotta like slow down.
Yeah.
So hopefully I can hit that 6 to 10 fight mark within that time frame, and then I can go pro and try a couple pro fights.
Yeah. But that's a good way to look at it too, because you're being realistic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm sure you guys are around people or seeing people like, I'm all in, baby. This is it. You know what I mean? I get it. You know what I mean? I'm not hating on those kind of guys, and having that mindset is a good thing too. But, talk about, leading up to the fight, Matt, like the mindset, the way you train. I know I was telling you earlier, I was like, I can't wait to see you kind of like go all in. You know what I mean? Like I was fucking around, like, yeah, I'm rolling around with you and I could feel your technique and your power, but you're not trying to hurt me. You know what I mean? If you wanted to, you could, and I could feel it. But I'm just excited to see you go in there. So talk about the mindset of like, you're like getting yourself honed in to like, all right, this is my first fight. Talk about like just getting in the right state of mind to get there leading up to this fight.
Yeah, so the way I started when I first knew that I was going to take a fight was actually with this guy, right? We would come in, sometimes early, sometimes we just beat the crap out of each other in between classes. And that's what really started, at least me, getting in that state of mind. I would hard spar with this dude who's like 60 pounds heavier than me. And a lot of it's just taking the game out of it, right? In jiu-jitsu, I'm just sitting here playing, rolling around, right? But when I start competing, when I start trying to hurt people, when I want to break your fucking leg instead of just, I want you to tap, right?
Yeah.
The difference is that it's not a game anymore, it's a fight. And that's how you got to think of it, at least in my opinion. And a lot of it's just learning how to hurt people, right? A lot of what we do in sparring, a lot of what we teach is going to be like how to do these things safely, right? But we also, a lot of us fail to teach how to do this effectively too.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they're two very different things. So you just need to take the game out of it. Find somebody that won't hurt you, but you can go pretty hard with. Like for me, it was this guy. Me and him were the only guys really down. A lot of the rest of the guys, they would either get hurt because they don't know what they're doing, or they just didn't want to.
Yeah.
No disrespect to anybody.
No, yeah. But that goes back to what we were saying. Like you find out who's about it. You know what I mean? When it gets a little bit more physical, because I know sometimes and not that I'm like beating everybody's ass at the gym, but if I feel like somebody's going hard and if I need to impose my will, I make sure that I impose my will if I can. Yeah. To let them know, like, you're not going to just punk me unless somebody's like obviously way better than me. I'm not going to be a try hard and hurt myself. But if I feel like I'm better than somebody and they're trying to like punk me, I just make sure that I'll show them that you're not going to just roll me over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind of thing. So I can't even just be able to have that switch. Cause you're right. Like even when you were, you're training the striking, you're saying you go this, and like, but you're saying you do it this way, but I can only imagine if you're like, yeah, do this and just go in, you know what I mean? Yeah. This is how you really throw a punch. You know what I mean? Because punch through them, and like you're more explaining like the technique and the footwork, but when you're in that kind of like that sparring, like go hard, not hurt each other, but you got to test each other, right? Because you taking it easy on each other is not going to help you guys out, right? When it comes to the actual sparring.
So me and him, how many hard rounds have we gotten in? Probably enough to get to
I don't even know, man.
We beat the crap out of each other. This guy would hit me. I'm like, oh,
yeah.
I forgot how big you are.
Yeah, there's a time or two where I caught you with like a really good one, and I was like, "Oh shit, I didn't mean to hit you that hard."
Yeah,
damn. But he was good, so I was like, "All right, you should be fine."
Yeah. But that's the thing too. It's just like you guys. Obviously, you guys have known each other for a little bit, and you push each other the right way. You know what I mean? It's not like you're beating somebody's ass and you're just gonna keep beating their ass just to keep beating their ass. That wouldn't be an effective training. You know what I mean? With that being said, I mean, you know, you already in the same state of mind of like getting in there. What about you? You've already been in there before. You know, you already so like, how do you feel like going into a third fight? Like with your state of mind, like you feel cool, you collected, or just like is it the nerves are still there, or is it just you know, what does it feel like this time around?
It's every fight's different, to be honest. The first fight, I was just worried about not embarrassing myself. The second fight, I was probably the most nervous for because I knew I could, you know, scrap in there and I wanted to win. And now this fight, like, I had a lot of personal things going on at home, and then like the camp's been a little rough, and I've been traveling, and I got sick, and I'm just like, now the cuts like kind of getting a little hard too, and I'm just like, I'm ready to just be done with it, man. I'm like going there, and I'm gonna fucking just perform to the best of my ability.
Nice.
Whatever happens, happens. Like I'm not really stressed about it.
Yeah.
And I was the same way when I had a combatives tournament over here. The guy was checking my heart rate, and he's like, "You're the coolest one here." And I was like, I mean, I've done this before, but like still, it's not that big a deal, you know?
Yeah,
it really doesn't matter. You're just out here, like as long as you protect yourself and you know, perform the technique to the best of your ability, like that's all that really matters. So
yeah,
it's not that deep.
Yeah, I think, and that just goes to your personality too. I mean, even like for me, like when I competed in December, that was already fucking a half a year ago. But I was like, that was the first time I had competed in 5 years, and I was nervous as fuck, but I was able to channel it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I've been competing, you know, doing other sports, and I would still get nervous, but I felt like that nerve would just kind of like make me focus. You know, because I felt like I was ready. I was like, all right, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm nervous, but I'm like good to go. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I'm not the type of guy, you guys don't know me, but from you guys know me, I'm a pretty laid back guy. You know what I mean? I fuck around, have a good time. Yeah. But like when I get like quiet, that's when I start getting a little serious. You know what I mean? So in that December, when I was getting ready, I was like, all right, I'm getting out here. I don't want to embarrass myself. I'm out. I put the time in, you know what I mean? Like everybody, I put my blue belt on. Everybody's, what the fuck? I'm like, yeah, I've been training, so it's even worse. Yeah. You know what I mean? That I kind of know what the hell I'm doing. So I kind of put that pressure on myself for a reason, because I wanted to test myself. I feel like, I think any sports, I feel like it's good to always test yourself. You know what I mean? In anything in life, it doesn't have to be combatives or anything like sports, just anything, just testing yourself against somebody else. I think always feels like it feels good. And then sometimes at the same time, it just kind of shows you where you're at if you want to keep going that direction. Because if you aren't doing that good, how you're saying, like, and you're putting in the work and you're getting destroyed all the time, then you're not really putting in the time and effort, or maybe this is not for you. Yeah. You know what I mean? I feel like that's when people start getting hurt, when they think they're about it and then they start getting hurt. Because I mean, I can't even imagine how many people say they're about it and then they go in there and they get hurt. Yeah. You know, and that's the craziest thing. God forbid that, you know, that anybody that's listening or whatever, like, oh, I could just go in there and fight somebody. You know, no, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. I tell people all the time, like, come to Monday nights, grind. Come to Monday nights and try to push my little ass over. I'm going to try my ass off. You're bigger than me, but when you go against me, I'm going to try my ass off. You know, just because my little ass is like 100 pounds less or even 20 pounds, I'm going to try my ass off. You know what I mean? That's one of always things that I've always held to myself. Because like you were saying, I was always a small guy. So I always felt like I had to show everybody, like, I'm not just a pushover.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm just not a pushover. So with that being said, man, I know you guys are just early in your, you know, fighting careers, but, you know, any words of advice to anybody that might be like, kind of you were, Matt, like, I'm training boxing and kickboxing, and that what would you give somebody advice to, like, to go in for a fight? What would you say?
I would say that if this is something that you want to do, fuck it, do it, right? Maybe it doesn't have to be a full card like we're doing. It could just be a smoker. But I think that it's something that you should try, and you should figure out for yourself if this is what you really want to do.
Yeah.
Right? I've been doing this so long that I'm like, I hope I don't find out this is not what I want to do, right? That'd be pretty funny.
But I mean, you're so young though too, man. I mean, it just might be a step, you know what I mean? To kind of like, all right, now I got to do a little, like, you could adjust from there. Like, kind of, Alex was saying like it's amateur, you know, you can get a couple fights and you can kind of feel it out, right? So I'm glad and then that's just for anything too. I mean, if you feel like you can do something, you might as well fucking do it. You already said it. Like if you're only I tell this to people all the time, you're only here for so fucking long. You know, God willing, you get a good lifespan. Yeah. So you might as well fucking enjoy your life and do whatever the fuck you want to do within reason. You're not hurting anybody and you're not hurting yourself. You might as well just try.
We are kind of hurting people.
I mean, yeah. Well, yeah. In your case,
contract.
Yeah. Sign the contract,
just like,
and then I'll hurt you legally.
Yes,
legally hurt.
Yeah, legally hurt you.
As a coach, I would say that there is an experience level that I would like you to get before you go.
Okay.
But I don't tell you not to fight unless there's some big reason not to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I think everybody should and could.
Yeah. Well, you want to piggyback off of that? Like, what are your thoughts? Like, any advice to anybody that's listening that might kind of be like, damn, Alex is fighting. Like, I think I could fight too. Like,
biggest advice is just cardio, dude. Cardio. Like, if you're proficient at one of the main combat sports like boxing, wrestling, jiu-jitsu, and like you're like, you know, purple belt level, even blue belt level, and then like you have some striking in there for like 6 months to a year, it's like you can fight. Technically, on paper, you can fight. Mentally, it's a whole different story. But then if you are gonna take a fight, you just fucking hammer your cardio, because that's gonna be the biggest thing that makes a difference, especially amateur level, especially debut 1 through 5. Like, cardio is gonna be the biggest killer. Like, I remember my first fight, dude. I couldn't speak. I couldn't muster words for like 20 minutes after my first fight because I was exhausted. I didn't realize how exhausting it was gonna be. So I just, to everyone who's ever thinking of fighting, like tomorrow, like 4 or 5 years, dude, just cardio.
Get that gas tank.
Literally.
Yeah, because
it quite literally could save your life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've always like I've heard like the stamina makes cowards or whatever. Like, it's just like you could be the best fighter in the world, but if you're tired going against somebody who's not tired, the chances of you losing is way higher because you can't even just keep up.
Well, you see it in the UFC too. You got guys that are like killing dudes in 3 rounds, and then they have a 5-round championship fight. The last 2 rounds, their fucking gas tank just quits on them.
Yeah,
they just can't do anything, and then they lose the fight. Like, you know, it definitely makes a difference. From the lowest level to the highest level makes a huge difference.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. Yeah, with that's a fair assessment. Like, if you're gonna do it within reason. If somebody's telling you to do it, and if you're gonna do it, make sure you have the gas tank, because that'd be like because you go in there and you just. And that's one thing that I've always liked. You know, when I was wrestling in high school, I've always, at that time, I was just a terrible teammate, because I was always just, when I played hockey, I was always one of the better ones, and I was just like, I felt like I had to do everything. I'm the one scoring the goals. I'm fucking doing this. What the fuck, right? So when I started playing individual sports, when I started wrestling, I was like, it's all on me. I can't blame anybody. I can't say anything. I can't point at somebody else for fucking up. So I've always liked the one-on-one competition, because you can't point at anybody but yourself. And I think that you know, with the cardio thing too, is like, if your gas is like, fuck, you're like, it doesn't even matter how good you are, you're just too tired to do anything. It's terrible. You know what I mean? But with that being said, you know, let's promote this fight, man. Like, where is it at? What's going on? Like, Matt, you know, give us a little rundown. What?
It's all you, brother.
You know, where is this happening?
So it's gonna be at the Las Cruces Convention Center. If you know the place, it's right by NMSU. So it's gonna be at night. Doors pop at 6.
Pop at 6.
Fight start at 7. We don't know what time we're fighting yet, but we should be near the front of the line.
Okay.
Yes.
The main event is set to be a little later. Obviously the last night fight of the night, right? And it's gonna be me versus. Let's go something.
Okay.
Alex here versus what's your opponent?
Carlos Vega.
And what weight class are you fighting at?
Catch weight 160.
I'm at 205.
Nice.
Light heavyweight.
Light heavyweight.
Nice. First fight. First amateur fight. Third fight. Let's go, man. And one little quick question before you guys get out. Yeah. You guys have a walkout song? Can you guys share a walkout song? Are you guys even gonna get a chance to do a walkout? Did they tell you? You don't even know? If you had a chance, do you have a song in your head that you'd want to come out to? You're like, that's a good question. I don't even think about it.
I don't know. I was like, I was like, Justin, what should be my walkout song? He's like, I don't fucking know.
It's your song. Alex, you got one in your...
No, they haven't asked us, and I didn't even think about it till now.
Oh, okay.
But, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna go home and be like, look through my Spotify, like, what should I throw on there?
Yeah.
I don't know, we'll see.
I've always liked that because like you get a little bit of a little sense of somebody's character because of the music they listen to or whatever. I've always liked that people are so iconic when they come out to the same song over and over again. So it's like, oh, that shit's dope. When you hear that song, you know that fucker's coming out. You know what I mean? So that's dope. But thank you guys for coming through, man, and sharing your guys' little background about you guys and I appreciate you guys, and I'm still getting to know you guys, and you guys are awesome training partners. You guys are great ambassadors at the gym, always trying to help people out. And, I'm glad that I started training there. I told Justin, man, I'm glad I started training there, man. It's such a good environment, guys. Grind Underground Jiu-Jitsu on Hondo Pass in El Paso, Texas, man. Monday nights, open mat. I mean, you get a week trial. It's a nice setup. It's open. They got classes everywhere, but I'm glad I've been showing up there. And like, for me as an older guy, I just like going out there and rolling around and just keeping in shape, and then getting to know, guys like you guys who are pursuing this kind of stuff, because it inspires me to just do what I'm doing. I mean, having these conversations with people, I get this kind of energy from you guys, and it helps me do what I want to do. I mean, the way you guys are pushing that is how I'm pushing this, man. I do this on my time. I'm putting in the time. I'm putting in the effort. So when I see other people on their journey doing good and they're decent people, man, I enjoy seeing that, man. So I wish you guys the best. I'm looking forward to being there. I'm gonna be there. You know what I mean? I'll probably be a little hammered and shit, but I'm gonna be sitting up front. I can't wait till you guys go out there and do your thing, man. Thank you guys for coming out, man. If you guys are listening to this on Spotify, on iTunes, or watching this on YouTube, thank you guys for coming through. I'm gonna have their Instagrams there at the bottom if you guys want to check them out. Mr. Matt, Mr. Alex, thank you guys for coming through, man.
Preemptively sorry about my stupid handle.
Right? Hey, man. Hey, that's you, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, that's
It's
you,
iconic.
baby.
It's iconic.
Yeah, man. That
So
makes
is
you
my
you.
PFP.
Yeah, that makes you, man. But thank you guys for coming through, man. Until next time, peace out, guys. Y'all take care.
Peace.
Hey. August 4th, 1 o'clock, gates open. 2 starts the fights. We got 12 fights lined up. We got the main card with 145 championship, the co-main 135. We got a bunch of what kind of some of the weight classes that people can expect for that day, Lamar?
So we got 155 pounders, man. I mean, but these guys are big boys. These guys are walk around about 200 pounds. They drop down to 155.
Get the fuck out of
So
here,
they'll
dog.
be yoked up, ready to go. The next day we have 25ers, man. The little short, fast motherfuckers. Just super fast, spinning heel kicks. You can't blink because somebody can get knocked out. Instantly, especially with the small weight classes. I mean, you get knocked out quick.
Some fights won't go the distance.
Exactly. We have a lot of 25s. We have a lot of 35ers that are watching that title fight, that are going to keep their eyes on that fight. And that one day is going to go and try to challenge Caesar or Rudy, whoever wins that championship. So we have a little bit of everything from the small guys to the medium guys to the big guys, so it's going to be perfect fit for everybody.
For all you guys watching, I mean, for all you got aspiring fighters watching, like, be ready. You know what I mean? If this is your calling, if this is something you want to do and you're willing to take the reins on your life and you're willing to put yourself out there, this is the time. Like I keep saying, no one's going to give you anything. This is the time. Path to Glory 1, August 4th, Kingdom Fight League, doors open 1 p.m., fight start 2 p.m. Let's go.
Welcome back to another episode here on the JDG Podcast, JimmyDukesGaming. Today, I am very fortunate
to be in the presence of greatness and shit. No, but thank you guys for coming through, man. We're here sitting here with three gentlemen that are part of a new fight promotion here in El Paso, Texas. We're going to be sitting down and getting to know them a little bit and something about their promotion and things like that. You know, I'm always looking to speak to people that are pursuing, you know, something that's out of the norm. You know what I mean? Like, I always respect people that always go after it. I know I've known Ricky for a little bit, and he's always such a positive dude. But I appreciate you guys coming out and letting you guys come into this gym, man.
Of course.
Yeah, man. So let's just get into it, man. I just wanted to, if you guys want to just introduce yourself to the audience, man. If we just go here from left to right, man.
All right, for sure. I'm Ricky Savage, professional fighter right here at El Paso, owner of SVG MMA Academy, CEO of Kingdom Fight League. And yeah, we'll get more into it right now.
My name's Lonnie Morales. I'm the owner of Kingdom Fight League.
Yeah. And yourself, sir?
Yeah, so my name is Lamar Harris. I'm also a professional fighter, assistant coach at SVG Academy, and I'm the president of Kingdom Fight League.
Let's go,
also
man.
the matchmaker.
Let's go, man. So thank you guys for kind of introducing yourself and just a little quick background about yourself. I know I known you and I'm just getting to know these gentlemen, but just a little bit for somebody that might be seeing you for the first time, Ricky, just a little background about yourself and, you know, how long you've been in the fight game and, you know, the promotion and owning a gym, man.
Yeah, so I started MMA about 8 years ago in Las Vegas. I was living out there. I started training at Syndicate MMA, and I just got super obsessed with the game. Once I got introduced to the game, it was obviously when you first walk into MMA gym, if you're a real one, you're gonna test yourself and get in there. And I got my butt whooped.
Hey,
you know,
but you kept showing up.
I got my butt whooped, and it just made me hungrier. You know, you're always gonna have two sides of the coin. It's like, some people will just never show up to the gym again and be like, I'm out. And then some people are going to be like, you know what? I want to do this. I want to keep pushing myself. I want to get better. I don't never want to get my butt whooped like I did like that day.
Right.
And so that motivated me and put that fire inside me to keep pushing and keep grinding. And, you know, 8 years later, we're here. And like I said, I'm a pro fighter, still trying to get matched up. Got a lot of pullouts, a lot of guys not making weight. But it's part of the game. You gotta learn to accept the good with the bad and take whatever God it has to give us, you know. And right now, I'm blessed to be here with my team for Kingdom Fight League, and thank you for having us on this podcast.
Yeah, man. I just want to piggyback off that. I'm glad you said that about showing up because, you know, me starting jiu-jitsu too is one of those things that you get humbled quick, you know, especially with striking. I mean, I can't even imagine just getting punched in the face over and over again or leg kicked or whatever, and then not showing up again like, oh, fuck that. I'm not part of that life. But, you know, but I respect people that train in anything because, you know, you could easily just say, oh, fuck that. That's not for me.
Yeah, and I mean, with grappling, worst that happens is you tap.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like tap, and it sucks. It's a hit on the ego. It's all good. You learn to take that hit in the ego when you start jiu-jitsu. That's why I love jiu-jitsu. With Muay Thai, it's a little bit different.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? You get some ribs broken.
Yo, man, no.
You get your nose broken, or you get some tough shots to the body. You get dropped with a liver shot. Like it's definitely very intense. But like I always tell the guys that come train here, you want to be multidimensional. You don't want to just have one aspect to the thing. You know what I mean?
Fuck yeah, man.
A little bit of everything.
That's cool, man. And what about yourself? Next, little bit about yourself. Let everybody know who you are. And even with myself, this is the best part. I get to sit down and talk to new people and get to know them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm a little bit older than these guys. I started mixed martial arts over like 20 years ago. I think the last thing I learned was jiu-jitsu. And then I coached for 13 years, 14 years. I was actually Lamar's first MMA coach.
Nice.
I think we went like 4-0 with Lamar.
Like,
as an AMI, like we went 4-0. He was just murdering everybody. Yeah, and then I've been thinking about starting a promotion here because El Paso just didn't have its own promotion, man. Like, I was like, why don't we have our own promotion here? We used to, I'd say about 10, 12 years ago, we used to have our own promotions, and then they kind of just like fell off. I guess it's too much hard work, and maybe just people just didn't want to do it anymore. So then I decided to start one last year. And I did, and then Lamar called me up, and he's like, "Man, I'm down. Like, let me get in. Like, let's do this." And I was like, "Yeah, let's do it, man." So he came on, and he did a lot of the matchmaking. But like I said, like everybody does their own everybody has their own like role to play, but everybody kind of does everything.
Yeah, it'd be a jack of all trades kind of thing sometimes.
Yeah, and it's good because we have each other to lean on for things like, hey man, I'm doing this, like let's let you handle that, and you can handle this, or you know what I mean. So it's a good thing. But yeah, that's basically how we started it. I started a nonprofit. It's called El Paso Youth Outreach Foundation, and this is basically our fundraisers, man. Like this is basically like how we do it. We wanted to get help out the kids. We just had a seminar here a couple weeks back, maybe.
Yeah, it was super dope. Amazing turnout.
Yeah.
Amazing kids that came out, and it's hard when I feel like it's hard when you're a little kid, right? Because like you go to school, you're getting bullied, and it's not that easy. Not a lot of people understand unless you like been bullied yourself.
Yeah, dealt with that in your life.
A lot of times fighters were bullied. Like one of my favorite fighters, GSP, he always talks about it, even on the Joe Rogan podcast. Like he was bullied as a kid. You know what I mean? And like when you're bullied, it's like it sucks because like especially when you don't know how to defend yourself, you're like, man, like why is this happening to me? Like why are people picking on me? And you just feel attacked by the world in general, not just people, but the world in general. And then as you get older and you start, especially when you come to a place like this, like how we did the seminar, kids feel so like they feel happy when they leave, and they feel confident and they feel empowered, and that's our job, is to empower them to be confident in defending themselves. You know what I mean? So it was a badass seminar.
And a lot of the time, like when you don't know how to fight, like you're scared.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that makes you fight because you're just scared and you don't know what to do. And you, like you said, like when you get bullied, you feel sad and you feel like, kind of like, why is this happening? Like you said, why is it happening to me? Like, but when kids come in and they start working and they get better, a lot of times they don't want to fight.
Yeah, they're just having that confidence to know that they can if they wanted to. I always tell people that too. Like I ain't trying to beat anybody's ass, but if I ever felt like I needed to defend myself, I have a chance. Yeah. I'm not saying I'm gonna win, but if somebody gets a hold of me, I'm gonna fucking try to get away and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're gonna do what you know, what you train.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the same for the kids, man. Like when the kids do that, they kind of laugh off bullies.
Yeah.
Like, I'll beat your ass.
Yeah.
Like, in their head, they're like, I'll beat your ass. Like it's not even
quick 1, 2, you didn't even see it come.
It's not even worth fighting you or like
that's all you
taking this
need.
in. So they just get their confidence, man. And that confidence isn't necessarily beating people up. That confidence is like knowing that I can beat your ass. Like I'll beat your ass, man. Like so I'm good. I feel good about myself. So we wanted to do that. Plus we do other stuff like toy drives. I want to do like a clothing drive. I want to help out kids and stuff.
That's
like
so
that.
cool, man.
So yeah, man, because when I was young, I was in a children's home and foster care and stuff. So like I feel like I need to give back too.
That's awesome.
For sure.
And what about you, Lamar? Just a little background about yourself, man. Let everybody know who you are and what's your role here, man.
Yeah, so my name's Lamar. Everybody out here knows me as LA. Again, I'm the matchmaker, so I deal with all the fighters. I bring a lot of guys in from Albuquerque, from Phoenix. I'm the one that annoys all the fighters, making sure they get their blood work in, their physicals, all their paperwork in time, because again, it's sanctioned commission, so we have to make sure we abide by the rules, I started martial arts at 10 years old. I started wrestling, and then it was on and off all through my high school years and stuff. After high school, I played a little professional basketball as well.
I couldn't tell, man.
Yeah, I'm 6'5". I'm 6'5". So then I came down here to El Paso. My dad was in the military. Came down here. I was always good at fighting, but just street fighting. You know? And people always told me, like, man, you're a little better than a regular street fighter. Yeah. So I went on Facebook one day, and Lonnie actually had made a post with his gym about, upcoming fighters, you want to compete in this tournament and so forth. And I was like, everybody kept tagging me in it, like, hey, man, you should go try. So I went out there, and it was about, I think, like 2 weeks or something, like a tryout period.
It was 12 people that came in. Because what we were going to do was we were going to give them a full year of training.
A sponsorship.
For free, like a sponsorship. But we wanted to pick the best guy. So I had these Brazilian coaches, crazy ass Guy and Jay, bro. Remember them?
Tough guys.
Tough dudes, man. Like, so Guy and Jay were our coaches there, and they're from Brazil. One of them did jiu-jitsu. He was a hardcore jiu-jitsu guy, all about the gi. The other guy did this thing called luta libre, which nobody ever really heard of, right? Luta libre. But if you look at like 10th Planet, that's basically luta libre, man. It's like a wrestling and a jiu-jitsu hybrid, and they don't wear gis. They don't wear gis, so they don't even call it jiu-jitsu. They're like, it's not jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks, especially in Brazil, it's very like hardcore. So they're like, no, the gi is jiu-jitsu. That's it.
Yeah.
No gi is not jiu-jitsu. Just no gi. So we did a course and it ran like 2 weeks. And then at the end of those 2 weeks, the coaches got together and we were like, who are we going to choose, man? We were like, Lamar. Like,
No, that's so
she's the
cool.
one to do it,
And
bro.
how many years ago was that?
That was about 10 years ago.
That's dope.
About 10 years ago. So I was in there going against purple belts. I just was a street fighter,
Yeah.
So I didn't know anything. I just went in there and I just hit hard and I was tough.
Yeah.
I just bit down on my mouthpiece and went at it. And then at the end of the day, they lined us all up after those weeks went by and they chose me and I got the sponsorship from there. We began our amateur career. We had some tough fights, but I was winning almost every fight by finish. So my name started getting out there. As the years went by, then I became a professional fighter. So currently I'm undefeated as a professional fighter. I'm a purple belt under Mando Rosales from Zen Martial Arts. I love that guy, man. He's just amazing. And I'm also a coach here behind Ricky. I back Ricky up here at the gym. I love working with the teenagers. That's my specialty because I was a troubled teen. So when I see some of these teens coming in here, I put my all into it. That's
cool,
what
man.
I love the most. I love working with adults.
Yeah.
But when I work with the teenagers,
Yeah.
the troubled kids especially, that's my passion.
Because you can relate to that, right? To a certain
Exactly.
extent, you know what I mean? And that's a big thing too. Kind of you guys, you were talking about just being bullied and shit like that. You don't know unless you were in that position or have known somebody that, has dealt with that kind of shit before. Like me, obviously you guys see how big I am. I had to deal with shit all the fucking time. You know what I mean? So I was always willing just to fucking take a beating if I needed to, but nobody was ever like, oh, Jimmy's a bitch. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Jimmy's a little crazy asshole. You're like, fucking leave him alone. I was like, I'll bite ankles, man. I'll go for Achilles
Do what you
tendon,
gotta
dog.
do. And then with Ricky, me and Ricky been knowing each other. We sparred numerous times. We were always in the fight scene because
Yeah.
he was
Well,
very good. So I always seen him around. We would see each other
Yeah.
at different sparring. And then me and Ricky, we were only professional fighters on a card in Arizona. And literally the same week, me and Ricky were going to headline. I believe he was the co-main and I was the main, or he was the main and I was the co-main event. Whatever it was, we were the only professional fighters on the card. Literally, he wrote me and was like, my fight just got canceled. It was 2 days before the event. And I was like, man, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Boom, boom, boom. And then the next day, my guy pulled out too. So they lost both of us. So
this was last year in the summer.
It was crazy.
Summertime.
We were ready.
It's crazy because I got an Airbnb. It was lit. I was going to take my family. We had a pool. We're going to go to watch a Suns game. We're going to do all these things. So I invested a lot of time, effort, and money. More importantly, the training camp.
Yeah, I mean,
the cutting weight. And this has happened this is probably the 8th time it's happened. It just happened last weekend. You know what I mean? And people sign up to fight me. They sign the contract, and then it doesn't happen. And it breaks a fighter's heart because you train your all, you give your all, you sacrifice it all for one day to get to show the people that believe in you that you have worked so hard for, and you want to show them what you have to give as far as martial arts. You want to have a good performance, and then it doesn't happen. So. When that didn't happen for us, it was just like, oh man, here we go again. And we ended up linking up. We actually both still went to Arizona. I still had a great time with my family. I took it as a vacation. Yeah. But it's always heartbreaking when you prepare to fight and then it doesn't happen. But fighters that are watching, listening, prepare yourself if you want to do MMA because this isn't an easy game. You got to take the good along with the bad. And a lot of times shit doesn't go the way you expect it to. But you keep pushing, you keep pursuing, you keep believing something good is eventually going to happen. You'll find yourself at the end of at the top of the mountain, looking at a beautiful view when you choose the hardest path a lot of times.
Yeah, and I love each of you guys' individual stories. That's cool that you guys have known each other, and then just through the fight game, you guys connected. So how did it come to the point to where all right, when you guys were, obviously you guys know each other, all right, you guys want to do this fucking fight league? What do you guys want? How did that conversation come up? You know what I mean?
It's actually crazy because Lamar was at Zen, Lonnie was working with RCS, and I was here building my gym, building these fighters up here, and I had a promotion here, exhibition fights, Primal Instinct Championships. We had these amazing exhibition fights, and we put on these fights for the local guys that want to get some experience and compete, but it's not all like a huge event. It's
it's still an opportunity though.
It's an opportunity for guys to gain experience and to put themselves out there so they can feel what it's like to fight in front of people. It's like hard sparring, basically. It's an exhibition fight.
Yeah.
And I was throwing these fights and they were awesome and they They were amazing, and all I could picture was us doing a massive event at some point. You know what I mean? But I just felt like it was so much of a workload for me to be able to do something like that. I was like, man, I'm doing everything, because even with Primo, it's like I'm matchmaking, I'm promoting, I'm running the gym, I'm doing wearing so many hats at once. It was just overwhelming sometimes, but I kept doing it. Then eventually I saw Lamar had teamed up with Lonnie and RCS, and they did an amazing show. And then eventually we just kind of met up and we're like, you know what? We could do this together, and we could do this together bigger, better, and on another level. So we came up with Kingdom Fight League, and that's exactly what it is. We're just building a kingdom from the ground up with nothing but pure good intentions for the mixed martial arts community here in El Paso, looking to give people an opportunity to not to prove themselves, but to go out there and perform and show their hard work. You know, I know when I was coming up in the fight game, and Lamar too, and Lonnie, I know a lot of us had to go out of town.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We had to go out of town and compete and all this stuff. Now we're making this happen right here at home. The crazy thing is, I used to wonder, right? Like, how come nobody's done this, right? Like, why isn't anyone doing this? Because they
We're
weren't
not done it right.
Yeah, we're done it right, because they weren't willing to go through the loops and the holes and they weren't willing to push through the obstacles to get it done. But I knew that if someone was willing to get it done, I didn't know it was me. It was going to be us at the time. But I knew that if someone was willing to go through the obstacles, they would eventually have something big on their hands. You know what I mean? Especially with the way the martial arts community is growing out here.
Yes, definitely.
It's amazing. So it was perfect timing for the way things are growing out here, and for us to come together, and we all have something amazing to offer. So as a team, we're a complete unit.
Yeah, I love that you were saying that, because El Paso's kind of like, we're kind of in the middle of, we're 4 hours away from Albuquerque, 4 hours away Tucson, 6 hours Phoenix, 10 Dallas, fucking 8 San Antonio, 8 Austin, like that. So
we're singled out.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that, because we can draw people around us. We got Juarez, we got Chihuahua, we got Cruces, we got Midland, we got we can bring those people like that. And I like the fact that you were saying, like, hey man, we're gonna try to build something, and we seen how it was done before, but we know we could do it better. And the fact that you guys are willing to sacrifice, to put your guys' time and effort to do that, to give people the opportunity, because you guys know how it is. Like, damn, I have to go fight out of town. Here I am doing everything I got to do, and then it just fucking falls through. You know what I mean?
It's a heartbreaker.
You know what I mean? That's tough. And I like that, and the fact that you guys all have your own like personalities and the way you guys carry yourselves, and then you guys start teaming together. Because a lot of people don't understand, being a lone wolf isn't the way to go with a lot of things. You have to have the right type of people around you. And I like that you were saying that, like, hey man, these guys, I believe in them. I want to work with them. And you guys have a vision together, and you guys are working toward that vision. And that's fucking dope to see, man. So with that being said, like, you guys already kind of talked about how the fight promotion came about, man. What are some of the challenges, you know what I mean, of running a promotion? Somebody that just might be hearing this, like, because a lot of people just show up to an event and they think like, oh, I just pay my ticket and I show up. They don't know about all the things in the background that you guys have to do, and to get done. You just said it's sanctioned. We're doing blood work, we're doing physicals, we're doing this. Kind of talk about some of the challenges you guys have to deal with that, and you guys overcome with already with 2 successful events.
I think the challenges at first we're working with the commission, because Texas is a bitch, man. Like, it's they're strict. They're probably one of the strictest MMA like sanctioned bodies like in the U.S. So they're strict, man. Paying them, making sure that the referees come down here, things like that. Taking care of hotels, taking care of insurance. It's not as easy as people think, man. And there's a couple of people that are thinking about starting it too. And I'm like, it's funny because we did it. Now other people see it. And like Ricky was saying earlier about the gym, right? Like, they see him being successful at his gym, like, oh, that's dope. Like, oh, that's cool, bro. You did it. Like, and they don't see the hard work behind what you did. They only see, oh, he has a successful gym, a successful MMA gym, right? And it's like, for us, it's the same thing, man. Like, they look at us and they're like, oh, these guys brought 1,200 people to their show, 1,500 people, whatever it was, whatever it is. Like, I can do this too. And so I think like a lot of people are in it for money.
Yeah.
And like, we weren't really in it for the money. Like, we want to be the association that the fighters love and that the fighters want to fight for, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what we want. I want to treat the fighters good.
we treat the fighters with respect. Because like you said, we all fought. Like we all know what it is to do that stuff. So it's a pain in the ass, man, and it's hard work, and it's 6 weeks to 8 weeks of just grinding it out and working hard. And we know that. So we want to treat the fighters good when they show up for us. But like I say, as far as back to the challenges, man, it's just everything just hit us because they were like, okay, you guys know you need to do this, right? You guys know you need to do this. You guys know you need this. Give me 30 days for this. Oh, you guys. And the thing that sucks with us, bros, we can't just say like, hey, guess what? We're having an event on this date because we have to clear that with Texas first. So Texas will say, oh, you want that date? Well, you guys can't have it. We have 3 events that weekend in Texas, and we can't go to your guys' state. So we're like, okay, well, how about this date? How about this date?
Because they have to have somebody here that's part of the commission. Is that what it is? Okay.
They have to send their people down. It's the whole sanctioning committee. It's the judges. It's the refs. It's the main dude that comes down here and runs it. So they come down here and then they're like, oh, you need to give us hotels. You need to pay the guys. You need to do this. And it's like, man, bro, I didn't know it was going to cost this much for us to do it.
Well, everybody sees that from afar, right?
Yeah. Nobody sees that. Nobody sees that because they don't know. They don't know, and they think it's this is the easiest thing to do. Like, look at these guys. These guys did it.
Yeah, if these guys could fucking do it, I could fucking do it.
But it's like, you know how much grinding and hard work it takes to do what we do, man?
It's like that. Bro. It's like that. I don't know if you guys have seen. I'm sure you guys have that photo on social media that makes its rounds like yearly. It's like an iceberg, right? And at the top of the iceberg is success, and then that iceberg is sticking out the water like a good amount, but underneath that iceberg is a massive like bottom part of the iceberg that's way bigger than this, which would be at the top. So they're seeing you at the top, they see success and everything, but under that water they don't see all the sleepless nights, all the work that it took, all the obstacles that you overcome, all the no's. So many people will tell you no, you can't do it, all the hate, all the jealousy, the envy. You have to be able to overcome everything, you know what I mean? And when you've been through a lot, like in general in your life, like, and then you're dealing with something like that in business, it just kind of is like, it's not that big a deal facing the no's and the hate and the negativity. You know what I mean? It's just like, it doesn't matter what anyone thinks. It doesn't matter anyone's opinion. What matters is what you think and what you're willing to do to get to your vision.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That in my mind, that's what SVG is: sacrifice, vision, greatness. You know, going back to the gym, in my mind, that's what I wanted to create. Someone that is willing to make the sacrifices to make their vision a reality, and that is how you achieve greatness. So that's the whole thing behind that. You know what I mean? And so Kingdom Fight League came to be when 3 guys met up. We were all intertwined out here in the city, and we ended up seeing each other and just being like, you know what, this makes sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Partnerships don't always make sense. And you have to know as a successful business person, you have to know when is the right time to have a partner, when is the right time to start a business or to go on a new venture. It's not always the right time or whatever. But here it was the perfect time. You know what I mean? With Lamar being so good with the fighters, we're both currently training and looking to compete, and we're still trying to be active. So with all these things happening, it's like we understand how a fighter thinks.
Yeah.
You know?
And that helps because you guys have the experience. You know what I mean? You guys are both fighters. Lonnie's been doing this too as well. And you guys see it from a different perspective. Like for me, like I'm just a fan or whatever. So, and you know, I've been around the martial arts just a little bit, you know what I mean? But I get to see some of the guys that I train with and they're busting their butt and doing this. Like when I used to train with Ricky, I would see him he'd roll and do Muay Thai, then he had to go do something else and then do this and do that. And then like I would see him just busting his butt. And then I would always like, God damn, this was busting his butt. And then hear all the shit that he has to deal with, but he kept fucking going. I'm like, damn, I respect the shit out of that.
Yeah, that's you know exactly what I was talking about. Is like they see the top of the iceberg, bro, and they're like, oh, damn, you got there. Like, oh, I want to be like that. I got it like that. It's like, man, I swear to you, I would not wish my path on anybody, bro. If you only knew what it took, if you only knew all the nights where everything almost got shut down and I was gone and out. You know what I mean? And you just keep pushing, man. And man, we've all done that in our own personal lives and careers. And we came to the point where now things are looking up for us, you know. So Kingdom Fight League is a representation of that, of the hard work, of the not only the top of that iceberg, but the bottom as well, the hard work, the perseverance. the ability to overcome against all trials. So we're here now. We're happy to be here, and we're looking to put on amazing shows for the city. All the fighters out here are so blessed, and I don't say that no cocky way or nothing, but it's such a blessing to have guys that are willing to put on an amazing show for you guys and give you an opportunity to go and showcase your skills, here locally.
That's what's up. And that leads me perfect segue. Let's talk about this upcoming card. I mean, with you being in charge of trying to get these, like, talk about like some of the things that you have to deal with the fighters, and then how do you kind of go about like trying to put a card together? Because you're the one that's mainly talking to the fighters, right? Kind of talk about how you're doing all that.
Okay, yeah. So like Lonnie and Ricky said, man, it's definitely challenging, man. But I love the challenge, man. That's the truth. I love the challenge. So it is hard, but talking to the fighters, man, it's pretty easy, man. I'm really good at communicating. A lot of them see me like a big brother figure out here in El Paso. So the hardest part I would say is, being on top of the guys. Some of these guys are making their debuts and they're not used to it. They're coming from smokers where you don't have to do blood work, physical, eye exams and stuff. So in the state of Texas, you need your physical done. You need your blood work done. You need your eye exam done. There's so many things. You have to be licensed. So there's things I got to big brother them on, and some people, they wait till the last minute. I always tell people, don't wait till the last minute because mistakes can be made on the paperwork. Your doctor could have filled something out wrong and then your fight is completely off because, you didn't turn it in time and I didn't have time to try to fix it.
And it's out of your hands.
It's out of my hands then. So, and then another issue is, you have some guys that just have never cut weight, so they think it's easy. They think you just go in the sauna. I just stop eating my Cheetos and stop drinking soda and I make the weight. It's harder because, sometimes when you cut weight, even for the first time, you could get sick, you could pass out. And then, so we had a few issues where, in the past, where people just, I've had people give up and say, "Hey, man, I'm sorry."
Underestimate the whole.
I thought it was going to be easier, but I cannot make the weight, and it's not fair to the opponent. So I'm real big with the fighters on being fair. This other guy that you're fighting has bust his ass in the gym. He's cutting weight. He made weight. Don't be that person that doesn't make weight. And he sold all these tickets. Now you messed up a lot of stuff. Now we got to refund this guy all his money. Besides the money, it's not even about the money. Now this guy was looking forward to this fight and you just ruined his chances because what we want to do is we want to bring these guys up, At the end of the day, I'm 35 years old now, my time is coming to an end, I'm starting to lose the love for it, but I love the promotion side
that's
of it.
dope.
So I want these guys from El Paso to go out there and win and become champions. So that's why on this next fight card that we have August 4th, we got 2 title fights and it's going to be amazing.
That's dope.
Two
crazy.
So talk about that a little bit, Lonnie. Like how many fights you guys got lined up?
We have 12 right now.
12 fights right now.
I really don't even mess with that too much. Lamar just handles that. I'm just like, do your thing, bro.
Okay, so you're more like the background.
Yeah, he kind of just tells me like, hey man, I got 12 fights. I got 13 lined up. I'm like, cool.
That's dope.
So like he handles it. I never have had to be like, hey bro, where's the paperwork for this?
Yeah.
I never have to do that.
That's dope.
You know what I mean? So I feel good with that. And I always think like Ricky was saying earlier, man, like to do it by yourself is hard, bro. Like it's really hard, bro. It is impossible to run everything on your own. To get all the promotion, to get all those things going. It's a tough job, bro, especially by yourself. So you have to learn to put good people, surround yourself with good people, and then trust those good people to take care of their job. And that's what we found. I think with each other, we found like I could trust him to do that. I could trust him to do that. I'll take care of this. We're straight. You know what I mean? But as far as the card and stuff like that, we wanted to do. We've had these guys fight on our cards before. We decided, like, you know what, man, it's time for them to get a title shot.
That's cool.
And represent the fight league. So when we changed it to KFL, we were like, it's time for the belts.
Yeah.
So we got the 2 belts ready to go. And then we have 2 great title matches. I mean, if you watch the last one, you could see them. The fighters that are gonna go up for those belts, and they deserve it. I think that they deserve it. Lamar was right about saying like, hey, let's give them the title fight. Yeah, let's do it. And then hopefully they defend those belts, man, with us.
That's dope.
It's gonna be super sick. We got Jeremy here from SVG. He's a super top.
What weight class is that, Rick?
145. Yeah, lightweight, right? Or featherweight.
Featherweight
140.
He does fight at lightweight sometimes.
Yeah. So he's crazy because he could cut like 20, 30 pounds and then like nothing. Like he's young, in shape. He's just meant to be a star. Jeremy is one of the top guys here at SVG. He puts in the work. He's hungry. He won the last main event. Tough fight against a guy from Otero Combat. Jeremy took him out in the second round by TKO. And Jeremy's super tough. You know, when he's fighting, everyone's going to be very privileged to see him compete on August 4th versus a super tough striker. I mean, good striker. And like I love striking.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So, like everybody knows, like I love striking. And like this gym is really based on a lot of striking. We love grappling too as well. Of course, you have to. And, I mean, you got to be well-rounded.
Yeah, that all-round thing.
But we love Muay Thai and we love striking here. And this kid that Jeremy's facing, he's a problem. He's a dangerous guy. He's a weapon. He throws fancy kicks, throws fast kicks, fast punches. It's going to be an amazing main event for the 145-pound championship. And then at 135, we got Rudy, another local guy, super tough guy. I used to train with him at 10th Planet as well.
Currently undefeated, Rudy.
Undefeated. He's super tough. And Cerna's the last name. He's going to be fighting Caesar. What's his last name?
Caesar Sandoval.
Sandoval. He's from
Empire MMA.
Empire MMA. Yep, from over there in the north side, and he is tough.
I believe currently right now he's 3-1, and that one loss should not have been a loss. Yeah. I was there watching that fight.
Was it decision or what?
He lost really by decision against the hometown kid, but that kid is 4-0. Yeah, he did not lose that fight. They robbed him because the guy he fought sold 200 tickets. That's why he lost that fight, and we're coming over there. But he's definitely 4-0 in my book.
So basically, we got two undefeated guys in the co-main event fighting for the 135-pound championship. Winner takes the belt. Winner takes the glory. The event is called Path to Glory 1. This is the beginning of something super big, super important. You know what I mean? And as a fighter, myself and Lamar and Lonnie, we just want to put on something. I don't think about it like a new generation way. When I think about fights, I always think of like the stadiums and the old school Roman gladiator type thing. You know what I mean? Because that's how my mind. I don't know if it's in.
That's your fighter. I don't think about that kind of shit.
I'm just like in warrior mode all the time. So when I see these guys and I see their potential and I see their hunger and I see everything and I see how much they want it, I'm just like, man, we got to put on the best card that there's ever been out here. Period. For these guys to shine, because I know that Rudy and Caesar are bringing everything. I know that Jacob and Jeremy, they're bringing everything. So you guys are getting an amazing main event and co-main event. August 4th, Sunday, August 4th. Doors open at 1 p.m. Fights start at 2 p.m. We got VIP tables for sale. We got tickets. The VIP tables are selling fast. They're right next to the cage. You got a bartender bringing you drinks.
That's so dope.
Amazing.
Some blood might hit you if you're in the VIP.
So you're so close to the cage, man. It's like a stadium. You know, that's why when I first saw the Coliseum, I was like, you know what? One day a show's gonna go down.
That's dope.
Badass show. Now here we are as a team putting this amazing show on. So August 4th, make sure you're all there. The fights are going to be amazing. You know, we got a lot of guys from here competing, a lot of guys from Elite,
a lot of talent,
a lot of local talent, a lot of regional talent out here, and it's going to be epic. It's going to be super sick.
And then in our feature event, let's talk about our featured event.
Yeah, let's talk about more of the little cards.
We got
man.
David Gutierrez, man. The crowd loves that kid. Low key G, what's up? David will come and stand and trade, and that's what the crowd wants to see. Let's be realistic here. Nobody really wants to see grappling. Us real fighters, you know, we want to see grappling. We want to mix it up. But the crowd, they want to see people that's going to bang. And that's David Low-Key Gutierrez. He won by brutal knockout in about 30 seconds on our last event over a super tough kid.
And the odds were against him.
The odds were against him. I mean, online, I think it said 97% that the other kid was going to win the fight. And David went out there and upset the building by a vicious knockout. And then he's going against Devin Corwin from Jackson Wink. Jackson Wink is one of the best teams in the world. I mean, that's where John Jones was. You know, they have so many UFC fighters.
Right?
Yeah, so I follow this kid, and he trains with the best in the world. And he's currently undefeated right now. He fought on our last event as the co-main event, I believe, and put on a dominant performance against another super tough guy, man. So those two are going to be going neck to neck, and from what I'm hearing is that they're gonna stand and trade the whole time, and whoever falls, you know. and those are just three fights that
it's crazy how many matchups.
Yeah, we have so many other guys on that card that it's amazing. We have so many good fighters from so many teams. You know, we have teams from Las Cruces, from Phoenix, from Albuquerque, you know, Flagstaff. We have so many teams coming down, and it's just going to be a great event, you know. So shout out to all the fighters, man. You know, it's going to be a great night. You guys do not want to miss it. The last one was marvelous, but this one right here, we're going to blow the roof off the building.
Every event that we have is going to double the last event. Every time we're coming out, we're bringing the heat. We're bringing everything up a notch. The entertainment, everything. We're going to have smoke. We're going to have lights. We're going to have announcers. We're going to have the music. It's going to be popping.
Better DJs. We're going to do
and that's part of the whole thing too. And like, I like well, one thing I kind of want to say that all the things that you guys are saying is like the right kind of things that I like to hear when people are, because you guys, I can hear the passion in what you guys are talking about. So that's one. Two, people respect you guys and want to fight for the promotion. Three, when you guys are putting on these cards, then that makes this promotion more prestige because XYZ, because of you guys, and everything's taken care of the event. Then it gets more exciting because that's how you guys build it, right? Doing all the right things is what builds up the company, right?
Exactly. So so another thing I'm real big on is taking care of the fighters, man. I mean, like I said, I've been fighting for like 10 years now. Me and Lonnie went out of town where we stayed in the most terrible hotels. I mean, not even hotels, motels, roaches. I never had anybody to wrap my hands. Lonnie would have to wrap my hands at every single event. You know, we had to bring everything. I mean, it was so now that we've been doing it, we provide the cut man. We take care of those guys. If you get cut, we have 2 professional cut man Jerry and his team is great. And we make sure that, I mean, there's some times where I would warm up in a little 5x5 space in a corner, you know? So now these guys have big rooms with coolers in there with water and Powerade couches. You can relax. Yeah. I mean, I've had to warm up outside in the cold.
Hey, come on in and shit.
So now we try to, I'm real big on that because I know what I went through, you know? And I swear, maybe in my amateur career, I don't think I ever had anyone wrap my hands except for my coach. You know, so we're real big on trying to make it everything better. Everything I went through, I want them to just relax and fight.
Your job is to fight.
Yep.
Our job is to make sure everything else.
I want to make these guys as comfortable as possible. Even though it's a challenge, we spend a lot of money, a ridiculous amount of money. It's worth it. At the end of the day, I mean, I'm addicted to the grind. I'm addicted to getting this promotion to top levels. I want to be on PFL level, Bellator level, one day UFC level, and I'm not going to stop until I get that.
And I love hearing that shit. And it's cool that I get to see this from the beginning. You know what I mean? And the fact that I've known Ricky for so long and he's been doing what he's been doing for so long and being successful. And then you guys are just joining, fucking making a fucking Power Ranger mega shit and put it all together, man.
It was a power move. Sometimes when power moves are made, not everyone's happy about it. Some people could be upset about it. Some people could be disappointed by it, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, life is going to flow. The universe is going to flow in the direction that it needs to. And this was a direction that had to happen. You know, Lamar takes a lot of initiative. When we joined forces, I seen his hustle. I seen his work effort, his work ethic, and I seen how hard he loves the game. You know, he's super passionate. Like when I hired him to be a coach here at the gym, I was like, damn, like, this is the way it's supposed to be. Like, he cares about the kids. He cares about the teenagers. And when we first started, it was a small program. It was like 3 kids, 4 kids getting into teens class. And he's like, oh, like, you know what I mean? It's only a few kids and stuff. I was like, don't worry. Trust me. Everything's going to come to us. As long as we keep doing and showing and teaching, everything's going to come to us. Now he's got 20 plus teens in his class. I got 20 plus kids ranging from 4 years old all the way up to 12. And with teaching kids, you learn to develop a lot of patience.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And I like to work with people that, one, have good morals, that are willing to put in the work to get where they want to be. He has that. Lonnie has that. Lamar's always on it. Every morning I wake up, I already got a text from Lamar. It's like, are we gonna do this? Are we gonna do this? We need to do this. This week, this is up. So Lamar's he's basically in charge of day-to-day activities, you know what I mean, making sure everyone's on top of it. Now, with me running the gym, and I have a newborn, basically, 4-month-old kid now, little baby boy. Thank you, sir. And it's not that easy, but I signed up for this. You know what I mean? No one's making me do this. No one's making me be a part of SVG or KFL or do any of this stuff. This is my dream world. This is a blessing that I get to do this. So no one's forcing me to do this. I literally wake up in my bed every day and I'm like, damn.
This is dope.
Like, I wake up, bro, I pop up, my body hurts from all the training, my muscles hurt, I have a sprained ankle, a hurt knee, a hurt knuckle, and I just get up and I'm like, bro, I get to go and get in my Audi, wear my SDG shirt, my SDG shorts, and drive to my gym. Like, it's crazy. Like, in my mind, I'm like, it's not even cocky, bro. It's what it is.
Yeah.
Like, this is reality.
Yeah. Well, the gratitude too, man.
It's amazing. Gratitude is the key to all of it, bro. Every morning I wake up, I want to grab my phone right away, right? And then I'm like, no. Leave the phone. Thank you, God.
Yeah.
Thank you, God.
Yeah, little things like that. Yeah.
I'm so blessed to be alive. Like, it's a blessing because I remember the days waking up in the damn cell at the annex, bro. Being there for a long ass time. Or waking up and not having money, not having food, not having a car. I used to run in the 10th planet 3 miles. When I won my championship, I used to run there 3 miles and run home 3 miles.
Damn.
So when fighters come to me with their excuses about how they want to do this and that, but this is happening and this is happening, bro, I had every excuse in the book. I fucking conquered it. I pushed. I conquered it. And I'm still pushing. I still have new goals in the MMA game. I'm not just a KFL promoter. I'm still pushing in my own fight career. I still want it against all odds at 35. I'm still pushing forward. So this is the kind of energy that we thrive off here at SVG and for KFL as well with the up and coming fighters. We want to give them the opportunity, right, to believe in themselves fully and to go out there and perform. Do what you were meant to do. Do what God has put you here to do. You know what I mean? And not for everyone, it's about fighting. You know, sometimes it's overcoming the fear.
Yeah.
Overcoming the fear that it takes to walk in that cage. Having the courage. You see people always say, oh my God, how does it feel to win a fight in a cage? Like, it feels amazing. It feels incredible.
I can't even imagine that shit.
It's indescribable. But it's not necessarily like, oh my God, I won. It's not necessarily about the win itself. For me, at least personally, it's about overcoming the fear and the courage that it took when all my doubts and all
you could have just tapped out any time before.
Just like, you know what? Just don't make weight. Like some guys, you know what I mean? Just don't make weight, and then you'll find your way out. You'll find your cop out. You know what I mean? And then you could just say, oh, I just didn't make weight. And like, no, it's bullshit. You know what I mean? Like you gotta have the courage to step in, and that is the win. It's not just about the dub and the victory on the record. It's about, do you have the courage to overcome your fears? Do you have the courage to overcome all the injuries, all the heartache that sometimes we face in a fight camp? A lot of fighters are broke. A lot of fighters don't have money. People don't understand. Fighting doesn't pay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you're looking to get into fighting for the money, it doesn't pay unless you get to the UFC, and only 1% of motherfuckers is gonna get to the UFC straight up like that. So if you want to get in the game, be ready for dark and stormy days, and you gotta be willing to go through the storm and see the sun. So if you're with the shit and you sign up and you get down and you gotta work your ass off, bro. No one's gonna give you nothing. No one cares if you succeed or you fail. It's up to you to want it. It's up to you to go out and grab it and get it. You gotta earn that shit. You know what I mean? And life's not gonna give you nothing. It doesn't care.
Yeah. Nobody owes you shit. I always tell people that life owes you nothing. I tell people all the time, I'm fortunate to sit down and talk to people. People don't owe me shit. You know, people are like, oh, that's cool. You're talking to this, you're talking to that. I'm like, dude, the way I carry myself, you know, I hope that people see how serious I am about what I'm doing. So I feed off people. Like when you guys are talking about, you've been doing it for this and doing this, and I've known Ricky, and like hearing that kind of stuff, like it feeds me. Because I love hearing that shit. Because I'm trying to do this on my own. This is my passion project, bro. This ain't paying bills, but I love doing this. I love sitting down and talking to people. Every time I sit down and talk to people, I get like a new perspective on life, and I feel like that is a cheat code. So the more I sit down and talk to people, I look at life way differently, and I just become more humble, more gratitude, and just happy for more the simple things. How Ricky's saying, it's just like just waking up and just like, damn, this is dope.
Yeah, that's
like,
how I am, bro.
Like, you know, you're just like, you guys are like, hey, let's do it today. I'm all, fuck, let's go. You know what I mean? This is badass. You know what I mean?
Jimmy, man, we appreciate you, man. You do a hell of a job.
No, man, I love doing this shit too. So with all that being said, man, like you guys have the August 4th coming up. You got 12 fights. And we kind of speak a little bit about the future, but like how often you guys are going to try to do fight cards. So this way people that are listening or potential fighters can have an idea of how often that you guys are going to be doing these cards, so they can be like, all right, these guys are legit. If I want to start going in these and get out of these smokers, how often do you guys see you guys doing these events?
Yeah. So, well, first I wanted to say that, like, what you were saying, that what you do is inspiring to me. So I'm glad that what we do is inspiring to you. I think that, especially men need somebody to look up to or to want to be like. And then you see somebody working hard as a man, and you're like, you see him and you're like, damn, man, I respect him.
Yes.
Like, so they recognize each other. Real men
Yes.
recognize each other. Some men are jealous and petty.
Yeah.
But most men are like, damn, they're doing it.
Hell
bro.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So I appreciate that from you, first of all. As far as the cards go, we're trying to do for a year. We're trying to do for a year, man. Every 3 months we want to do it. And people are throwing little monkey wrenches in for us to do that, but we don't care. We're just gonna keep doing it. It doesn't matter what they do. It matters what we do.
Yeah.
So that's what we're gonna try to do. We're gonna try to push for a year. This is our third, and then we're gonna do another one, in a couple of months. So we'll just try to keep it at that pace, man. And especially, what it does is it helps fighters progress, especially fighters from our own hometown progress. They get so many fights. They do it at home. Then they can say, okay, well, let me go over here.
Yeah.
And other promotions are looking at them and saying, from out of town, and they're like, hey, how about we get this guy to come over here? What I really would like to do is run a cross promotion title where, we'll pick a promotion that's a good promotion like us, and we'll get our 145-pound champ to go fight their 145-pound champ and unify that fucking.
That's dope.
You know what I mean? So there's big
willing to collaborate if it makes sense.
Yeah, to collaborate, let it make sense,
It makes
and then just keep going from there, man. But like they said, like these guys are saying, like, we want to push it and make it grow as much as we can. We want to go all over Texas. We want to get a New Mexico license. We want to get the whole region, man. We want everything. We want UFC Fight Pass. We want to do our own pay-per-view.
Hell yeah.
We want everything, bro. Like, we want it all.
That's cool.
We're definitely not gonna spill the whole beans.
Of course,
on everything we got going on and planned. There's a lot of things that have to go for specific reasons left unsaid, and it's good. You know what I mean? We basically, there's a lot of big and good things coming for El Paso, especially in the MMA game, and tune in. Come out, check out the fights. August 4th is the next big date. Once that event is done, everyone's gonna know, like, entertainment, fights, everything. We're setting a new standard here that has been a long time coming. I've seen a hole and a gap in the industry for a long time, since I was even young, bro. Like, I'm 35 now. I was probably like 20 something when I first started training, and I seen a hole in the industry out here. There wasn't a lot of fights, there wasn't a lot of shows, and I always said, man, who's gonna be the one to step up? It's funny because
without you realizing it, you were gonna be part of it.
And I used to think the same thing for like MMA. I was, man, I wish we had like a super coach like John Danaher or Rafael Cordero, or we had someone amazing.
And you become the super coach
to help us out. And I'm not gonna go as far as to say that, but I hope to inspire and motivate and push a lot of coaches. I'm not gonna put myself on the same level as these legends, but I in my city, in my town here in El Paso, Texas, I'm looking to help a lot of champions guys out of here, and I'm giving my all. And all the mistakes that I made in the game, I look at my fighters and I'm pushing them to avoid these mistakes.
That's dope.
All the errors that I made, I want them to avoid. And not just my fighters, but also the other guys from KFL. So when I talk to them backstage, or a lot of these other fighters from other promotions or from other gyms, that know me, I talk to them and I always give them words of encouragement, even when they're fighting my own guys. Yeah. I just have nothing but good energy for all these dudes, and when I got into this game, not just the KFL and the promoting and everything, as far as just mixed martial arts in general, I never saw people as like, oh, I'm competing against you. Yeah. Obviously, there is friendly competition and friendly rivalries, but I never focused so much on other individuals. It was always me against me. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I feel like we can always reach our true potential in our higher self when we're constantly pinning ourselves against ourselves. Yeah. I mean, so I always look at what I've done and I'm like, damn, I can do more.
I could do more. That's dope. We can do more.
The competition is always me against me, you know, and you tend to see a lot of guys have the same mentality that go far, and it's them always not feeling like they need to prove something, but always going against themselves, like the previous version of themselves, always looking to become the best version of themselves, you know, and I think Kingdom Fight League is going to bring the best out of a lot of people. You know what I mean? We got guys that are hungry. We got guys in nearby cities, regionally, that are looking to come and make a statement, you know, against local guys, and may the best man win, you know? So train your asses off, fighters, because there's a lot of big things coming, and there's a lot of rewards here, a lot of things that weren't around when I first started, and we're here now. So, you know, work for it, earn it. You got to earn it. No one's going to give you anything.
Yeah. With piggybacking what Lonnie said too, is like just having the, like, I mean, I kind of touched on a bit with Ricky. Every time I was around Ricky, I don't know if you guys get to know Ricky. Like, Ricky has this aura around him, right? Where even when I was training at 10th Planet, he would leg kick and head kick the fuck out of you, but he was willing and humble enough to learn how to do jujitsu and willing to roll around and know that, damn, I need to work on this. But he was never like, ever like, damn, like, fuck you and kind of shit like that. And I'm glad that you say that, because people see you guys as leaders in this community. And that's cool, because somebody that might be like, damn, like, I had the opportunity to fight because of Ricky and Lamar and Lonnie, because they gave me an opportunity. And if it wasn't for them, I couldn't be where I'm at. So I love hearing that, the fact that you guys are just, all you guys, without even saying it, all said something as far as giving back. You know what I mean? And I love hearing that with Lonnie saying, like, as men and stuff like that, you know, you have to kind of, like, with the troubled teens and shit like that. I always tell people, like, with me, when, like, with my content and thing, I'm like, hey, I want to stream, or I want to do this. I'm all like, yeah, what do you need? I'll help you. Like, I have, like, my kids or their friends or whatever. I'm like, hey, I'm willing to, like, if I see potential and you want to do something and it's within reason, I want to be able to at least just show you. You know what I mean? And it takes the right type of people to be those figures for that. And the fact that you guys have all said that in your own different way is that we're doing this promotion because we want to, and because we want to promote, and we feel like we can do a good job to not for the money, obviously that's going to come, but the fact that you guys are willing to put your own time and money to do this because you guys want to, investing the time for other people. And I think that anytime when you put your other people in front of yourself within time, that's going to always work out, man. And I love the fact that you guys all, like, came together to do this. Hey, we're going to fucking do this. Let's figure it out. And let's put this vision together. And you guys working together and getting to know each other, and, like, just the chemistry is, I can see the potential, man. And I'm excited to see all this shit going on, man. The fact that I get to sit down and talk to you guys and hear you guys are so passionate in your own different ways of why you're doing this. And it's so dope. You know what I mean?
And one thing I must say is that the bigger we get, the more we're going to give back. Always. I mean, we're going to have a few more free, 100% free self-defense seminars. We want to do an anti-bullying for kids. We want to have a self-defense seminar for ladies. We want to have one for the military. I mean, we're gonna give back. And then Christmas time, we're gonna have a huge toy drive.
That's so awesome.
And give a lot of gifts out, man. A lot of good gifts too, man. I mean, that's what I want to see, these kids smile, you know.
A lot of times you hear so many messed up things going on in the world, right? Like wars and all this messed up stuff. And sometimes it's like people talk about it and it's like, damn, like, what can I really do? What can I really do from my point of view in my life? You see people getting bombed and people dying, and that puts everything in a perspective of how blessed we are to live here in the USA and to be able to chase our dreams and goals. And coming from where we come from, people that have been in jail and all these things and can come up in the game and still be a success, it just shows like you know, we really have good intentions and we have a good heart. And one of the most important things about business that I've been learning is don't chase the money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Chase your passion. When you chase your passion, money and all those things, they come to you. You know what I mean? Like, it just comes to you because you're that kind of person that just wants to give back so much. I honestly, a lot of people would tell me, you're going to burn out. You're going to burn out. You're training, you're running the gym. Now you got a promotion. I had started a meal prep business. I've been doing so many things, juggling so many hats at once. People are like, you're going to burn out. You're going to burn out. And, you know, I always tell them, I'm not going to burn out. I have unlimited energy. Unlimited energy. I have all the energy in the world. It comes from God, the sun, the energy that I receive, the light. I literally think like that, bro. I'm like a hippie. I swear.
Well, that's a good way to go about it.
I'm like, I have to, bro, because if I fall into everyone else's game of you're gonna burn out, guess what? I'm gonna burn out.
Yeah.
But I keep giving. The more I give, I feel like the more I give, the more God gives me more energy, more aura, more love and abundance to give to people. So you see someone struggling, you help them out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? People don't just come here to train. People don't just do things like that. They come to a spot like this, a facility like this, SVG MMA Academy here in El Paso. They come to a facility like this to learn martial arts, to get to discipline, to develop courage, to figure out what the primal instinct is that we all have inside of us, that animal instinct to survive, that animal instinct to push through the obstacles. But they come here for the mentality.
Yeah.
The mentality
It's
is
such
key.
a therapy. People don't understand that. Like, I can only, for me in my experience with jiu-jitsu, it's such a therapy thing. You go in there, you're trying to fucking choke somebody out, or somebody's trying to break your arm, you slap hands, it's all good, and you feel so much better.
Win or lose.
You know what I mean? You feel so much better getting that out, and at the same time, you're working out. You know what I mean? You're taking care of yourself. You're learning a martial art, your defense, it feels good, man. And the fact that you're saying that I think that everybody should at least one point in their life do some type of martial arts. You know what I mean? Because everybody would look at everybody's life would be so much different. Everybody knows if you know a head kick can come out of anybody, you probably wouldn't be talking shit. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Life is stressful, bro. It's stressful. It's hard. Everyone's trying to figure out how to pay their car, how to get a car sometimes, how to eat food, how to pay the rent, how to take care of your kids. It's so many things involved. And for men in general, everyone's like, oh, he's got to do it. He's going to do it. They just automatically assume that you can do it when it's not that easy. It's not that easy. It's very stressful. That's why the number one suicide rate is men. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's hard, bro. Life is hard. And sometimes you need a place to go and decompress like this. You come in here, you punch, you get punched, you hurt, you get hurt. You're going to walk out of here and you're going to be just fine. Someone's going to cut you off and you're not even going to flip them the middle one.
No shit.
You're just going to be like, it's all good, homie. You needed to cut me off. It's all good. I just got done punching 10 dudes in the face. And I got punched like 20 times. I ain't got no time to argue. I ain't got no time to fight. So martial arts develops a trait in you that's just different. You know what I mean? You develop that discipline. You develop integrity. You develop the courage. That's why we have an amazing kids program here and an amazing adults program. And whenever we go out and compete, we're just trying to be the best versions of ourselves. Yes, there's competition, there's other teams. And when we go to war, we go to war. It is what it is. But I always tell people, you can only know peace when you've known war. You know what I mean? Like I was telling a lot of the kids' parents when I was here right before this past weekend when I was supposed to fight, I was supposed to main event here at Speaking Rock. For one of the other local promotions. And even though I'm doing my own thing, I said, you know what? I'm going to go out there. I'm going to put on a show for the people, so all the people that support me can watch me and I can show how hard I've been working. I had nothing but good intentions in my heart. Dude didn't make weight. Everything fell through. And I had to keep a positive mind. But I was telling the parents before the whole weigh-ins debacle happened, I was telling the parents, I was like, hey, you guys know me.